of the PBS series Inventing America that aired a few years ago. It was filmed at Hope College. It still pops up now and then. I mention this not to blow my horn, but to give some context for my remarks. In episode 2, at the close of the Constitutional Convention, an elderly woman approaches Benjamin Franklin as he's leaving the Pennsylvania State House, and she says, "Tell me, Dr. Franklin, do we have a republic or a monarchy?" And Dr. Franklin replies, "A republic, madam, if you can keep it." Things didn't look all that promising in the beginning. George Washington, who presided at the convention, predicted the new republic wouldn't last 20 years, about as long as my great uncle was Ottawa County clerk. Yet here we are, some 230 years later. Our Constitution is the oldest and most enduring in the world. And that's because we're a nation of laws, not of men. So what does this have to do with the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners? Among other things, our Constitution is clear about the role of the Supreme Court, which is to interpret the laws of our land and determine how they should be applied. That includes Articles 1 and 2 of the Bill of Rights. That's the job of the Supreme Court. That is not the job of the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners. Your job, like that of any county board, is to plow the roads, maintain the parks, issue licenses and certificates, oversee elections, tend to the public health and safety, and do all those nitty-gritty things of everyday life that we count on you to do. Consider for a moment, if every local governmental unit saw its role as interpreting and following the Constitution as they see fit, our democracy would collapse and our country would fall into chaos.
Thank you.
What did wise old Ben Franklin say about our republic? Can we keep it? So with due respect, I urge you not to play the Supreme Court, but simply stick to the job you're supposed to do.
Thank you, sir.
Which is to serve the residents of Ottawa County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Under the bell.
Number 2 is Laura Potgetter, Allendale Township.
Dear board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. You have my full support of the resolution that declares Ottawa County, Michigan to be a constitutional county as outlined in the Constitution of the United States and the state of Michigan, to include the freedom of speech, religion, and the assembly, the right to keep and bear arms, and right to due process. Since the founding of our country, our constitutional rights have been under attack by dark forces. Their goal is total control of the population, and their method can be summarized in 8 steps. 1, healthcare. Control healthcare, and then you control the people. Number 2, poverty. Increase poverty level as high as possible. Poor people are easier to control and will not fight back if you are providing everything for them to live. Number 3, debt. Increase the debt to an unsustainable level. That way you're able to increase taxes, and this will produce more poverty. Number 4, gun control. Remove the ability to defend themselves from the government. That way you're able to create a police state. And number 5, welfare. Take control of every aspect of their lives: food, housing, and income. 6, education. Take control of what people read and listen to. Take control of what children learn in school. And number 7, religion. Remove their belief in God from government and schools. And number 8, class warfare. divide the people into the wealthy and the poor. This will cause more discontent, and it will be easier to tax the wealthy with the support of the poor. I will end with a quote from President Reagan that is stated in your resolution honoring the military. Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. Or one day we will spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it was once like in the United States where men were free. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 3 is Timberland Mazikis from Holland.
Hello, my name is Timberland, and today I'm here to speak to you as a mass shooting survivor. On February 13th, a man entered Berkey Hall in the Union at Michigan State University and shot 8 of my classmates. That night, I sat in the IM West gym behind doors that did not lock, opened outwards, and only 2 portable scoreboards, 2 folding tables, and 4 folding chairs to barricade them with. When these doors suddenly opened from the outside, the gym filled with screams as we all began to run for our lives. The feeling of thinking I was about to die is something I still cannot shake 3 months later. Ariella Anderson, Brian Fraser, and Alexandria Werner lost their lives that night. I have spent the last 3 months speaking with state legislators in support of gun safety laws that could have prevented this tragedy. Since February 13th, 3 gun safety bills have been signed into law. These laws are constitutional. These laws save lives. There is no doubt in my mind that if Ottawa County becomes a constitutional county, these powers will be abused in order to veto the implementation of gun safety laws. This will put our community at a higher and unnecessary risk of being destroyed by gun violence. It is the job of the judicial branch to decide which laws are and aren't constitutional. This resolution is an absurd abuse of power and should be left to the judicial branch to decide. Speaking to you today is scary, but nothing will ever compare to the fear I felt that night when a shooter entered my school. Ottawa County will always be and has been my home. Over the last 2 years, I have found a second home at Michigan State. I have already lost 1 home to gun violence. Don't allow it to become 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 4 is John North, Spring Lake Township.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm not going to talk about the Constitution here. I am going to talk about a phrase I've heard in past public comments, that we have turned a mental health problem into a gun problem. It seems it's a very frequent commentary following gun violence. It's this statement that a person has a history of mental illness, as if that told us the reason it happened. Did you know that 1/3 of the population will use mental health services in the course of their life? 66 million people in the USA. In this room, 150 people, 30 people will experience mental illness this year. 30 people. First 3 rows? No. All of you and the first 2 rows will experience mental illness this year. 7 people in this room will have a serious mental illness. They will have mood swings. They will have paranoid thoughts. They will have intense anxiety. 7 people in this room. So when you hear that the perpetrator had a history of mental health treatment, don't be so quick to think that this is all a mental health problem. But clearly it's a factor. So let me say this. Mental health services are in your domain. Are you willing to make the investment in mental health services that we need to prevent gun deaths in our community? Are you willing to take responsibility for what your constituents and the ardent supporters of gun freedom say is really a mental health problem? Will you take responsibility? I have to say that I have not seen that yet. Not a couple of months ago, new mental health services were held up because you thought it was too much or that you should not take advantage of grant funds. I challenge you. If you want to serve this community and this area, be a friend and supporter of mental health services and all the people affected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 5 is Elizabeth Brubaker, Holland Township.
My name is Elizabeth Brubaker and I live in Holland Township. I want to first thank the veterans and active duty service members here today and watching remotely for their service. When I saw today's agenda, I looked up what it would mean to be a constitutional county. I found that in such a county, the county and law enforcement agree not to enforce gun-related red flag laws. I then looked up the red flag laws in the Michigan bill. Those laws would allow family members, mental health professionals, roommates, and former dating partners to petition a judge to remove firearms from those they believe to pose an imminent threat to themselves or others. In other words, if someone is threatening to imminently hurt themselves, perhaps while having a mental health crisis, the people closest to them would have a way to keep killing machines out of their hands and out of their reach. That got me wondering, would that stop anything? Well, I found a study of the pre-attack behaviors of 63 active shooters between the years of 2000 and 2013. One of the key findings of this study was that on average, each of these 63 active shooters displayed 4 to 5 concerning behaviors that were observable to others around them, including the leakage of violent intent. Pretty compelling to me that these red flag laws could be helpful. Further, I revisited some of the reports that were released after the tragic February 13th shooting at MSU, where 3 students were killed, others wounded, and countless traumatized, including one student who had previously lived through the Oxford school shooting, and I believe one of the young women who spoke already this evening. That shooter showed significant pre-attack behaviors to those around him. To try to understand why these laws would be so troubling to anyone on this commission, I looked at the Ottawa Impact webpage, and here's some of what I found. On the Ottawa Impact website, there's a statement of wanting to protect the individual rights of the people of Ottawa County. I have to say that I'm at a loss as to how keeping firearms in the hands of people who have expressed a desire to do harm would protect anyone's rights. If someone does do harm, the victim loses rights, as the Constitution expresses the right to life and liberty, and the person who does harm will likely lose rights via incarceration. That is, of course, unless that person has harmed themselves. That got me wondering, is there any history of people taking their own lives by firearm in Ottawa County? The Ottawa Impact website also clearly talks about the desire for the preservation of the American family. Losing a family member to a bullet does a lot of things to a family, but preservation isn't one of them. The latest Ottawa County suicide statistics are from 2021. That year, tragically, Ottawa County recorded 33 suicides, 18 by firearm. And while the method of suicide is not paired with the demographic of the suicide victim, it's noteworthy that 8 of the 33 suicides that year were veterans. So if the commissioners who are affiliated with Ottawa Impact are being truthful about wanting to protect the individual rights of the people of Ottawa County, and if they're being truthful about wanting to preserve the American family, then why in God's name wouldn't you want to keep firearms away from those believed to be a threat to themselves or others?
Thank you.
Number 6 is Dina Arner from Holland.
Hello, my name is Dina Arner from Holland Township. I am here to speak to you a little bit about what you actually have planned for this illustrious resolution of questionable legality. You claim that you are fully supporting all the amendments in the Bill of Rights and the entire Constitution. That I assume includes the first, although most of you tend to jump right over that to get to the second. But the First Amendment explicitly forbids the establishment of a state religion. And that seems to be what you have been explicitly trying to do here in Ottawa County. We have heard Ottawa Impact members speak in other forums about people who are not happy with evangelical Christian society should just get out of Ottawa County. That's a real welcoming attitude to have as a tourist destination. Furthermore, if you are actually planning to give the other amendments equal value as to the second, I strongly look forward to you welcoming other religions into our community. I especially look forward to that moment when you actually let some other religious person lead the prayer before this meeting. There's been a history since the beginning of January 2023 of not merely an opening prayer, but an opening sermon proclaiming your religion, which doesn't seem to be very welcoming and doesn't seem to be in the spirit of the First Amendment, which you claim to so stridently, I'm at a loss for a word, so stridently approve, so stridently support. So I look forward to seeing that you give all the other amendments as much support as you want to give the second. And if not, then we will truly know how much of a hypocrite you all are.
Thank you.
Number 7 is Susan Klooster, Spring Lake Township.
Good evening. I'm Susan Klooster from Spring Lake Township. To begin, I want to say that I'm very, very disappointed, frustrated, and fearful for the direction that this board is taking Ottawa County. All of us in this room are well aware of the actions that this board has taken under your self-proclaimed mandate. But you need to hear, and you need to hear clearly that many, and I don't know how many of us people are here tonight, but I would say a fair share of people feel the same way I feel. We're not okay having your ultra-conservative Christian beliefs and exclusionary views forced upon us. And tonight, we have yet another example of just that. Your resolution to rename Ottawa County as a constitutional county. I want to say it embarrasses me, it embarrasses Ottawa County, and I vehemently oppose it. I'd like to remind all you commissioners, all of you commissioners, that you represent all the people of Ottawa County, and not just those who align with your Ottawa Impact ideology. Please, please, please consider the ramifications that could and probably will result if this resolution is passed. I ask all of you to vote for the good of Ottawa County. And fortunately, I'm in good hands in District 11, but we're just one district out of 11. So I ask all of you, or at least the majority of you, to vote no on this proposed resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 8 is Cindy Spielmaker, Grand Haven.
Hello, I'm Cindy Spielmaker. I live in Grand Haven. I'm here to ask you to answer some questions before you vote on making Ottawa County a constitutional county. I'm confused as to why you think following the Constitution even requires a resolution. Are you not already abiding by the Constitution? What's your intent behind this resolution? Because Mr. Moss, it seems you always have a hidden intent behind what you do. Your timing's interesting on this as well, right at the start of budget season. You once again are creating fear and divisiveness for county employees and your constituents. Is your intention to use the passing of this resolution to disrupt regular county and court functions? Do you view yourselves as lesser magistrates and therefore you feel justified to disregard the law, interpreting the Constitution as you choose? I ask that each of you explain your reasoning if you vote to pass this resolution tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 9 is Seth Getz, Holland.
Ottawa Impact organized in 2021 because there were a group of citizens who were concerned that the previous board were not representing the people, lacked transparency, and were not governing in a responsible way. So you decided to do something about it. Well done. Most people just complain. You decided to do something about it, and you were successful in gaining a majority of the board. But your conduct while in office has been a case study in irresponsible governments, amazing lack of transparency, and shows a gross neglect in listening to all the people that you claim to represent. You've been hiring people not based on competence and experience, but based on a relationship and personal loyalty. That is the definition of cronyism. You said in your site that the county information should be public by default. I assume that you meant public to everyone, and yet you have decided to play games with the FOIA system to hinder those you deem as not friendly to you personally from getting information about what is going on in government. You may have good intentions in running for office, but your conduct has showed that you are just not ready to hold office in a representative form of government. Your style is more reminiscent of a dictatorship, fearful of being transparent with the very people that they lead. I would ask that you reconsider your commitment to county information being public by default. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 10 is Becky Steele, Georgetown Township.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Becky Steele, and I am an elected trustee in Georgetown Township. And so I come to you tonight as someone who understands the oath that you have taken to uphold the Constitution of the state of Michigan and the Constitution of the United States. I also understand with sincere empathy the weight and the responsibility of your commitment to the health, safety, and welfare of all people in Ottawa County and the realities of life as a local politician and an elected official. Your job isn't an easy one, and I'd like to thank you for your service. I'd especially like to take a minute to publicly thank Kyle Terpstra for the work that he does and the time that he invests on behalf of the constituents of Georgetown Township. Kyle, your willingness to attend our township board meetings and your open communication does not go unnoticed. Thank you. Ms. Curran, you are my commissioner as I live on the District 7 side of Baldwin Street. I wish we, your constituents in Northern Georgetown Township, connected with you more frequently. I encourage you to visit our board meetings and update us in the future. In addition to my elected role, I'm a public school teacher in Ottawa County. As such, I also come to you tonight with an educator's heart that is focused on the truthful and factual sharing of information, especially when in a leadership role. I am concerned with some errors in the constitutional county resolution that you are considering tonight. Bothering me most is the first paragraph, which suggests that the Constitution extends life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness as God-given rights. A reading of the United States Constitution will show that the word God is never mentioned in the document. The Michigan Constitution only references God twice, once in the preamble to say that we're grateful to him, and in Article 1, Section 4 to clarify the separation of religious beliefs from our obligation as citizens. I think that you may have been referencing the Declaration of Independence, which is a declaration of war to which none of us swore an oath. I also come to you as a taxpayer. I respect your board's ability to make belief statements like this resolution that you're considering tonight. That said, this resolution is going to put our county in a precarious position and lead to expensive litigation for which we, the taxpayers, will carry the burden. It is the job of the courts to determine when things violate the Constitution, not the job of this county body. In closing, I urge you to vote against adoption of the resolution to protect constitutional freedoms and redirect your efforts, time, and leadership instead in the direction of belonging and responsible governance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Number 11 is Joe Spalding, Holland Township.
Howdy, I'm Joe Spalding from Holland Township. I'm pretty proud of the fact that a lot of folks discovered who this board was because I called Joe Moss a coward in the first meeting. And today I would like to add to that list by making sure you guys know that if you vote in favor of the resolution, you guys aren't just cowards, you're lazy. It's a lazy thing to do, to think that you can play fantasy jurisprudence at the county level here. The reality is, if you want to change West Michigan and make all of Michigan or even Ottawa County into a place where it's a free-for-all for firearms, there's processes available to you. Don't be lazy. You can run a constitutional ballot initiative. I ran the most successful volunteer ballot initiative constitutional ballot initiative petition in the history of the state. We didn't pay a single circulator for a single signature, and we delivered over 400,000 of them. It is hard, it's a lot of work, but it's a way to do the thing that you want to do. If you would like to have it done through the legislature, flip the legislature and get some folks in there that think that it's okay if kids get turned to Swiss cheese in elementary schools. You can do that. You can go knock the doors and make it happen at the legislative level. You didn't do that. You're trying to play fantasy jurisprudence here, and that's your third option, is to go through the courts. And your feller that came in and talked to you from Wisconsin, the church basement pastor with a billion grandchildren, he tried to tell you that you could ignore the jurisprudence of the courts because he's an idiot. If you do that here with our tax dollars, it's going to cost us a crap ton of money. And I know that your buddies at Coleman get a kickback when you do that, but it still costs us. So with that said, I would like to encourage everybody to make sure that you're actively participating online. I am currently streaming this on Twitter at @beyond_process. And we're actively tweeting with the hashtag OttawaCBOC. We're going to make sure that we have a community conversation in public. And if you want to be part of it, Joe, you should unblock me, you coward.
Thank you.
And I apologize, we have no name for number 12, but public commenter number 12, if you would step forward, I apologize. No worries,
Side.
no worries.
Okay. Okay. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Kate Layton Colburn, and I'm the executive director of Out on the Lakeshore. Out on the Lakeshore is a 501c3 nonprofit located in Holland. We run a community center that provides resources, support, and programming for the LGBTQ+ community and allies along the Lakeshore. Recently, we received a grant from the Ottawa County Community Health Advisory Council in partnership with Michigan Public Health Institute. The county requested proposals that reduce health disparity risk factors for marginalized groups. We responded with a proposal that answered that call. We were awarded the funding because of the quality of said proposal and the needs of our community. Chairman Moss, you have made it abundantly clear that you do not support our community or programs that are beneficial to our well-being. You delayed the funding distribution for 3 months with no transparency as to why. Last week, you signed the memorandum of agreement with a Latin phrase meaning signed under duress. Only 2 days ago, did you release a statement making it clear that you believe our organization is detrimental to the health and well-being of Ottawa County. It's hard to know what to say in these 3 minutes. There's much to discuss, but I'll focus on this. LGBTQ+ people, including LGBTQ+ youth, exist and have always existed in Ottawa County. Our programming does nothing to recruit, convince, or change the identity of individuals who step through our door. We do not sexualize anyone, let alone youth, or bypass the rights of parents when working with youth. We do, however, frequently provide resources to parents who are looking for the best possible support for their child. In fact, some of Out on the Lakeshore's founders are parents, and a large number of our constituents are parents of LGBTQ+ children. I am in awe of the strength that these caregivers possess and the profound love that compels them to care for their children, despite the ever-increasing vitriol thrown their way. They are, without question, saving the lives of their children. You say that you speak for the parents and children of Ottawa County. What about these parents? And what about their children? You may not care for us, but we are a part of your community and you represent us.
These families are your constituents, and I implore you not to close the door on them just because they are different from you. As I stated in my emails to you, Mr. Moss, and to the rest of the commissioners on this board, I am happy to discuss any concerns you may have, should you have the courtesy to ask. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Number 13 is Susan Nemi, Fillmore Township.
You did pretty good with that last name. Hi, I'm Susan Nemi. I reside in Fillmore Township, but I think I reside in Holland. I'm here to speak on a couple of subjects. First off, when I looked at the agenda, there was this ratification of these contracts. I see that these are post-execution, and with such a long list, I remain concerned that this will just be a blanket vote on them all. They also are 3 months worth. Ottawa County Sheriff's report. I'm interested in hearing what the Ottawa County Sheriffs have to say and how they're going to make Ottawa more safe. I fully support our law enforcement. Then we're going to have a presentation by the Department of Veterans. As a wife of a Vietnam veteran, there needs to be more funding for the outreach to veterans. My father was a World War II veteran. A few years ago, my family found ourselves in need when my widowed mother could no longer stay in her home. It was only through a chance remark by someone that I made an appointment with the Office of Veterans on James Street. They were very helpful, even though it took a few months to get the monthly financial help for her nursing home. This is one benefit that the spouse of a veteran can apply for, yet so many do not know about it. This ties right in with the resolution honoring veterans. Put the money where your mouth is. Then I'm not going to talk about the constitutional resolution. Based on the fact that I am speaking, my First Amendment rights are here. They're not infringed in any way. There are too many issues to put into a 3-minute discussion, but I look forward to a no vote on this resolution. Ottawa County, where all belong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 14 is Michael Barabo, Grand Haven.
Hello, my name is Michael Barabo with Grand Haven. I appreciate this opportunity to speak regarding the matter of the constitutional county. A radical faction of the party in control didn't like the election results, so told lies about election fraud, put into question our state's election results. And after 40 years, the state of Michigan government flipped to Democrat majority. And then Ottawa County Republicans want to propose this radical Hail Mary pass to maintain political control. What of the pact we have with other counties and the state? We are layers of institution and layers of representation, municipal, township, county, state, country, and wanting to vote to bypass these layers to maintain political control is a betrayal to that pact with our neighbors and the people of Ottawa County's political minority. It's not just about party, but representing all of the community and recognizing political rights are not to be just bulldozed over by the majority. Not being in control of every layer of government doesn't mean we don't have control of our own destiny anymore, only that decisions have to be made within the larger framework. What if every time throughout history we had voted to isolate ourselves and frozen ourselves in time when there was always room to grow and improve? Should we have frozen everything in time in the 1950s before children's constitutional rights, women's right to contraception, the civil rights and voting right protections in the 60s? We are not always right. We must be allowed to change, to grow and improve. I understand how we all think we're fighting a righteous war, but the war of self-governance isn't won by defeating the people with desperate, radical political plays, but by integrity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 15 is Judy Bergman, Hudsonville City.
Good evening. I'm Judy Bergman from Hudsonville. I want to thank all the veterans who have served our country. My father served 5 years in World War II and was very proud of it, and we were proud of him. And I am incredibly thankful to live in the United States under a wonderful Constitution that protects our rights. I know you feel the same way. There's more that unites us than divides us, but your proposal goes too far. You are assuming the role of deciding which laws our state passes is going to be constitutional. You don't have that power under the Constitution. It is given to the judicial courts. It's their sole power to rule for constitutionality. This is known as judicial review, and it's been established law since Marbury versus Madison in 1803. We all really like our founding fathers, and we're thankful for them, but they anticipated this kind of political stuff in our country, and they had something to say about it. So please listen. Hamilton wrote that though the practice of judicial review, the court ensured that the will of the whole people, as expressed in their Constitution, would be supreme over the will of a legislature, whose statutes might express only the temporary will of part of the people. Madison wrote that constitutional interpretation must be left to the reasoned judgment of independent judges, rather than to the tumult and conflict of the political process. If every constitutional question were to be decided by public political bargaining, Madison argued, the Constitution would be reduced to a battleground of competing factions, political passion, and partisan spirit. We see that right now in Ottawa County. So I urge each member on this board to listen to what the founding fathers had to say, uphold the Constitution and the importance of judicial review, and please vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 17 is, oh, excuse me, number 16, Sally Lamer, Holland Township.
I believe the proposed resolution to declare Ottawa County, Michigan as a constitutional county would likely infringe upon my God-given right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Pushing guns into the hands of every crazy Tom, Dick, and Harry will endanger my life and the lives of those I love. I don't want reality to look like the old Wild West as depicted on TV and in movies. In addition, my well-being and that of those I love will be endangered by the denial of health science and your insistence that the wishes of the few outweigh the protection of the many. The selfishness of those who align with Ottawa Impact knows no bounds. The freedom of speech that you say you want to protect is really the freedom of you and yours
to lie and spread disinformation, which, by the way, is immoral and not what Jesus would do. The freedom of religion that you want to protect is really the establishment of your religious guidelines over all citizens, which is the opposite of what the First Amendment calls for. You will do what you will do, but history and our God, yours, mine, the God of all, will judge your actions. And lastly, I would like to say, an end goal does not and never will justify the means used to get there. If you cannot reach your goal without acting dishonorably, you clearly have the wrong goal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 17 is Kay Summers, Crockery Township.
Hello. Oops. Hello, everyone. I'm going to make this very short and sweet. I support both of these resolutions with all my heart. I would be a proud citizen of Ottawa County by making the strong statement that we stand firmly with our Constitution. I would be very proud of that. Please pass them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 18 is Ken Schwalier, Wright Township.
Hi, my name is Ken Schwalier from Wright Township. I also like to thank the majority of this board for all the actions that you have taken since being seated this last January, including this resolution that I would hope you would support tonight. I also love our Constitution. I think it's one of the best documents ever written in the history of the world. So to not support it, I mean, I hear a lot of people talking about how you shouldn't support this resolution. Something about a mandate. I don't think anybody's mandating anything. We're just supporting our Constitution. So thank you for that. I like your philosophy of governance. It meshes completely with my own. And I believe the vast majority of the residents of Ottawa County. I would encourage you all on this board to stay on the path that you have made up to this point. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Number 19 is Joe Johnson, Zeeland Township.
Good evening. I am Joe Johnson from Zeeland Township. I'm a concealed carry permit holder and a member of a sportsman club. I'm fairly progressive on social issues, and I'm pretty libertarian on my personal freedoms. Extreme linear far left and right politics cause division. When one side pulls really far the other direction, the other side's pulling the other direction, like Biden taking away our assault rifles. I am for gun rights. I am not against assault rifles, but I'm not going to wage war if they take them away. I admit they're just for fun. I think the majority agree we need basic training and background checks. Maybe AR is treated a pistol, not going to a store, purchase one, and walk right back out. Both sides control us. The last administration took away our bump stocks. The strict California gun control laws were put in place by Ronald Reagan when he realized it was a diverse group of people that actually own firearms. I've been asked if I'd rather see people open carry or conceal. I always say I'd rather see people concealing. They say, why? Don't you want to know who's carrying? I said, no, I'd like to know they've had a background check and some very basic minimum training. Some facts. The top homicide states per capita are Alaska, Alabama, Montana, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Arkansas, and Wyoming, not liberal states. Top city homicide per capita is St. Louis, Missouri, with 68.2 per 100,000. That's 3 times more than Chicago at 24. Anyone who can legally and responsibly carry should not have a problem getting the license. It's not hard to get the minimum requirements for a permit. I do not have a perfect criminal background, and I have a permit. I don't want any citizen crazier than me carrying a weapon. I have children in this community. My constitutional freedoms are already protected by the Constitution. Your fancy wording is one thing. Let's just be honest about your agenda. It's not really about freedom. Do we want vulgar books in schools? Abortion use as birth control, satanic prayers in our classrooms? Do we want drunk drivers, repeat offenders, keeping their driver's license? Don't act like we want 100% freedom. I'm not a Democrat, but with the politics nowadays, you might call me one. With your radical, extreme, corrupt agenda, you are losing the support of people like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 20 is Valerie Martin, Grand Haven City.
Good evening, commissioners. In the spirit of responsible and ethical governance, I ask the board allow some additional time for citizens to be heard before you take action on the resolution to designate Ottawa County a constitutional county. The resolution was made public only days ago, and public input and transparency are critical to effective governance. Last Wednesday, 2 church-sponsored gun violence prevention teams in Grand Haven, of which I am a member, began circulating a statement offering our objections to any type of Second Amendment or constitutional county resolution and collecting signatures of those who support our statement. We will continue to gather signatures at the Silent March to End Gun Violence on June 17 and through the end of June before submitting them all to you. Since last Wednesday, 175 persons, some of whom are parents and grandparents, some Christians, some veterans, some gun owners, some medical practitioners, some who are or were public servants, including law enforcement officers like me. But all live and belong in Ottawa County and have signed the following statement. We, the undersigned residents of Ottawa County, believe a resolution to designate Ottawa County as Second Amendment sanctuary or constitutional county would be damaging to county businesses and residents. We support the gun safety laws recently approved by the Michigan legislature. Safe gun storage laws protect our children. Expanded background checks help prevent the illegal sale of unregistered guns. And red flag laws are helpful in cases of domestic abuse and suicide. Furthermore, we support our county law enforcement officers and we rely on them to keep us safe. We cannot condone any resolution which suggests law enforcement officers should decide which laws are or are not constitutional. We cannot condone any resolution which encourages residents to disobey the law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 21 is Joel Buck, Georgetown Township.
Thank you for the time here tonight. It's a little bit long, so I'm going to read fast. Let's be honest, everyone here in this room tonight believes the reason that they're here is important for this topic. Is the Second Amendment still relevant, or is it important enough that it demands a resolution to protect it if the higher selected servants say it is not the right of the citizen to exercise? The one fact that is true about those here tonight are victims of the media and political parties' manufactured outrage. Every time there's a mass shooting, we see it all over. The name is out there. And it's just perpetuated to make people scared. We can't allow ourselves to be scared, live in fear all the time. If our government really wanted to keep us safe and they really cared about us, we wouldn't have the number 3 cause of death in the United States, medical error. Why are people all driving here in their cars tonight when you're more likely to die in a car accident than be a victim of gun violence? So instead of blaming an object for the actions of the person using it, let's look deeper with logic and not with fear. I ask you this question: why, after 247 years, is our government now pushing so hard to take away our guns? Is it because they're about to do something that we'd shoot them for? Don't kid yourself and say that they care about the citizens of this country when they'll send people like me, my children, off to war to fight just to fill the king's coin purse. Our sons are cannon fodder for them. The Second Amendment was placed in our Bill of Rights as a check to protect we the people from a tyrannical government. If publicly speaking, like I'm doing now, on this topic places me on an FBI watch list for domestic terrorism, would that be considered tyranny? If you live in a country that will lock you up until you can prove your innocence for speaking against its government, then you live not in a free country. And if I can't live in a free country, I want to live in a free county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 22 is Christina Straight, Grand Haven.
Good evening. I just wanted to say that I appreciate all of our veterans. My father is a Marine. My husband was in the Army. My son was in the Army, and my son-in-law Navy. And I fully support our military. But today I want to talk about the concerning issue is the idea of becoming a sanctuary county, which means refusing to enforce state gun safety measures, which puts public safety at risk and undermines our democratic process. These sanctuary counties try to overturn existing and proposed state and federal gun safety legislation. They claim these laws are unconstitutional, but it is important to know that they hold no legal weight and cannot override federal regulations. So let's consider the reforms that are being obstructed by these sanctuary laws, measures like background checks, extreme risk protection orders, permit to purchase laws, and safe storage laws, which are necessary steps towards responsible gun ownership and reducing gun violence. These reforms strike a balance between individual rights and public safety. Just like we accept regulations for owning and driving cars, there shouldn't be a strong opposition to the state's authority to regulate the purchase, licensing, and responsible use of firearms. These regulations aim to ensure public safety while preserving our constitutional rights. And just recently, we had a 2-year-old boy who was shot and killed. And subsequently, he died because the gun wasn't stored safely. It was in the couch, in the cushions. The Second Amendment guarantees our right to bear arms, but we must understand in the context of a well-regulated society, it is our duty to find balance between our individual rights and our public safety. By implementing reasonable regulations for the ownership and the use of firearms, we can work towards preventing senseless acts of violences. So in conclusion, I'd like to say, let's remember that responsible regulation is important alongside our Second Amendment rights. We should strive for a society where individual rights are respected without compromising public safety. And I think together we can find common ground and implement sensible regulations that protect both of our constitutional rights and the well-being of our communities. So please vote no.
Thank you.
Number 23 is Monique Hanson, Spring Lake Village.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm Monique Hanson from Spring Lake Village. Are there deeper motives to this constitutional county resolution? Have Joe and Sylvia decided that this is the next item on their agenda to embrace the doctrine of lesser magistrates and be the authority over what is constitutional? To the board, how much do you trust Joe and Sylvia and our law group? Can you really trust a man who told Ms. Curran and Mr. Bonema that there would be no major changes at the January 3rd meeting? Can you really trust a man who told us nothing would change with the Hambly resolution correction? And how about trusting our legal counsel, Jack Jordan, who refused to be transparent during that same meeting about the implications of that vote and then spoke to the press in more detail after? Do you trust a man who claims to be pro-life but refused to sign his name on an MOU for grant money supporting a doula program aimed to help address the higher mortality rates of our local Black mothers and their babies? Instead of signing his name, he wrote out the Latin phrase for compelled by force. Compelled by force, it appears Joe does not want to feel like he is being compelled by force anymore. He doesn't want to be compelled by force to follow the laws and regulations we have that he does not agree with. He doesn't want to be compelled by force to provide funding for programs and resources he does not agree with. Joe's mentor and our county lawyer, David Coleman, has said at a recent speaking event that he expects to go to jail if he ever has to call someone a pronoun he doesn't agree with. It seems he doesn't want to be compelled by force to comply with those pesky anti-discrimination laws. Sylvia, in a public comment at a Board of Commissioner meeting in late 2021, said defunding the health department wouldn't be so bad. She doesn't want to be compelled by force to fund departments that offer services she does not agree with. There are implications for this resolution beyond just a commitment to adhere to the Constitution. If given the opportunity, is this how the board could go about cutting programs and resources in our beloved community? Please be transparent with your motive, Joe. As a military wife, back up. I urge you to vote no on this resolution, but if you cannot give a solid no vote tonight, I do ask that you postpone this vote until we see the outcomes of the court cases this board has against them, so we can see how well our council interprets laws and resolutions. As a military wife, I appreciate the sentiment of the military resolution. I'm sure it will pass unanimously as it should. However, it has completely been clouded by the divisive constitutional county resolution. Our service members deserve better than to be an afterthought of your personal agenda, Joe. Thank you, board, and have a good day.
Thank you.
Number 24 is Dan Zimmer, Fort Sheldon Township.
Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township, Chairman and members of the room. Topic, hindsight. That was then, this is now. Hindsight defined as perception of the nature of an event after it has happened. In hindsight, it's clear there were alternatives. Hindsight is 2020. Reflection is a component of hindsight. Reflection is defined as the process of engaging the self in attentive, critical, exploratory, iterative interactions with one's thoughts and their underlying conceptual frame with a view to changing them and a view on the change itself. I would encourage members of this board to reflect on the events of 2023 and truly question your acts of commission and omission of duty. Groupthink is a psychological phenomenon that occurs within a group of people in which the desire for harmony or conformity in the group results in irrational or dysfunctional decision-making outcome. Cohesiveness or the desire for cohesiveness in the group may produce a tendency among its members to agree at all costs. This causes the group to minimize conflict and reach a consensus decision without critical evaluation. Is the current situation really what you signed up for as part of your personal mission statement? Vote your conscience, not your contract with Joe Moss and Ottawa Impact.
Thank you.
Number 25 is Aiden Scripsima, Georgetown Township.
I applaud you for getting that Dutch name correct. Good job. I'm Dan Scripsima from Georgetown Township. I spent 40 years teaching government and history at Jenison High School. I am the only person in the history of Jenison High School to be voted Teacher of the Year twice. So I think I have a little bit of credibility to talk here. Joe, it seems that you know Latin. So I have a phrase for you. That day. Now let me begin. Upon reading your resolution, you've made some grievous mistakes. I wonder maybe if you missed those days when they taught the Constitution. First, your documents are wrong. You say life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. That's the wrong document. That's the Declaration of Independence, not the Constitution. Come on. Second, your phrase, God-given rights to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. It's wrong again. It says creator. It doesn't say God, it says creator. Now you may say this is no big deal, but yes, it is, because the men that wrote these documents, they were not Christian Reformed. They were not Reformed. They weren't Baptists. They were deists. Google it. Okay, it's a lot different than what you think it is. Madison and Jefferson are turning over in their graves. Who to take, Joe? Who to take? Now, if you move on to the second part of that resolution, you talk about freedom of religion. Freedom is great. But here in Ottawa County, we're turning a democracy into a theocracy. The political leaders are the religious leaders. Theocracies don't work very well, because if you disagree with the religious leaders, you end yourself ostracized, you end yourself kicked out, you end yourself persecuted. I wonder if I could think of an example. How about what's happened to the DEI? How about what's going on with the health department? Oh, there's theocracy right at work, I'm telling you. Freedom of speech. Once again, your actions speak louder than words. No. Wait a minute. How does that work, freedom of speech? You move people away because you don't like what they say. You can't talk to them, go over and sit over here. You used to sit by me, now you're sitting somewhere else. Freedom of the press. Do we have freedom of the press? We have closed meetings. How can we remain free if you don't inform us?
Thank you.
I'll say one more thing. Who to take, Joe? It means shame on you.
Thank you.
Number 26 is Dr. Brian Stork, Spring Lake Township.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to my comments. I know you have a long night ahead of you. I just wanted to share some experiences that I hope are helpful in your decision-making this evening. I'm a urologist. I treat kidney stones and prostates and incontinence and, erectile dysfunction and that kind of thing. And I followed a girl to West Michigan. I love West Michigan, and I've practiced in Muskegon County now for 20 years. And I kind of thought, I'll just drive to Mercy, I'll drive to Hackley, I'll drive back home, and I'll do what I'm good at, And back in 2015, I got called to the operating room over at Hackley for a young man that had a wound, gun violence wound to his ureter. It was right next to his vena cava. And I got to tell you, I'm not really trained for that kind of injury. I'm not a trauma surgeon. And I don't know, by the grace of God, we were able to fix that, and he did okay. And I found out later that that was his third admission for a gun violence injury. So, it's bad when a urologist gets involved. And in my time in Muskegon, I've seen lots and lots of gun violence injuries, and we have a program called Safer Teens now, where we're trying to identify youth at risk for gun violence and intervene ahead of time. I met with I'm on the board of the State Medical Society as well. And the State Medical Society, if you can imagine, it's a 30-person board. And if you can try to get 30 doctors to agree on anything, I mean, can you imagine, right? I can't get 3 doctors to agree on anything. But after the murders at Oxford. I think the board was shaken, and I think as physicians, we felt a moral responsibility to take a stand on gun violence. And we have a lot of physicians that are gun owners, own assault weapons, believe it or not. The medical society turns out to be pretty conservative, but doctors have had it. You know, we're tired. We're tired of what it's doing to our communities. We're tired of what it's doing to our healthcare systems. And we had a lot of discussions, and we think these are pretty reasonable, laws. We don't think people are overly inconvenienced with these laws. I know a lot of people will disagree. Gun violence is a complicated issue, I just ask, I don't think that this constitutional county business is going to help. I just wanted to submit, if it's of any interest, we have a study that we did in Muskegon about how much all of this is costing, millions of dollars in healthcare. And then a parent's guide to firearm safety. I don't know if anyone's interested in looking at any of this.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Number 27 is Jacob Welch, Grand Haven.
Good evening. There comes a peculiar feeling which seizes me every time I have the occasion to speak publicly, especially in a place like this. I've always wished that magical words and phrases would deliver to me through divine inspiration, able to cut through the partisan blinders we have been putting over our eyes in the last century. But seeing as nothing has come, I'll make do without those magical words and try to tell something that every other speaker here today has done and will do. Our experiences shape the words we present, and I'll tell you mine. Throughout my life, I've been blessed with having great parents, a mother and father who cares about me and provides for all my needs and sometimes my needless wants. And there's a lot of that. And that is really all you can ask for, speaking as a son. But being the son of a truck driver and Taco Bell manager has also taught me a lot of lessons, especially from my father, the truck driver, who would be the only other person interested in politics besides me and my family. And I talked about politics a lot. He's a conservative man, both my parents are, and our arguments would dissolve into what most arguments nowadays dissolve into, pointless bickering about issues of irrelevance. But what I've always learned in those conversations is throughout all these disagreements, we'd always find common grounds. We found solutions and we talked about those. We aren't too different after all, and we share the same rooted belief in our constitutional democracy. But these symbolic disagreements, which are really all I have known for my existence, haven't always been there. These fights hit something that is dividing our nation and now our county. A wedge struck between all Americans with the worrying realization that the confidence in our institutions has since faded. I've seen this in my generation especially. We've departed from the issues which in the past American men and women have fought and died for. We are so concerned with the youth not turning out to vote, but can we really blame them? In a survey conducted by Ottawa County, in 2021, less than 35% of people believed that our nation was on the right track, but more than 60% believed in their county. And I wonder if we did that survey today, what the results would be. By no means this is a rant against the commissioners, for we all understand that this government is by no means perfect and needs changing. That is why we have a representative government. But by making the step of becoming a constitutional county, we're going to further alienate Americans, and no further will we have realized this when we have a house divided. The process which has worked for the entirety of this nation's existence should continue to be our process, the democratic process. By invalidating laws we don't agree with, it sets a dangerous precedent, and I become worried about this country's future. I hope this doesn't become one of those speeches which has become easy now, where we deftly listen and bob our heads. I implore you to seek common ground. Do as I did with my father and find solutions within the framework of an actually constitutionally representative government. And as the first gentleman said, a republic if we can keep it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 28 is Aaron Compagner, Jamestown Township.
My name is Aaron J. Compagner, Precinct 1, District 4. First thing I want to say is all these mass shootings or the ones that were brought up today were in supposed gun-free zones. So just wanted to point that out first. Secondly, I wanted take an excerpt from this book, The Doctrine of the Lesser Magistrates. I just want to read a small bit of it here. When tyranny presents itself, almost never do all the lesser magistrates stand and resist. When oppression and tyranny comes, the higher magistrate or the lesser magistrates, I'm sorry, I messed up there. Even when some lesser magistrates take a stand, usually the majority will go along with the tyranny. This is how things always go when good becomes evil and evil becomes good in a nation. Does that sound familiar to any of you in our country right now? It does to me. Most go along to get along. That sounds familiar. I think that's what sustained Hitler's Germany and Stalin's Russia. The people's hope is that lesser magistrates everywhere will understand their God-given right and duty to interpose and stand in the gap when oppression and tyranny raises its ugly head. The people must then rally around these lesser magistrates who actually do stand. I know some of you, a handful at least, are going to do the right thing, have the courage to stand up for the Constitution. I'm just challenging the rest of you who may be on the fence or whatever it may be to have courage to do the right thing. It's easy to do the wrong thing. Doing the right thing is difficult. Courage. I know some of you on your social media pages proclaim to be pro-Constitution. So I expect you to vote that way. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Number 29 is Julia Davy, Robinson Township.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Julia Davy, and I live in Robinson Township. Up until my retirement last summer, I practiced general pediatrics in Grand Haven for 27 years. When I first started practicing in 1995, the #1 cause of death in children aged 1 to 14 was injuries. Today, gun violence is the #1 cause of death in children in the United States of America. This abhors me, and it absolutely breaks my heart. We are the only country among our peers for which this is true. Among countries which are our peers, which includes Canada, France, the UK, Germany, and others, based on data from 2022, our rate of firearm deaths in children age 1 to 19 was 5.6 deaths per 100,000 children. The average rate for countries considered our peers was 0.3 deaths per 100,000 children. We have a 6-time higher rate of children dying from gun violence than any of our peers. This is unconscionable. In addition, the United States has more guns per person than any other country in the world. We have 120 guns for every 100 people in this country. The next closest country is the Falkland Islands with 62.1 guns per 100 people. No one has more guns than we do. Think about it. If having more guns makes us safer, then why do we have more children dying from guns when we have more guns? I implore you, please do not sabotage sensible gun laws. By doing so, you, the pro-life party, will cause more children to die.
Thank you.
Number 30 is Mary Moore, Holland Township.
Good evening. I'm Mary Moore from Holland Township. As a fellow citizen of the United States and a proud retiree of Ottawa County, I want to thank you for listening and respectfully considering the opinions of all your constituents. I'm here this evening to talk with you about my strong objection to the proposed resolution to designate Ottawa County as a constitutional county. I'm concerned about this because its intention appears to be rooted on the doctrine of the lesser magistrates. In fact, disputes about the constitutionality of laws and policies must be decided through the judiciary system. The justice system has sole responsibility for interpreting our state and federal constitutions. Local officials do not possess any power or control to claim constitutional violations. I stand before you this evening advocating for responsible governance and a sense of belonging for all of our county citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 31 is Kendra Wenzel, City of Hudsonville.
Hi, Commissioners. Acts of violence have brought conversations about guns to the national stage. These acts of violence, as terrible as they are, should never be used by our government as justification to revoke the rights as outlined in the Constitution. The Second Amendment clearly states that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The founders were very clear on this. The Second Amendment exists in order for citizens to protect their own lives, their property, and their liberty from threats and tyranny. Documentation. The largest and most comprehensive survey of American gun owners ever conducted states that Americans use firearms in self-defense at least 1.7 million times per year. It is critical that we protect this personal and absolute right. Of the 1.7 million mentioned, 0 shots were fired in 81.9% of those defensive use cases. 50.9% of the time, displaying the firearm was sufficient to scare off the attacker. 31% of time simply telling someone they are armed prevented the attack from taking place. Only 18.1% of the time was firing the gun required to defend their life. It is important to note that 79.1% of these self-defense gun uses reportedly occurred inside the owner's home or on their own personal property, while 9.1% happened in a public space. As quoted by James Monroe in his second annual message to the Congress, the right of self-defense never ceases. It is among the most sacred and alike necessary to nations and to individuals. The value of firearms in self-defense is their ability to act as force multipliers. Multiple attackers can easily overwhelm an unarmed victim, but a firearm helps to even those odds. The aforementioned survey found that in the majority of cases of defensive gun use, the gun owner reported facing multiple assailants. Specifically, 51.2% of incidents included more than one attacker. This brings to mind a quote by George Washington: "There's nothing so likely to produce peace as to be well prepared to meet an enemy." It is important to note that most crimes committed in the US with guns were committed with guns that were already illegal. The US Justice Department conducted a survey finding that roughly 79% of state prison inmates that carried a firearm during the offense that sent them to jail acquired possession of the gun through illegal sources. This shows that creating stricter laws to ban guns will not solve these problems. We already have laws in place to prevent unlawful citizens from purchasing firearms. Instead of creating new laws that infringe on every American's constitutional rights, we need to do a better job of enforcing the ones we already have. In closing, I would like to leave you with a quote from one of our founding fathers, Patrick Henry. Are we at last brought to such a humiliating and debasing degradation that we cannot be trusted with arms for our own defense? Where is the difference between having our arms in our possession and under our own direction and having them under the management of Congress? If our defense to be the real object of having those arms, in whose hands can they be trusted with more propriety or equal safety to us as in our own hands? As 83 other counties have done in the state of Michigan, please vote yes on the constitutional county resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
For 32 is Joel Studebaker, Jamestown Township.
Good evening. If you claim to be religious, but don't control your tongue, you're fooling yourself. And your religion is worthless. Pure and genuine religion in the sight of God the Father means caring for orphans and widows in their distress, and refusing to let the world corrupt you. That comes from the Bible, James chapter 1, verse 26 and 27. First, I'd like to correct an earlier speaker. The #1 killer of children in America by miles over second place is abortion. The highest failure rate in the world in our country, and even locally, at caring for the orphan and the widow, and worst possible option is government. Yet our founding fathers, with signers on both the Declaration and the Constitution, gave the people a fighting chance to freely care for the widow, the orphan, and those who need help the most. I want to thank every member of this board in advance who votes for the resolutions tonight to support Ottawa as a constitutional county and to support our veterans. The question was asked, are you not already abiding by the Constitution? The majority of you are. However, the majority in the Senate and the House in Michigan are not. This is also true of the federal government. So this resolution is exactly the appropriate proactive step on behalf of we the people of Ottawa County. The statement was made that this resolution has little effect on our sheriff and prosecutor. Nothing could be further from the truth. This resolution represents the will of the majority in Ottawa County. It sets the tone for local ordinances, and it instructs the sheriff and prosecutor's offices to tell state and federal authorities to stand down or be arrested if they enter Ottawa County to violate the constitutional rights of we the people. This is exactly what should have happened in the case of Marlena Hackney. So yes, this resolution carries significant weight. We have lost our way because we have neutered the Constitution. And I would suggest the 9th and 10th Amendments might actually be the most egregiously ignored. I would like to read them and remind everyone that the power lies with we the people over every level of government, and the power always lies with local government over state and federal government, because the alternative is communism, whereby no person from conservative to liberal has any rights other than what the state allows. The 9th Amendment says very simply, the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. In other words, the people retain all rights not explicitly stated in the Constitution. The 10th Amendment states the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. Again, this amendment is stating that if a power is not stated in the Constitution, it belongs either to the state or to the people. So the theme here is that the power is always actually at the lowest level. We, the people, hold the rights, hold the powers, and we are delegated our rights, not by government, but by God. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 33 is Brenda Vandermillen, Holland Township.
My name is Brenda Vandermeulen. I live in Holland Charter Township. I'm a lifelong Ottawa County resident, and I'm here tonight for 3 reasons. First, I'm here to register my concern about the lack of responsible governance since the new commission took office. Fiscal responsibility is important, and my concern revolves specifically around the amount of money being spent to pay attorneys who routinely make rookie mistakes. I've spent the last 30 years as a business consultant. I'm appalled that professionals would dare to bill our county hundreds of dollars per hour to file claims in the wrong court and to appeal decisions before they're even made. These are facts as evidenced by the judicial comments when rejecting the filings. I urge the county to refuse to pay those bills. Second, I am here to oppose the resolution to make Ottawa County a quote constitutional county, end quote. Ottawa County is already a constitutional county. We follow the U.S. Constitution as adjudicated by the Supreme Court of the United States of America. We follow the state of Michigan Constitution as adjudicated by the Michigan Supreme Court. These are the safeguards our founding fathers put into place. As I am certain none of the members of the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners is a member of either the state or federal Supreme Court, I'm against any resolution that attempts to undermine the authority of those courts. This is also about responsible governance. Let's not waste our time and resources on this type of motion. Instead, let's get on with the important business of governing our county so that all who live here know that they belong and are cared for. Third, I'm here to support the motion to honor our veterans. My daughter-in-law is a veteran. Many people are, and I'm sure that all of us here support and are grateful for their service. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Number 34 is Cindy Cornelia, Talmadge Township.
Hello. Cindy Cornelia, Talmadge Township. I want to show my support for the Ottawa County becoming a constitutional county as outlined in the Constitution of the United States and the state of Michigan. These rights are for all. And I want to thank all the commissioners for upholding the rights given by God and established for all by our founders of the Constitution. I'm curious, is anybody paying any attention to the investigations and the hearings that are going on in the House of Representatives? Okay, it is showing all the problems that we have at the federal level. And that makes it more important than ever that we go through with this. This talks about freedom of speech, just like what we're exercising here today. This freedom has been infringed upon. Think of the example of the people that went for the J6, okay, and to that protest. Those people are being harassed by the FBI, also being censored by the government. And if you pay attention to those investigations, you will see that that is coming out. Freedom of religion. We all were talking about that. We know what that is about. Freedom to assemble. We're assembling here. Well, they closed down our churches and didn't allow us to assemble at our churches during the lockdowns. Our right to bear arms. Well, that is to protect us against a tyrannical government. It was also set up for people for general protection, for hunting, for farming. That's how it was set up originally. The right of due process. We're having a little problem with the right of due process because going back to the January 6th thing, we have a lot of people who have been arrested, put in jail without trials, okay? And hey, what's all those, that 86,000 IRS agents that have now been hired, okay? So I'm just thinking that maybe if we pay a little bit of attention to those investigations, we'll understand why some of this is important. And I'm also very happy that we are honoring our military. As we all know, they've given their lives, their time, their health to protect us. And we should never forget that sacrifice. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk. It's been an hour and a half. Why don't we take a short 10-minute recess, come back at 8:15.
That's everything. Cheese it, goldfish, sprinkles.
Talk to you and ask.
I'd like to call this meeting back to order. And we will continue with public comment.
Number 35 is Stephen Rockman, Grand Haven Township.
Good evening, Commissioners. I support the resolution to declare Ottawa County a constitutional county. The resolution resolves to protect individual freedoms, including freedom of speech, religion, assembly, the right to keep and bear arms, and the right to due process. This is urgently needed. Michigan's red flag law, or extreme risk protection orders, is expected to go into effect next spring. The law will allow family members, police, mental health professionals, roommates, and former dating partners to petition a judge to remove firearms from those they believe pose an imminent threat to themselves or others. If granted, the accused have their firearms taken and later given a hearing to prove their innocence if they can afford it. The law allows courts to issue orders allowing law enforcement to seize firearms from people who have committed no crime. It's like Franz Kafka's The Trial, where Joseph K. knew he had done nothing wrong, but one morning was arrested. The story of Gary Willis, a resident of Maryland, is a cautionary tale. A distant relative of Willis had requested an extreme risk protection order due to an alleged incident. The next day, Willis was awakened at 5:17 a.m. by two county officers knocking on his door to serve him. Willis recognized that the ERPO was not a search warrant. A dispute followed, and one of the officers shot Willis dead. It's easy to imagine many stories like this of innocent people being targeted with false accusations over speech, religion, or association by spurned former partners or family members seeking revenge and ending like Joseph K. While everyone wants to curb gun violence, the red flag law will not end suicides and mass shootings, but will bypass the Second and Fourth Amendments while ending due process. The Constitution mandates that no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Seizing the property of individuals who have been convicted of no crime violates this provision, depriving individuals of a clearly established constitutionally guaranteed right in the absence of criminal charges or trial is an affront to civil liberties. Turning on its head, civil liberties and property rights to prevent unproven acts of violence are policies more suited for dystopian thrillers like Minority Report, not a free society. Benjamin Franklin said, "They who would give up an essential liberty for temporary security deserve neither liberty or security." Again, I support the resolution and declare Ottawa County a constitutional county. The spirit of freedom is alive and well in Ottawa County. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number 36 is Darlene Dykstra, Georgetown Township.
Hi, Darlene Dykstra, Georgetown Township. You have my full support of the constitutional county resolutions, and I thank you for honoring the military in the second resolution, as my husband is a Vietnam War vet. I also wanted to thank you for the insightful and informative statements you made recently in Simply American with regard to mini grants A and B. I especially appreciate how you explained why you were compelled to sign these mini grants approved by the previous board. I'm happy to hear that moving forward, all due diligence will be done before signing any further grants that fall under your administration. Especially concerning to the taxpayers in Ottawa County is the fact that the previous board apparently passed these grants without regard to the fact that, quote, the grantee's website showed no indication of an EIN number, formal office, or formal business name. State of Michigan records searches of organizations, nonprofits, and businesses yielded no results for this organization or the grantee's name. Thus, it appears the county may be paying $12,500 to a bank account of a constituent. It's quite obvious the health department's decision does not, in your words, appear to meet an ethical and professional standard which should be in place for county business transactions. This concern is irrespective of race or the services the grantee claims will be provided using our taxpayer money. The grantee apparently promotes division between Black and white people with a homepage statement, quote, "America has never loved Black people," end quote, which begs the question, why on earth is our health department and previous board wanting to promote something so divisive and give them money to support it? Mini Grant B is also egregious, as this grant uses taxpayer money to groom children by funding, quote, "programming for youth with activist organizations that support and promote the sexualization of children, particularly when they advocate on issues with lifelong ramifications, which children are not developmentally equipped to process or consent to." Finally, it has been well stated, quote, "It is not the role of government to participate in promoting and supporting organizations that promote an agenda which includes the sexualization of children, especially as we increasingly see the potential for the overstep of parental rights in medical decisions regarding gender transition for children." And once again, I thank you very much for those resolutions and I support them.
Thank you.
Number 37 is Donna Mooney, Georgetown Township.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm a tax-paying resident of Jenison, and I'd like to express my continued support for the new BOC. You know who you are. I also want to extend my support for a resolution declaring Ottawa County a constitutional county. The U.S. Constitution is the hierarchy of U.S. law. Upholding the Constitution as written is not radical or extreme, but rather not upholding it can lead to unconstitutional consequences such as loss of life, loss of freedoms, loss of livelihood, and astronomical legal bills for those who are affected. Unfortunately, unconstitutional laws that are passed in conflict of the Constitution must be challenged up to the United States Supreme Court, which takes a lot of time and money. I realize it doesn't matter what I say. Those who don't like me will never hear what I'm trying to say and instead form their own perception, but I will continue to speak up for the right of all people to speak freely without being harassed or intimidated into staying silent because someone finds what they say to be offensive. The First Amendment of the Constitution reads, "Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances." The Second Amendment of the Constitution reads, "A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." Just some facts about the most recent mass shootings as they are defined. On May 3rd, 2023, AP News reported that sex offender Jesse McFadden of Henrietta, Oklahoma, killed his wife, her 3 children, and 2 friends before killing himself. Jesse McFadden, who had a lengthy criminal record, could not have obtained a gun legally with the laws already in place. On April 30th, 2023, AP News reported that Francisco Oropeza, a man living in the U.S. illegally, shot and killed 5 people after his neighbor asked him to stop firing rounds while their baby was trying to sleep. Why didn't the laws in place, especially immigration laws, stop Francisco Oropeza from getting a gun? On March 28, 2023, AP News reported that Audrey Hale, a former student at a Christian elementary school in Nashville, Tennessee, opened fire, killing 3 children and 3 adults. What new laws would have stopped Jesse McFadden, Francisco Oropeza, and Audrey Hale from killing 17 people? Why didn't the laws already in place stop them? The issues surrounding the increase, actually, let me go ahead and move on. On a separate note, in a Rasmussen survey dated January 13th, 2022, 59% of Democrat voters surveyed would favor a government policy requiring the citizens remain confined to their homes at all times except for emergencies if they refused a COVID-19 vaccine. 45% of Democrats surveyed supported involuntary. Thank you for upholding our constitutional rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 39 is Joe Murray, Holland City.
You're almost done. Well, you're almost halfway done.
Today, I'd like to talk about transparency. Quoting from the Ottawa Impacts contract with Ottawa County's website, and I quote, "I will support county resolution that instructs the county administrator and corporate legal counsel to take steps to make information public by default, to increase transparency and accountability. Private information should be the exception for public servants." Ottawa Impact needs to demonstrate that this is actually going to follow through on this promise. In the last 5 months, we see mounting evidence that they use their new positions to resist transparency over and over again. Public comment section of social media sites that our tax dollars pay for are censored at the direction of the county administrator. Any attempt by the media to interview commissioners is rebuffed. Freedom of Information Acts are suddenly manipulated and exorbitantly priced to slow down the flow of information. We now learn that those who appear to be friendly toward Ottawa Impact get fast and cheap responses to their FOIA requests. When the public asks questions, we are given silence. When certain commissioners ask questions, they are told to be quiet, even to the point of silencing public discussions of issues that board members are working on. Where's the transparency in muzzling our elected officials as they attempt to do their duties? If the county administrator is not going to serve the whole board, then why should we pay his outrageous salary? If he reports only to the chair and the vice chair, then they can pay him out of their salaries. And we, the people, can have an administrator that respects us. The question before us, all of us, is why? Why does the chair and the vice chair choose to act in this way? Well, the chair has given his answer. He tweeted this on April 26th of 2023, quoting one of his heroes. And I quote, "This should be the goal of political organizations on the right, not to hold our enemies to account, enemies, not people, our enemies to account for violating principles they don't really believe in, but to take power and consolidate it without remorse so that we can do things that are meaningful," end quote. Ottawa Impact desires to take power and consolidate without remorse. They claim transparency, hide behind closed doors, and they're lawyers when people ask questions. They are now making our public servants clear any communication with Joe Moss's partner's lawyer. I understand how politics works. Stalin did this, Xi's doing it now. You may be able to skirt the letters of the laws of Michigan. You might get through the inevitable recall elections. July 3 is coming. That will start soon. But you are lying to Ottawa County when you claim to be transparent. There is an 8th commandment, and you are violating it on a regular basis. Our true judge holds our leaders to a higher standard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 40 is Deb Sizek, Port Sheldon Township.
My name is Deb Sizek, Port Sheldon Township, Constitutional County. Elected officials take an oath to uphold the state and federal constitutions, not rewrite history for self-serving purposes that are basically not enforceable. Quoted directly from the Ottawa County website, commissioners pass resolutions which establish policies for internal matters like budgets, services, capital improvements, and like matters. I am seeing a pattern, a standard method of operation for Ottawa Impact, which is always under the guise of protecting our rights. This resolution has nothing to do with our freedoms being compromised. In fact, the Constitution has already guaranteed these rights with added safeguards. It is about power and control and circumventing the law to address your personal agenda. And by doing so, you are playing with fire. It falsely implies to county residents they are not subject to the law. Ottawa Impact claims to be defending the Constitution, yet you are doing the opposite. You are violating the Constitution and threatening our rights by interfering in areas outside of your jurisdiction. Which brings me to my next point as your pattern unravels. This resolution was originally presented as making Ottawa County a Second Amendment sanctuary county. But when it is finally made public, it has morphed into an all-encompassing resolution, again, under the guise of protecting our freedoms. Remember when you voted to correct the past minutes just for the record? I believe it took less than 24 hours and your legal counsel filed a lawsuit against the health director. There is a hidden agenda that you are not sharing until it's time to pounce again. And suddenly you think you found the loophole to circumvent the courts and the constitutionality of the state and the nation. More wasted time, more lawsuits, more taxpayer money flowing into the Coleman Group, more national news coverage of where you don't belong, don't want to work, and don't want to live. It has now become our job to educate the public about your erroneous musings and self-serving agenda. Truly, you have no interest in the majority of county residents with limited to no educational background in local government, the never-ending efforts at micromanaging, and the continuous badgering of educated professional county employees. My parents were World War II veterans, and they fought for the rights and freedoms of all Americans. They taught me to respect the flag, respect the law, and the importance of education. They modeled the meaning of common good and sound governance, and above all, they taught the importance of being respectful and open-minded to those whose path may be different than mine. I do not need or want a moral compass. Do the job you are elected to do.
Thank you.
Number 41 is Katie Staroba, or Park Township, excuse me.
Katie Staroba, Park Township. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak. You have my full support of the resolution that declares Ottawa County, Michigan to be a constitutional county. As outlined in the Constitution of the United States and the state of Michigan to include freedom of speech, religion, and assembly, the right to keep and bear arms, and the right to due process. The brave men and women of the military have boldly protected the right to life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness for nearly 250 years. The resolution honoring the military is a beautiful tribute and touches me personally. As a military family member, I spent years at Walter Reed Medical Military Center caring for wounded service member. And while there, I helped single soldiers navigate their veteran benefits and their really confusing appointments. I specialize as a yoga instructor to work with the wounded, specifically those suffering from PTSD, traumatic brain injury, and trauma, volunteering my time for so many amazing military nonprofits. I've seen personally the struggles they have fighting the active duty systems as well as the VA. We owe them our unwavering gratitude. I have many friends who I consider family that have served, and those that are still currently serving the Army, Marines, Navy, Air Force, and Coast Guard. Some of them I invited here tonight. I'd like to read a few excerpts from the resolution. We stand in remembrance of those who fought and died to defend and protect us so that we can all live in freedom. We are forever indebted to these men and women who demonstrated the greatest love for our country and grieve with their families. We recognize and honor the service, sacrifices, and contributions of veterans, military families for what they have done and what they continue to do every day to support our great nation. As reminded by John F. Kennedy, as we express our gratitude, we must never forget the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. Thank you for this resolution, honoring their service and sacrifice to this great nation. I'd also like to thank most of you for asking the tough questions since January. Thank you for looking into the things that simply received a rubber stamp for the last few years. And thank you for being bold and brave. You were elected in what some would call the most secure election processes. We are thankful that the people have spoken. Ottawa County, where freedom rings.
Thank you.
Number 42 is Rebecca Patrick, Allendale Township.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm Rebecca Patrick from Allendale Township. And yeah, this is tough for you and for us. So who doesn't love the Constitution? Everyone sitting here, all 500 of us spread all over this building, would likely say they love the Constitution. But that's not really the issue before us, and I think you know that. The question is, what's really going on here? Have you noticed in almost all of your meetings, the question is always, what's really going on here? So let's consider the following pieces of the puzzle. Board leadership believes that a local official should have the right to overturn any law, rule, or decision if he doesn't agree with it. Board leadership has been quite public in advocating for that belief. Board leadership held a meeting in this very building on May 10th to teach and persuade others that a local leader alone has the power to decide which laws apply in Ottawa County. Your board leaders are not philosophers. It is my belief that they are teaching these subversive, undemocratic principles because they intend to act on them. This is a shocking thing to contemplate. Ottawa County government, no longer part of a democracy, but instead an autocracy. Your board leaders know it's shocking and that any reasonable person would be horrified by it. So they need to use you for cover by means of this resolution. Look, they can say, the board resolved to protect individual freedoms, and I'm just following this resolution if I tell the state or federal government to take a hike. Members of the board, they are trying to play you. They want to use you and make you complicit in their hunger for power. We've had this discussion before. Your leaders have a history of bad faith behavior, and I believe this is another example. Don't let them make you complicit in their quest to subvert democracy, because that is what's really happening here. I know this, all of this is difficult. And I think that most of us would find that we have a lot in common if we sat down over a beverage. I intend to do that soon with Commissioner Cosby, since she extended that invitation. We have to find a way to rebuild trust so that we can all enjoy our beautiful West Michigan summer, all 3 weeks of it, together, maybe on the beach or at the park instead of in this miserable meeting room. Vote no on this resolution to subvert democracy.
Thank you.
Number 43 is Tom Parker, City of Zeeland.
Good evening, Tom Parker, City of Zeeland. First, I want to thank and support the many employees of Ottawa County. Earlier this year, you all took an oath of office as an Ottawa County Commissioner. You raised your right hand and many of you put your left hand on a Bible. The oath asked, quote, "Do you solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of this state, and will fully discharge the duties of the office of Ottawa County Commissioner in and for the County of Ottawa and the state of Michigan according to the best of your ability," unquote. You all said yes. There was no addendum. Yet, when I read over your resolution to protect constitutional freedoms, you want to add and interpret these constitutions to fit your agenda. You'd allow others to ignore and disobey laws. You make no secret of this. It's right here in black and white. I taught government and history in Ottawa County for over 33 years. I'm a James Madison Fellow and received my master's degree with an emphasis on the United States Constitution. If you brought this resolution to my teacher's desk, I'd suspect that this group project was nothing more than just a cut and paste paper. I could believe that you were serious about your constitutional county resolution in reference to your First Amendment section if you actually protected freedom of speech and respected freedom of the press. Your resolution says you want to, quote, "protect the constitutional rights as a first priority," end quote. Yet as a board, you voted to take away freedom of speech from your fellow commissioners when you prohibited comments by them at the end of board meetings. The only way for them to make a comment is if Chairman Moss approves it ahead of time. This is a form of censorship. Freedom of speech does not ring within these walls. You also continue to show a lack of respect for the freedom of the press. If you can't model and guarantee First Amendment rights in your own chamber by what you say or how you act, how can you trust citizens? How can citizens trust that you will protect constitutional rights as a first priority? Your previous statements, actions, and budget priorities clearly show that through this resolution, this is an attempt to erode and take away rights that are guaranteed in federal and state law. This is above and beyond your constitutional oath and potentially subjects our county to multiple lawsuits. Your primary duty is to provide responsible governance for the citizens of Ottawa County, and I therefore urge each of you to vote no on this misguided and fundamentally flawed resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 44 is Jeff Westendorp, Holland.
Evening, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Westendorp. I'm a resident of Holland. I'm here today to speak to the resolution to become a constitutional county. And I come just with questions. First, wouldn't the resolution create a lot of uncertainty and confusion? What is acceptable and not acceptable will change with the makeup of a board of commissioners. This would be a complex and time-consuming process for the Board of Commissioners, and it would create a lot of uncertainty for businesses, schools, nonprofits, and residents. Second, wouldn't becoming a constitutional county be expensive? How has the Board of Commissioners assessed cost? The Board of Commissioners would have to debate and litigate unique situations that would take employee time and have legal costs. It would be difficult for employees to know what laws, rules, or resolutions to follow. Assessing the actions on several bases will add to their time it takes to do common tasks and hard tasks. It seems this would be a significant financial burden on our county. Third, would becoming a constitutional county actually improve our government? Our current government has evolved and continues to evolve. And while not perfect, it has run well over time by having robust discussions moving forward. And we don't all agree on the outcome, but there are checks and balances. Isn't a large untested change like this risky? There may be answers to these questions, but will the board provide these answers? Also, it seems becoming a constitutional county would make it more difficult for our county to access state and federal funding. As the Board of Commissioners is selective on what laws and statutes are enforced and what programs are and are not funded, won't the state and federal government be selective in their funding to Ottawa County? This could deprive our businesses, our schools, our nonprofits, and our residents of important services. In conclusion, the resolution to become a constitutional county is not productive, not a concept we should adopt. We would create uncertainty, confusion, and expense. I urge you to vote against this resolution, at least until there's time to understand the implications of such actions. It is in the interest of businesses, schools, nonprofits, and residents for the Board of Commissioners to vote against this resolution to become a constitutional county. Thank you. Thank you for your time, and take the lead and find common ground.
Thank you.
Number 45 is Michael Kuras, Spring Lake Township.
I am Michael Kuras. I reside in Spring Lake Township. My subject is a note of gratitude to the current Board of Commissioners. I want to thank you for exposing and confronting the rise of nationalist socialism in this country, in this state, and yes, even in this county. When you challenge their fascist tactics, they accuse you of fascism. They seek to gut the rule of law by replacing it with a rule of exceptions. They call it wokeism. They seek to destroy the fabric of our country and our culture by co-opting our language. Equity used to mean, it still means, you get what you deserve. Instead, they want us to believe that equity means making it a role of government to apportion outcomes, to dispense rewards according to their own shifting criteria. That is at the heart of many so-called DEI departments. They thank you for getting Ottawa County government out of that toxic business. But they aren't just targeting equity and the rule of law. They are targeting the very foundation of our culture, the primacy of the family unit. First, they dissolved the sacred bonds of matrimony. 2 generations ago, divorce was a sad but rare occurrence. Today, it is so commonplace, it has become the rule. How many times have you been divorced? Wear it as a badge of honor. And now they want our increasingly rare but successful family units to surrender raising the next generation of Americans to their schools. Initially, it takes a village. Now it has become teachers, not parents, who should be the final arbiters of the values taught to our children. For our opponents, a fascist state is their utopia. The government, the state, is supreme over all and decides everything. The individual is merely the ward and a servant of an all-powerful state. They were succeeding. Our public servants were increasingly seeing themselves as public shepherds. Yes, public shepherds. Thankfully, you are turning that around. Let freedom ring for all.
Thank you.
Number 46 is Barbara Rowe, Grand Haven.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm Barbara Rowe. I live in Grand Haven. My husband and I came to Grand Haven 50 years ago, raised our family. It's a great place to be. Throughout the years, we've been very involved with civic, school, religious organizations. We've attended many Grand Haven City Council meetings, many Ottawa County Board Commission meetings, fundraising committees, and we've all seen an appreciation for the opportunity to speak and to be listened to. So I appreciate that we have this opportunity, even though I'm number 46. Along with that, there was often a lively debate, and obvious tonight is an example of that. But there was always a civil, respectful, and non-threatening atmosphere within the room. What I'm about to say to you tonight is I no longer feel safe at public meetings. And I would have to include the Ottawa County Board of Commission. My husband and I finally came 1 month ago. We sat here in the front row. And there's a bit of a kidding back and forth. Is it safe to go? Are we going to be shot at? Well, of course, nothing happened and nothing will happen tonight either. But there is a atmosphere within the room, and I came from the overflow room, of hatred, fear, and anger. Some even have a handgun strapped to their hip. My question, excuse me, may I finish? My question to the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners is there a way that you can run the county government without causing so much anger and fear? Secondly, tonight our commissioners will vote on Ottawa County becoming a constitutional county. If passed, this means the Ottawa County Sheriff and prosecutor do not have to enforce laws within the federal or state constitution. County commissioners,
May I remind you about the 2023 rules that you all agreed to 5 months ago? Here's a copy. And may I read Article 3? Don't read?
Your
Oh,
your
okay.
time is up, but thank you.
Okay. I hope that you'll look at this because you agreed to
Number 47 is Luann Worksma, Grand Haven City.
Although he's not here tonight, Roger Bergman, District 10 Commissioner, has my thanks and admiration for his diligent service to Ottawa County for more than 8 years. He's an elected official who truly represents the people of his district and has always worked to make Ottawa County strong, stable, and welcoming. The 6 commissioners who are supported by and who in turn represent the ideals of Ottawa Impact fall far short of the bar set by Commissioner Bergman. As of today, you've been in office 20 weeks, just about 20% of your terms. Thus far, you have disrupted much and accomplished little. Instead, you have wasted 140 days and millions of county taxpayer dollars advancing an agenda that has nothing to do with the actual work of a county commission. When you took your seats on January 3rd, most of you having never served in government, you displayed ignorance of the Open Meetings Act and Robert's Rules of Order. Insofar as you don't seem to be learning from your mistakes, perhaps you're not ignorant of the law and rules, perhaps you simply disdain them. Tonight, you seek to further your agenda with a resolution that purports to make you the arbiters of the constitutionality of every law passed by our duly elected representatives in Lansing and Washington, D.C. And if you care about representative government, and you've been counting tonight, 75% of the speakers so far have spoken against that resolution. For 220 years, we've had a system of checks and balances that provides for the judiciary to check the power of state legislatures and the United States Congress. You can stand down. We don't need you interpreting the Constitution for us. What we do need you to do is maintain our county roads, drains, parks, and waterways to protect our public health and community mental health, and to support our nationally respected county clerk in his and his staff's work to keep our elections secure. Please vote no on the resolution and stop all this nonsense and start doing your jobs.
Thank you.
Number 48 is Harvey Nickel, Georgetown Township. Or Jennison.
Thank you. I'm Harvey Nickel from Jennison. Thank you for doing your research and taking the necessary steps to support the parental rights of our citizens of Ottawa County. Thank you also for standing up for our constitutional freedoms, especially the First, Second, and Fourth Amendments. The Second Amendment specifically states, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. However, the Michigan legislature has passed gun laws that totally violate the Second Amendment. As per the Supreme Court ruling in the case of Marbury versus Madison, quote, all laws which are repugnant to the Constitution are null and void, close quote. Also, in the case of Miranda versus Arizona, the ruling states, quote, where rights secured by the Constitution are involved, there can be no rulemaking or legislation which would abrogate them, close quote. We are experiencing a barrage of anti-gun rhetoric, anti-gun legislation, and anti-gun narrative in the mainstream media in an effort to remove weapons from law-abiding citizens in this county, state, and country. In all my years of hunting rabbits, frogs, birds, and deer, I've never experienced a gun pulling its own trigger. Guns are not the problem. The person who pulls the trigger is the problem. More gun laws are not the solution. The states and cities that have the most stringent gun laws, like California, New Jersey, New York, Atlanta, and Chicago, have the most gun violence. Criminals are doing the shootings and committing murders. Criminals do not follow the rule of law, no matter how many rules, regulations, and laws are on the book. Courts and prosecuting attorneys need to enforce the existing laws. In Ingham County, if the Ingham County prosecutor had given the mandatory sentence to the MSU shooter, he would have been sitting in jail instead of shooting students on campus. Removing weapons from law-abiding citizens because of a criminal or mentally ill person shoots someone is like banning all cars on the highway because a drunk driver kills someone in an automobile accident. Law-abiding citizens have the constitutional right to possess firearms for hunting, recreation, and self-defense. During the first quarter of 2023, there have been more break-ins and robberies of gun stores than any other time in history. That means that more criminals now have guns and that law-abiding citizens need to have weapons readily available for self-defense. A weapon locked in a gun safe in a basement is not a deterrent for a criminal breaking into a home. It is important to look at what happened in Australia and New Zealand, where the people were coerced into surrendering their weapons. During COVID, people were removed from their homes and sent to camps where they were forced to take the COVID shots. Americans have a Second Amendment right to possess and use firearms, period. Therefore, I strongly support the resolution that declares Ottawa County a constitutional county and the resolution that honors our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number 50 is Janet Joyner, City of Ferrisburg.
I'm Janet Joyner from the thriving metropolis of Ferrisburg. In reading the chairman's comments regarding a constitutional county, I perceived that my inalienable rights guaranteed by our Constitution were being threatened. After some checking, however, I now understand that under this provision, I will be granted more rights than I currently enjoy. With no vaccine mandates, I will have the right to be crippled by polio, like my friend Elaine, who contracted it in high school and was in an iron lung. Then she recovered, and when she was 24, she relapsed and died. I will have the right to bear a blind child, like another acquaintance of mine, an elementary school teacher who contracted measles in her 5th month of pregnancy prior to our MMR vaccine and delivered a baby born blind. And let's not forget our right to be shredded by an AR-15 or an AK-47 because we must have the right to military weapons on our streets. However, we must not have the right to an abortion under any circumstances, not for a child raped by a stepfather or others, not by a mother bearing an unviable fetus that fails to miscarry, because we are the moral authority to judge. We don't need to install a system of government that enshrines this mentality. I am a Methodist, and my faith teaches me, according to Matthew 7, to judge not that ye be not judged, for as ye judge others, so may you also be judged. And perhaps even more importantly, according to Romans 2:19, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Thanks.
Thank you.
Number 51 is Don Scheel, Port Sheldon.
Good evening, I'm Don Scheel, Port Sheldon Township. I add my voice to those who oppose tonight's constitutional county resolution. If you vote in favor of this resolution, you are granting yourselves the power to be the final word on the meaning of the state and federal constitutions and of our laws. You are making yourselves the highest authority in our government. When you ran for office, did you intend to put yourselves in this position? If not, I trust you will vote against this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 52 is Jessica Sifnatis, Georgetown Township.
Hello, it's actually SIP notice. Thank you, though. I know it's a tough one. All right. Georgetown Township is where I live. I want to thank Joe Moss and John Gibbs, Ottawa Impact, and most of the commissioners, not all of them, for reminding us how important it is to stay involved in small government. I want to remind everybody to vote all the time because it matters. I know this is boring. I've been going to all these meetings and they're really not fun, but it's important. It really is because you're messing with our kids. You're messing with our schools, our teachers. I mean, the things that matter the most, mental health care, women's health care. I've had 5 miscarriages. So if I wouldn't have had access to women's health care, then I would probably be not alive right now, just so you know. So this means a lot to me. I think I said enough. I just want to make sure everybody knows how I feel because it's my right and you guys are not doing a good job. So thank you.
Thank you.
Number 53 is Kim Nagy, Georgetown Township.
Hello, Kim Nagy from Jenison. I'm opposed to the constitutional county resolution and indeed the concept. The resolution as presented is antithetical to the oath of office all of the commissioners took in January. You said you would uphold the Constitution. This resolution says you take upon yourselves the duty of the judiciary, which is the sole arbiter of the constitutionality of any given law or statute. You do not have that power. In 1996, my then husband walked into the VA hospital in Battle Creek, waving his gun around, threatening to kill himself and others. He was admitted for psych for 2 months. Upon his release, the gun was returned to him, the very gun he used to kill himself. When I called the VA after his death to ask how in the world they could return a gun to someone who had been institutionalized for psychiatric problems, they said he had property and Second Amendment rights. When clearing out his home after his death, family members found a gun in the freezer of his refrigerator. We were divorced in 1998. My children spent every other weekend at their father's home. The incredible risk to my children still makes me shake. Recently passed red flag laws and safe storage laws address the very circumstances I lived through. Mr. Moss, should you suffer a psychiatric break, I hope your family and colleagues would seek an emergency injunction to remove your guns so that your family does not suffer from a tragic gun violence incident. In the resolution, you indicate Ottawa County residents would not be afforded the protection these gun safety laws provide. This is unconscionable. Which of you will decide which laws are constitutional? This resolution makes a mockery of our system of government and proves your disdain for the very Constitution you say you seek to defend. Return our county to good governance and a place where we belong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 55 is Donovan Monte Gomez, Holland Township.
Yes, my name is Donovan Monte Gomez from Holland Township. I came today to support this resolution that's going to be passed. Yeah, I'm extremely exhausted. I'm tired. Yeah, I understand the issues that we have in this nation aren't all that. There is a lot to deal with. You guys have a lot of stuff on your shoulders, you know, complaints, arguments. Yeah, I rode my bike here and I'm gonna tell you right now, I work hard at a gas station. I work hard for my money. You know, I'd hate to be deprived like the guy from Tupelo, Mississippi. We can't carry at the gas station and I will follow that law to a T because that would be a violation of somebody else's Third Amendment right. We have rules, we have laws in place for a reason, and it's the cement of a good society to follow them. But these 6 sadistic individuals who want to go and shoot up a school I got a message for you. Don't do it. That's all.
Thank you.
Number 56 is Sheila Detloff, Holland Township.
I'm a patriotic American and the daughter of a World War II veteran who served in Italy. Like many World War II vets, my father was no fan of guns, but supported the Second Amendment. Likewise, the First Amendment. He also supported transparency in government, which demands unimpeded responses to FOIA requests, no matter whom they come from. My dad would have gotten along great with Mac Davis. You remember Mac from your first couple meetings, right? With Mac's permission, I'll share these thoughts from his latest newsletter. He says, for comic relief, let me quote Joe Moss, a quote that demonstrates the contradiction, the tautology, and why the very resolution he wants passed is, in his own words, unnecessary. Mac then quotes you. The resolution resolves to protect the individual freedoms of the people of Ottawa County as outlined in the constitutions of the United States and the state of Michigan. Mac observes that this means the resolution actually declares that the county will obey the very laws that it says it won't obey. I'll add to Mac's notes by pointing out that you've been attempting to gaslight us to hide your real motives with this resolution, which is laughable since you're about as subtle as a drag queen at a pride parade. So what is outlined in the Constitution? The Michigan Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, and Article 4, Section 1, grant the judicial power of the state exclusively to one court of justice and grant legislative power of the state to the Senate and House of Representatives. Local power? Sure, it's called voting. In other words, the power to make laws and the exclusive power to review those laws are literally written into the Constitution. And that means laws are inherently constitutional. And this is the important part, until or unless a judicial review finds they are not. Not a sheriff's review or a prosecutor's review or a county board of commissioners review, and certainly not Joe Moss's review, but the court's review, according to the Constitution anyway. You can like that or not like it, but to quote David Coleman, the language is what the language is. Your oath of office included the words, you solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state. Tonight, you can all either make a mockery of that oath and the Bible in which you swore it by supporting a fantasy version of the Constitution of which you are the arbiter, or you can stand with integrity by your oath and support the Constitution as it is written. Choose wisely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Number 57 is Melanie Skolton, Park Township.
Good evening. Melanie Skolton, Park Township. Yesterday, I emailed all of the commissioners, essentially asking why this resolution was necessary. I did receive a response from Mr. Moss, and he said, when local government ceases to preserve and protect the rights of the people must act to reform their local government. But that does not answer my question. Reading between the lines, it would seem there is still a grudge about the mask order that existed briefly over 3 years ago. Even though a lawsuit regarding the order was dismissed in December 2022, and that decision was upheld by an appeals court. So what exactly is this reform that we need? So far, all I've seen is that you've managed to take a stellar functioning county with a AAA bond rating and turn it into a dumpster fire within a few months. If that was your goal, and I'm beginning to think that it is, you're doing a fine job. Highly qualified employees are fired without cause or warning. Grant money goes unpaid, documents go unsigned. The Michigan Attorney General watches you closely. Lawsuits are piling up. FOIA requests are complete chaos. The amount of unbudgeted money being spent should concern everyone. Meanwhile, commissioners are silenced, employees are silenced. Online public comments are still not public after months of figuring it out. So until someone can provide evidence of the need for this resolution or what reforms are necessary, we are going to continue to assume that this is purely theater, smoke and mirrors, a temper tantrum, a way to keep your mask anger relevant so that you can continue to shovel money into your friends' pockets. I am hoping that you will spend this evening proving me wrong. Thank you.
Thank you.
For number 58, we have a Dan with no last name from Georgetown Township.
Don Dykstra?
I apologize. For number 58, my apologies.
No problem, no problem. Evening, board. My name is Don Dykstra from Georgetown Township, and I'm a precinct delegate. The great American social reformer and abolitionist Frederick Douglass wrote, "The liberties of the American people were dependent upon the ballot box, the jury box, and the cartridge box. That without those, no class of people could live and flourish in this country. It has been said that these three boxes, combined with the soapbox of free speech, make up the fundamental rights of the free people. The best work we can do is a free people, is to secure that one right. The right capable of securing all others, the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment does not grant us the right to bear arms. The Second Amendment denies the government the authority to infringe upon our right to bear arms. George Washington said, "A free people ought not only to be armed and disciplined, but they should have sufficient arms and ammunition to maintain a status of independence from any who might attempt to abuse them, which would include their own government." I am a veteran, a combat veteran, and a Purple Heart recipient. My oath of enlistment has no expiration date. And I'll fight for my country and my rights to bear arms. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 59 is Mark Hills, Grand Haven City.
Good evening. My name is Mark Hills. I live in the city of Grand Haven. I speak in opposition to this constitutional county proposition. I won't summarize or restate many of the eloquent comments made by people up to this point. I'd like to point out to you that you need to give consideration to a group of your constituents that so far really no one has addressed. I have a 16-year-old daughter. She's the same age as the 20 students who were killed at Sandy Hook Elementary School. Every time I drop her off at school, I think, is today going to be the day? I tell her I love her, and I hope I see her that night, even in peaceful Grand Haven. There are more than 53,000 kindergarten through 12th grade students in 132 buildings in this county. And before you give consideration to trying to take some exception to a law designed to protect those children, I think you should table this and visit every one of those schools and look in the eyes of every one of those children and explain to them why you think the fact that you believe that people who don't look like you
think like you, or pray like you should have the ability to overturn laws designed to protect them. Then you could also make a request, although I doubt it would be granted, to visit shelters where battered women are housed and explain the same thing to them. Those are the ultimate beneficiaries of those laws. And yet you want to say, no, not in Ottawa County. It's absolutely ridiculous. And until you've taken those steps, you have no right to vote on this at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 60, Scott, I am so sorry, I cannot read your last name. It is in Grand Rapids.
That's right, Tidgeon. You're close. Thank you. I just want to start off by reading a statistic here. A 2016 study estimated that 5.3% of all gun crimes were committed by legal gun owners. So it's 5.3% of all gun crimes. Further on, it says less than 0.2% of legal gun owners commit violent crimes. That's not gun crimes, that's just violent crimes in general. That's 0.2%. Those statistics are telling because this spring, likely the red flag laws will pass, and those red flag laws are targeting, 5%, maybe 5.3% of violent or of legal gun owners that commit crimes. They do nothing to stop gun crimes committed by 95% of the violent criminals. So it's interesting that we keep creating laws that restrict a very, very small portion of the people committing gun crimes, and then also restrict the vast majority of legal gun owners. I question our thinking behind that, and so I just want to reiterate that point. Also, the shooter at Michigan State, a tragic thing. He had his gun illegally, so none of the laws that were enacted in these red flag laws would have prevented anything there. Furthermore, I wonder, someone earlier was speaking about mental health and the crisis that we have here in America. And I agree, we do. It's a terrible issue. If we were to create gun laws that targeted people with mental health issues, that may be a good focus. But these laws don't. They target the guns themselves, right? Why should we restrict law-abiding people who, take the Second Amendment seriously? Another thing, there's been a lot of talk about authority tonight, and our framers put our Constitution together quite different than most other governments, really new to history when they created it 250 years ago. And they gave the authority to the people. That must be my time. I just want to remind you guys that you're public servants, and so authority does go to the people. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Number 61 is Jackie Laughlin, Grand Haven Township.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Laughlin, Grand Haven Township. I'm here tonight to introduce myself in person to my District 9 Commissioner, Roger Belkamp, and also to question the resolution affirming Ottawa County's commitment to protecting constitutional freedoms that will come before this board tonight. I've written a number of emails to Mr. Belkamp with questions about the decisions made both by him and this board. He responded to my first email with what appeared to be an acknowledgement email about why he ran, which was nice to know since I was unable to get information about any of the Ottawa Impact Commissioners before the primary and before the general election. Since then, he has not responded to any of my respectful, legitimate questions regarding his decision. In that first email, he stated that he would be transparent, that he would represent and respond to all of his constituents. He and this board have failed to do this time and time again, seeming to respond only to those of like mind. I would like to see that change. My second concern, tonight the board has a vague, broadly written resolution on the agenda about Ottawa County's commitment to protecting constitutional freedoms. Which constitutional freedoms need this board's protection? Why is there a need for this resolution? Isn't this what the board should be doing, following our Michigan and US constitutions without a specific resolution needed? Are you attempting to prohibit or impede the enforcement of or provisions of funds for duly enacted laws at the state or federal level? All this resolution will do is potentially open Ottawa County Board Commissioners to additional lawsuits at taxpayer expense, as the judicial system has a sole responsibility for interpreting our state and US constitutions. This resolution will not allow you to circumvent the court, and I ask that you vote no on it. I also would like to bring to your attention, because I have been keeping track, I am the 61st speaker, and approximately 3 to 1 have asked you not to pass this resolution. We'll see if you listen to your constituents like you say you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 63 is Karen Grotenhuis, City of Zealand.
Chairman Moss and members of the board, my name is Karen Grotenhuis and I come from the City of Zealand. The proposed document that I saw on Chairman Moss's Facebook page last week and has since been deleted and updated, as I understand, was a resolution that he had planned to address to be passed by this board of commissioners. This document, to push Ottawa County to become a constitutional county, takes away the freedoms of views of others than what Ottawa Impact desires. It is not constitutional, and it is not what it seems. I understand. Instead, it is a grave distortion and a lie of freedom. This resolution is not a law nor an ordinance, only a belief of views that are then to be enforced upon us. Once passed, it gives a soft authority over disputed issues such as possibility of Ottawa County becoming a Second Amendment sanctuary county, where federal, state, and local laws do not need to be observed, and the sheriff's department can make the decisions at the time, whatever. That's wrong. Or the interpretation of the 14th Amendment, where parental rights are decided by this board to enforce again Ottawa Impact views on all of Ottawa County, disregarding other points of views. I would like this board to vote no to this resolution for Ottawa County becoming a constitutional county. The board members have already been voted in to lead this county in a bipartisan way, like our democracy and constitution has designed. This has worked all in the 185 plus years since Ottawa County was established, using the checks and balances of our legal system. Please do not pass that constitutional county resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Verse 64 is Roger Williams, Grand Haven City.
I'm Roger Williams from Grand Haven. Last time I was here, I was suffering from dysphoria and questioning my identity. I'm happy to say that dysphoria has subsided and I no longer identify as a health expert or a doctor. I did a little watchful waiting and it worked out. Thankfully, I didn't take any medication such as hormones or have any surgical procedures that could have done some irreversible damage. I'd like to address the county becoming a constitutional county. I think it's very important to note that the left is currently vehemently opposed to becoming a constitutional county. They're actively opposed to the Constitution and the values and laws that it upholds. The document that produced not a perfect system, but the best system of government that protected freedom and liberty more than any form of government ever to come before or after is what the left now opposes. Being a constitutional county brings with it being a Second Amendment sanctuary. Interestingly, being a sanctuary county is not something the left opposes. They're perfectly willing to be a sanctuary county if it is for harboring illegal immigrants, meaning they only support being a sanctuary county if it requires violating the law rather than upholding it. When it comes to so-called gun violence, we do not suffer at the hands of guns. We suffer at the hands of violent people, at the hands of mental illness, of a lack of humanity. We don't ban or see advocates for so-called common sense car laws, baseball bat laws, axe laws, or even metal water bottle container laws. Yet any of these objects can be used for violence and are right along with guns. The instrument is not at fault, the person is. The mental illness, the lack of humanity, and lately, the lack of justice is. I'd like some answers to these questions. Why do so many mass shootings happen in schools? Why did the transgender shooter in Nashville choose the school first? Don't they know these are gun-free zones? Why don't the shooters obey those laws? Will those murderers stop breaking murder laws and all the other laws they violate in the process of a shooting if there's just one more extra strict gun law? Oh, but they won't be able to obtain a gun? Why not? Will they obey gun laws and not attempt to obtain one illegally? If they're intent on committing violence, does the left not think the illegal gun supply will still flow across a porous southern border right along with the fentanyl? If a fictional person commits suicide with a gun, they didn't die at the hands of a gun, they died at their own hands of mental illness. In true Kamala Harris style, let's address the root cause of the issue, mental illness and a lack of humanity. Maybe our county health department could work toward that end rather than trauma-inducing surveys, kinky sex displays in colleges, and partnering with organizations such as the Momentum Center. The Momentum Center and their self-described sex minister leader hold an all-ages prom with a cash bar. So for parents of daughters, your 12 to 17-year-old daughter attends this prom, as does a 45-year-old man. The 45-year-old man gets a little drunk at the bar, heads to the dance floor, and starts flirting, dancing, and grinding with your 14-year-old daughter. Are you okay with that? Think there may be some trauma and mental anguish developed there, perpetuating the current problem? I fully support the constitutional county amendment and also ask for the county to cut ties with the Momentum Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number 65 is John DeBlay, Georgetown Township.
Dear Commissioners, today I say thank you. Thank you for standing up for the Constitution and good godly governance. It is the job and mission of each commissioner to live up to their oath of office, an oath where they swore on the Bible to defend and uphold the Constitution of the United States. Unfortunately, thanks to corrupt, self-serving politicians, some present here today, the corrupt liberal media, and paid political agitators, passing a resolution to make Ottawa County a constitutional county and standing up for our veterans has become a necessity to stand against tyranny. Through your actions today, you are sending a message of hope and freedom, not only to the residents and voters of Ottawa County, but to other counties and states across the country. Sending this message of hope not only stands up for the godly principles this country was founded on, it also helps us develop accountability for those who would choose to break their oath of office. My message today would be one of thankfulness and appreciation. It would also be a message of accountability for votes cast. The seriousness of your oath to office and the responsibility to the people of Ottawa County. Your votes need to reflect the will of the people who elected you. In closing, this is not your opportunity to create drama and political theater as we have seen in the past. Instead, remember the ideals that got you elected. Your disregard for these ideals may otherwise might be the very reason you get recalled or primaried from office. So please, what I ask today is that you vote yes on both resolutions so Ottawa County can remain where freedom rings. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number 66 is Ryan Cotton, Grand Haven City.
Thank you, Board of Commissioners. My name is Ryan Cotton. I stand here for good governance. I have 2 points. Ottawa County is a local government. Local governments are creatures of the state. Dillon's rule applies to all local governments. Dillon's rule is settled law from the 19th century. It applies to the state of Michigan and to all states. It reads, any doubt about the existence of a local power is resolved against the local government in favor of the state. If you follow that logic, the only way that the resolution tonight could have any substance is if you either had a ruling of the Supreme Court or you become the legislature of the state of Michigan, or you become your own state, 51st state, and make your own laws. Since that's taking it to a logical extreme, illogical extreme, it appears that this motion is out of order. Second, there is no full commission tonight. Matters of magnitude should be voted upon when all are present if one truly respects democracy. This measure is out of order.
Thank you.
Number 68 is Lynn Cobus, Holland. Sorry, Lynn.
Well done, Lynn Cobus. The proposal to have Ottawa County become a constitutional county is absurd coming from this board. You are already facing at least 2 lawsuits and have a history of noncompliance with freedom of information, meaning that the Ottawa County residents are already footing the bill for legal expenses by capricious actions from this board. In a nutshell, the cons to become a constitutional county are obvious. The legal expertise on interpretation resulting in higher administration costs and slower decision-making. The inability to respond to emergency needs on a timely basis. Potential for conflict with higher level laws resulting in perceived violations and potential court interventions. More legal bills. Potential for inaccurate interpretation of constitutional provisions. Again, more legal bills. The validity of legality of interpretation of constitutional provisions. More legal battles. Jurisdictional conflicts in county to county interpretation of laws. And finally, the constitutionality of the county actions resulting in more legal bills. I, for one, do not want a county with board members who served merely 2 years to reinterpret their duly elected responsibilities. I'm not interested in more governance and another layer of bureaucracy with individuals whose motives seem dubious. I'm not interested in legislation on what I read, where I worship, what educational standards are appropriately, and certainly not how I maintain my personal health.
not from this county, not from any county. Your overreach is astounding and hopefully short-lived.
Thank you.
Number 69 is Kristen Hintz, Park Township. Number 70 is Greg Todd, Crockery Township.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Greg Todd. I'm from Crockery Precinct 1. I am a former police officer, a local small business owner, and a litigator for the last 16 years. One of the few attorneys actually that fought against the COVID lockdowns. And I can tell you, as an attorney, I've seen firsthand the devastating effects that government overreach has had on our small businesses that have been destroyed, families torn apart, communities pitted against one another. Crime is through the roof. Mental health issues are raging out of control. We've got massive substance abuse issues. We've got addiction issues, and suicide in this country has never been higher. But one thing that I saw is even more sinister than all of that. The people that were sworn to protect us were forced to choose between their oath of office and our constitutional rights, or whether they were going to feed their families. And that's not something that should have happened ever in a land where freedom rings. I'm not sure why following the Constitution is a controversial issue for everyone here tonight. More than half the counties in this state already do this. And under the Constitution, we should all be doing it and we should all be applauding it. But we can't look to my profession to solve this. It's not going to happen because big government is far too lucrative. So thank you, commissioners. Thank you for taking up this hot button issue tonight. Thank you for taking the fire from the people that don't understand the documents of our founding fathers. And thank you in advance for your vote. You're running this leg of the race beautifully, and I applaud you for that. Now I call on the constituents of this county to take the torch of liberty that you clearly intend to pass and run the next leg of this relay. We need to contact our sheriff and our prosecutor, and we need to make sure that they understand where you are coming from. We need to demand that they support the resolution that you're here proffering to us tonight, and that they run their respective offices in accordance with the principles of our founding fathers. There's no more time for us sitting on the sidelines. Our liberty is at stake. As President Reagan once said, freedom is no more than one generation from extinction. We don't transmit it in the bloodstream. It's not something that's just going to happen automatically. We have to fight for it. We have to protect it. We have to cherish it and pass it on to our children so that they can do the same. Or the alternative is one day, probably a whole lot sooner than anyone in this room really thinks, we're going to be telling our kids what it was like to have once lived in the United States where we were free.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, well, we are going to take a short break, short recess until.
It's number 69, but I had to run down the hall. Can I please come before your break? Because I was before your break. And I'm number
Absolutely.
69.
Do one more public comment. and then-
Excellent.
And we're going to take a short break.
Mr. Moss, thank you very much. I
Welcome.
appreciate that. All right. Well, my name is Kristen Hens and I'm with Park Township. And hi, Gretchen Cosby. It's good to see you tonight. So, all right. First of all, I just wanted to let you know, not only am I a resident of Park Township, but I am a person that affirms the sacred dignity of every human person, no matter their background, their economic status, their immigration status, their gender, their race, their ethnicity, their gender identity, or their sexual orientation. Our county is a diverse county consisting of everyone that I just mentioned. My question to you, do you also affirm the sacred dignity of every human person in Ottawa County. I believe that the rights of each individual are intended for the common good. I reject interpretation of freedom in which encourages individuals to take an action which could bring harm to another resident. The book, The Kite Runner, said there's really only one law, and that's to make sure that every action that you choose or every decision that you choose does not negatively impact someone else. So I ask that you consider that. I celebrate that households take many shapes and forms in Ottawa County, including my own. I've got 2 women in my household and a daughter. And I encourage that we as parents seek to navigate the world for those in our care. We all are parents, those who are parents, and we do care very much about those that we love. However, I reject the claim that any parent gets to limit the educational opportunity of someone else's children in public schools setting, and that any parent can set aside health requirements. I have the choice to choose what my daughter chooses to read or to see or to watch, but I don't have a choice to tell another parent whose child gets to read what or sees. Okay, that's our freedoms. I lastly want to oppose the resolution of making Ottawa County a constitutional county for all of the reasons that have so eloquently been stated by 45 people that have come before me. There have been so far 23 people who have spoke otherwise. So please, commissioners, I ask that you take this into consideration and that you do really listen to what is the right thing to do. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, take a 10-minute recess, come back at 9:55. Like, it's like that clock says 10. I'm going to call this meeting back to order.
Number 71 is Lori Vantoff from Holland.
My name is Lori Vantoff, and I'm from the city of Holland. Shall not be infringed. It's pretty clear. I'm not sure why some just don't get it, but they keep trying, don't they? I am 100% in support of making Ottawa County a constitutional carry. And I want to thank you for all your hard work that you do. The Constitution of the United States is the oldest constitution in the world. This document keeps our government in check by 3 branches of our government. In a day when we are facing more challenges than ever before, we must protect the rule of law, the Constitution. It is this concept which guarantees a fair trial for all and protects us from a runaway accuser and unlimited power of government. Thank you. The Bill of Rights is the foundation of all our freedoms. When the Constitution was to be ratified, many worried that it did not have any specific rights in it. The Constitution is the document that spells out the function of the government, and the Declaration of Independence gives the philosophy of government, but it is the Bill of Rights which protects us from government. I'm glad that this board has the foresight to declare our rights will be protected in this county and support this action. Our founders did not just put together a bunch of words, but studied history and government. They saw what worked in the past and what failed, knowing that a ruler left on their own would be subjected to bribes and power. They formed a new type of government, which is a representative republic. This is the government for the people and by the people. It is not perfect, but after all these years, it is still in force and is the envy of the world. I will end with an excerpt from the resolution. The Ottawa County Board of Commissioners swore an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the state of Michigan, which protects the natural God-given rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The Constitution guarantees freedom of religion, speech, and assembly, and the right to bear arms, due process of law, as well as provide other protections. Without these founding documents, none of us may have the freedom to be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 72 is Ryan Anderson from Chester Township.
Ryan Anderson, Chester Township, Chairman Moss and board. Chairman Mao of the Chinese Communist Party is credited with having killed an estimated 65 million of his own people. He is also famously known for having said that, quote, political power grows out of the barrel of a gun, and that, quote, the seizure of power by armed force, the settlement of the issue by war, is the central task and the highest form of revolution. This Marxist-Leninist principle of revolution holds well universally for China and all other countries, end quote. Clearly, communists are not anti-gun. Instead, they consider them quite crucial and useful for accomplishing their goals of death and destruction. Yet you will hear cries from the communists demanding the restriction of guns for the safety of the children. But let's step back and slow down for a minute. Communists believe that humans evolved from some process or another after the Big Bang. Anything that evolves from some primordial goo is not capable of having any intrinsic value or worth. This is why Chairman Mao didn't lose any sleep over killing 65 million of his own people. And notice how cozy Gretchen Whitmer is with the CCP. All communists are the same in this regard. Whitmer is already responsible for thousands of nursing home deaths and the murder of untold numbers of unborn children. Let's not pretend that communist Whitmer is concerned about gun safety. See, communists have to borrow from the Christian worldview in order to feign even concern over the life of a child. There is no category consistent with communism for valuing human life. They are, after all, dialectical materialists. That's their belief system. It's not capable, consistent with that system, of ascribing value to human life. In contrast, the Lord Jesus Christ, maker of heaven and earth and author of all human life, gives that same life that he created meaning, purpose, and value. And that same Jesus told his disciples that if they did not have a sword, to sell the shirt off their back if they had to buy a sword, not for overthrowing or establishing a kingdom, not for revolution, but for their own defense. Clearly, the author of life knows best how to preserve that life. So if you choose to deny the people whom you represent their basic right to self-defense, you will find yourself opposing God himself, who throughout his word denies government the authority to restrict our means of self-defense, and instead affirms the just use of weapons by the people to defend themselves both from individual evildoers and from tyrannical government. So now, kings, show insight, take warning, O judges of the earth, serve Yahweh with fear. Kiss the Son, lest he become angry and you perish in the way, for his wrath may soon be kindled. Blessed are all who take refuge in him. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number 73 is Lisa Royce, City of Ferrisburg. Number 75 is Kim Zeter, Talmadge Township.
Hey, number 75, and if you could go ahead down on
Good evening. My name is Kim Zeiter from Ottawa and then from Talmadge Township. This is my first meeting and didn't come prepared to really talk to you. However, I just want to look you in the eye and say I'm very disappointed in the leadership of this board. Very disappointed. And then with the constitutional change, I don't feel confident that you're going to necessarily vote the will of the people. I would rather have it be on a ballot in 2 years with the next presidential election to be voted on and let the people choose if we want to make this a constitutional county. So that's really what I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Number 76 is Gail Berner, Holland Township.
Good evening, Gail Berner. All of you commissioners signed an oath of office to uphold the constitutions of the state of Michigan and the US. And this constitutional county resolution, along with the next step of interfering with Michigan's laws, is outside of your jurisdiction. Yesterday, in composing an email to the commissioners, I found the statement below on the My Ottawa website under duties of commissioners regarding the limitations of your job and authority. The Ottawa County Board of Commissioners does not adopt resolutions on items outside of its statutory authority with the exception of honorary resolutions. After I sent my email containing this statement in protest of the constitutional county resolution, excuse me, to all commissioners, Joe Moss was the only one that responded. He is not my commissioner. And with the response that the website has been updated. Evidently, that statement has been withdrawn by the OI-led board. It is no longer there. This is yet another example of the Ottawa Impact giving themselves authority that was not granted to them. We must unite against the OI-led board and against this constitutional county resolution. May I remind you that you have been in office less than 6 months and you have cost the county residents hundreds of thousands of dollars. This resolution will just lead to more money out of our pockets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 77 is Bob Manetza from the city of Grand Haven.
Hello, I'm Bob Manetza from Grand Haven. Thanks in advance for listening. The Constitution is the foundation of our government and the basis of this nation as a nation of laws. If you truly respect the Constitution and swear to abide by it, then you recognize that the Constitution is a document taken in whole, as amended, which specifies a system in which laws are enacted by the consensus of the elected representatives of all the people, administered and enforced by a duly chosen executive, and interpreted and confirmed to be consistent with the Constitution by courts of competent jurisdiction. These checks and balances are the key to a nation of laws. Nowhere in the Constitution is there a provision for locally elected officials to substitute their own opinions or their personal agendas to judge the constitutionality of laws. That job is clearly delegated to the appropriate courts. All local governments are creatures of their state's laws and subordinate to them. A system in which any locality can invalidate laws based on its own whims, prejudice, or narrow or ill-informed readings of laws is a recipe for anarchy. Your resolution is political theater, has no legal basis, and is not binding on anyone. When you assumed the offices to which you were elected, you swore oaths to uphold the U.S. Constitution and the Michigan Constitution, both of which are the basis of the laws. However, in your resolution, you place yourselves in the role to decide what legitimate law is and refuse to endorse laws which you don't like. But this is a dereliction of your duties. Please don't compromise your important offices nor set up the county for litigation and liability by substituting political posturing for legal policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 78 is Charity McMaster from Spring Lake Village.
Good evening. I do not want us to become a constitutional county. I do not want our county deputies to be encouraged to choose which laws they will obey and enforce and to what extent. I do not want our county deputies to be at odds with state troopers or with local law enforcement. You would be endangering the lives of women. Women are overwhelmingly the victims of domestic abuse, and the red flag law in particular is meant to protect victims of domestic abuse. Disregarding a red flag law, a background check law, or a safe storage law gives more power to the abuser. 75% of Michigan homicides in the past few years have been by firearms. The red flag law, the background check, and safe storage laws don't impede gun ownership. You can still have a gun. They save lives and they de-escalate the potential for violent situations. That 75% will go down. Or adopting this resolution means that it stays the same or it goes up. Disputes about the constitutionality of laws must be decided through the judiciary system. You open the county up to potential for more lawsuits, wasting our money and time to be provocative and fiscally irresponsible. It seems like you are trying to circumvent the courts and abuse a balance of power. I know the doctrine of lesser magistrates has been discussed by the Ottawa County Republicans at their recent meeting, which Ottawa Impact attended, which was in county offices. As many of our commissioners are part of Ottawa Impact, this is also potentially a violation of the Open Meetings Act. Commissioners were meeting together outside of the bi-monthly meeting and discussing strategies without their fellows. You've not made a clear case for why a constitutional county is necessary, as all counties are already charged with upholding the Constitution. Counties are creatures of the state. You are only a county because the state says so. We do not need this. And so I'm not sure why people are so adamant that we have to have it. We already are obeying constitutional laws. Earlier, a gentleman made a comment about why are they having these laws now? Are they afraid that they're going to come for our guns and they know we need them? I would like to remind you of the two recent times that guns have been raised against the government: the attempted murder of the governor and the attempted coup of the presidency. That's what you are encouraging. Please don't do this and vote no.
Thank you.
Number 79 is Robert Hamilton, the City of Holland.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Joe Moss, as you and your commission consider this misguided constitutional county resolution, I have some practical considerations that I think you should all think about. If you pass this resolution through your actions today, you will be aiding and abetting future mass shootings of Ottawa County children. The practical implications of this resolution are as follows. You will be fettering, handicapping, limiting the ability of our sheriff's department from enforcing gun laws and protecting us from misguided souls who are carrying guns. If you pass this resolution, you will be telling every misguided soul in this country that Ottawa County worships the false idol of firearms at the altar of the Second Amendment. Here's how it will happen. Let me back up for a second. If you pass this resolution, you will also be announcing to those misguided souls that Ottawa County is the place for them to come. Here's how the problem will happen. One of our well-trained Ottawa County deputies, through perhaps a traffic stop, will come into contact with somebody who is carrying a firearm that's illegal. Deputy knows that. What he doesn't know is whether this person has nefarious intent or not. Is this a misguided soul, or is this a law-abiding person carrying a firearm? But there's something about that situation where the deputy's spidey senses go off. They feel something is amiss. But your actions by passing this resolution will tell that deputy to ignore his training. You'll be telling that deputy to, if you make an arrest, if you detain this person, the commission is going to cut the budget for the sheriff's department. Sheriff's department's going to have to lay people off, and that's going to cost me my job. So the deputy does no investigation and makes no arrest, and the misguided individual goes to the school.
Thank you.
The blood of those children will be on your hands. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Number 80 is Cheryl Marie, New Buffalo Township.
Good evening. I'm Cheryl Marie. I live in New Buffalo Township, Berrien County, which is not very far from here geographically. I heard about your initiative and I'm very interested. My comment is in support of the resolution you're taking up, per which you promise to protect the God-endowed authority of individuals to self-govern their inherent freedoms. You list the freedoms memorialized in the Declaration of Independence, which were carried forward into the United States Constitution, ratified in 1791 with its inclusive Bill of Rights. My interest in your resolution is because I would like to see the office holders in all counties of the state of Michigan to realize that the Bill of Rights secures people's fundamental rights. The United States Constitution is not a standalone document. Your resolution's validity is secured by all 4 government founding laws, none of which has been repealed. Your resolution presents a good foundation for considering policies that secure people's right to benefit from obtaining due process from the law that pertains to each individual. Some people choose to live under God's law, which means moral law, moral rules that maintain peaceful societal relations. The Declaration of Independence refers to that law, the law of nature and nature's God. The Constitution also refers to that law. At its Article 7, the final one pertaining to ratification, it states, done in the year of our Lord, 1787. Other people choose to place their trust in the civil law, adopted by legislators as the means of securing societal tranquility. Both forms of law are current and are not conflicting when applied to people who live under one or the other. There is even a specific means for the existing court system to recognize people who live under the moral law and not under the civil law. My husband and I are in the process of causing that means to be utilized by court officers in Berrien County. Your resolution opens the door to such access for people here in Ottawa County. So your division of people would not be a conflict if everyone's held to the law which they trust. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 81 is Mike Starr, Grand Haven. Number 82 is Barbara Lee Van Horsen, Grand Haven City.
Good evening. Prom with the Purpose was held on Saturday night. I wasn't going to mention that at all, but I will since it was mentioned. And I want to mention that it was a great source of joy to about 250 of our members, our donors, our volunteers, our community members, people who had an opportunity to experience a prom who maybe never did. A joyous experience. And I would encourage anybody who would malign our work to come and see for themselves and experience the difference that we're making at the Momentum Center. We are all part of this community. How great it would be if this group were all together to actually engage in a community conversation with each other. There's a lot of opinions, there's a lot of different views, and there's room for us to have those kind of conversations. We have members from every walk of life with a lot of different opinions and perspectives. There's much we don't agree on, but we do believe in the inherent worth of each individual. And we work to create a community where every person feels fully visible and connected. So I also want to share some really exciting news with you tonight. We will soon be moving our Grand Haven location from its current space on Columbus to the former Rendezvous restaurant. We're very excited about this move because it will increase our visibility, our accessibility, and our ability to serve our members well. The new space is fully ADA compliant, and it will allow us to offer multiple programs and activities at the same time. We'll be able to host larger community conversations, and we'll be able to restore the community kitchen, which will allow us to greatly expand our current cafe. We're also partnering with the US Cafe, which has a proven track record as a community hub and serves people with disabilities. So bringing them into our location will also provide increased job training and employment opportunities for Momentum Center members. We've entered into an agreement with the current owners of the building to move into the space as soon as we're finished with minor renovations, and we hope that we're in place by the end of June. The Rendezvous Restaurant had a reputation of being the place in the community where anyone could go and be welcomed, and we look forward to continuing that legacy. We're grateful for the move, and we also look forward to long-term sustainability. So to secure this site as our permanent home and to build future equity, we're going to be launching a capital campaign and inviting the community to help us secure the funds necessary to purchase the building and make a long-term investment in the health and well-being of the entire community. You can also support the health and well-being of this entire community. I urge you to see all the people of this county as human beings worthy of dignity and respect.
Thank you.
Number 83 is John Scheid.
John Scheid from Allendale.
Thank you.
I come tonight speaking in opposition to the resolution to designate Ottawa County as a constitutional county. I feel like I am walking a tightrope. Maybe some of you do too. I am frightened and exhausted. I am embarrassed, yet here I am. At its face value, who would not be in favor of this resolution? Not agreeing could give the appearance or lead to the accusation that anyone disagreeing with it doesn't believe in our system of laws. Well, I do believe in our system with all its flaws. Detailed resolutions of this sort are intended to identify and correct some problem. What is so woefully inadequate or wrong with our system that you need to add this resolution? Do we know exactly what the problem is? Isn't Ottawa County already following our federal and state constitutions? Aren't law enforcement, government figures, and staff already following the law? Some news commentators have said passage of this resolution has no power really to change anything. If that is so, why is it needed and why do I worry about it? Mr. Gibbs and anyone else formulating this document must have a reason. Otherwise, it makes no sense or at best is a silly redundancy. I must look at the subtext. There is an agenda. We've been hearing a lot of issues such as gun laws, reproductive rights, public health actions, including vaccines, racial and LGBTQ discrimination, restrictions for reading materials, and other matters. This resolution smacks of fear-mongering already so prevalent in our nation. Exactly who is going to monitor and enforce this resolution? What will this mean for staff at various levels who are bound to have different interpretations of it? And how will this affect their employment differently than criteria already in place? Let me cite some cautionary notes for those who support this resolution. Be careful what you ask for. If this passes and then national, state, or other laws change all by due process in a way you don't like or disagree with, will you abide by this philosophy? Will you already will have super committed yourselves to those laws as a constitutional county? This resolution seems to call for resisting possible changes to some laws, whether as a board or as a county en masse. Will you do that? Do you intend Ottawa County to become a sanctuary for separatist groups? Are you as a county board going to decide the constitutionality of various laws? How will you do that and at what consequence? Are you not risking being identified as your own separatist entity? This effort hints at sedition. If you think I'm ridiculous about this, I seriously remind you to recall January 6th and its dreadful aftermath. You know, I'm still afraid about all this, though maybe for different reasons than some of us are. I think we're all afraid of one side of it or another. As I get older, I'm just trying to get more woke, not be unconscious. So all here for being woke. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 84 is Karen Obitz, Spring Lake Township.
Thanks, Justin. Karen Obit, Spring Lake. I was here a couple times ago to talk about maternal health rates being, maternal mortality health rates being too high, both in the US and in Michigan, and as well infant mortality rates. And I asked all of us, you know, we have our differences, but I wanted the board to be able to model the kind of good faith leadership that allowed us to come together around a shared issue and try to find workable solutions. So I was very disappointed to learn about the most recent delay of release of funds to the organization in Holland, which another speaker spoke to earlier this evening. That struck me as another example of not walking the talk. And I want to urge you again to walk the talk, to be consistent, to find ways in which to bring the community together and support our total well-being as a community. But that wasn't the only reason I came. I'm wearing orange. And the reason for that is, like another speaker told you, I am part of the 2 churches in Grand Haven who are collaborating as members of gun violence prevention teams. We've been doing this for a little over a year. And one of the things that we've been really interested in doing is just making sure that people are aware that there are ways in which they can make their government more responsive. And they do that by advocating for laws through the state legislature, which we now see some of those efforts have paid off. And we are also just educating people about the ways in which they can come together and solve problems. So I am really concerned about this resolution, and I want to voice my own disagreement with it in terms of how, again, I don't think it walks the talk. You took the oath to uphold the Constitution. This to me is not a way of upholding that Constitution. It strikes me as overreach. It strikes me as subterfuge for another agenda. And I totally disagree with that whole approach. So I just want to remind all of you to please remember that when you run on campaign promises, you make sure that it really is delivering what you say you were going to do. I don't know that I see that. I don't see transparency. I don't think that I'm seeing good governance. I don't think I'm even seeing fiscal responsibility. So please walk the talk.
Thank you.
Number 85 is Paul Winter, Park Township. Number 88 is Joseph McCarter, Georgetown Township.
I thank this new board and Ottawa Impact for what you are doing. I support your direction and your resolutions, and I urge you to vote yes on both. But I request you all and all here consider how we need to go further. The original Constitution of the US was the Articles of Confederation, an explicitly Christian constitution, which distributed even more power to the states and protected Christian liberty even more. The words of this national covenant legally pledge the US to it in perpetuity, only to be amended by following the legal procedures as provided therein. The procedures were not followed in the adoption of the federal Constitution. Instead, Federalists illegally pushed through the federal Constitution in 1789, which they could not legally get adopted due to the strength of the anti-federalist opposition led by Patrick Henry. Patrick Henry and other anti-federalists warned what would happen with this illegal usurpation. I encourage you to read the book, Conceived in Liberty, Volume 5 by Dr. Murray Rothbard. Let me quote, "The nationalist forces were able to execute their truly amazing political coup d'etat, which illegally liquidated the Articles of Confederation and replaced it with the Constitution. In short, they were able to destroy the original individualist and decentralized program of the American Revolution. The Federalists, by use of propaganda, chicanery, fraud, all this is still going on, malapportionment of delegates, blackmail, threats of secession, and even coercive laws, had managed to sustain enough delegates to defy the wishes of the majority of the American people and create a new constitution. In other words, not only were the legal procedures for amendment of the original Constitution not followed, but the whole thing was orchestrated in a blatantly illegal and unethical fashion, and Federalists and those who want to centralize power continue to do this. According to the Articles of Confederation, all states and localities of the US are required to have state-regulated citizens militias and have citizens armed with guns so as to be able to serve on the citizens militia in order to protect against centralized political tyranny. And that political tyranny is happening right now. The Second Amendment of the federal Constitution sought to preserve this situation. It just didn't do it as powerfully as the Articles of Confederation. The founders were fearful of centralized tyranny, so they required an armed citizenship. One final thought I would leave with the board and my fellow citizens of Ottawa County. There is a document above the human constitution, whether that be the Articles of Confederation or the federal Constitution. That is the Bible. The Bible says, kiss the Son. It says that of all civil magistrates. The USA's original constitution was effect in recognizing Jesus Christ as Lord.
Thank you.
Number 89 is Sarah Westheis, Georgetown Township.
Hi, Sarah Westheis, Georgetown Township, Precinct Delegate. America, land of the free, home of the brave, the place where individuals flock to live the American dream. Born out of a desire to flee religious persecution in a nation where everyone was enslaved under a theocratic monarchy, where the king or queen was deemed to have divine power. The people had none. They fled a state-run religion. They initially came because they wanted a personal relationship with their creator, as opposed to being forced to adopt a religion they did not espouse. The Pilgrims failed in their attempts to create a theocracy. But as people continue to seek opportunity in America, something special happened. In 1776, the United States of America was officially born. Although our founders were not considered educated men, they were more educated in studying the great philosophers of old than most of our citizens are today. America is one of only 2 nations that recognize a higher power in their founding documents. Many nations have tried to replicate our Constitution, but repeatedly failed, some believe because they take God out of the documents. Our Declaration of Independence recognizes the laws of nature and nature's God, and goes on to claim that each individual is born with rights from that higher power, rights to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. The Declaration was made to guarantee equal rights for every person. It was Lincoln who considered the Declaration to be the foundation of his political philosophy and argued that it is a statement of principles through which the U.S. Constitution should be interpreted. Our Constitution outlines the powers of the federal government. Isaiah 33:22, which states, "For the Lord is our judge, the Lord is our lawgiver, the Lord is our king, it is he who will save us." Our constitutional republic limits and balances power because our founders knew men were nothing if not sinful. It gives power to we the people of the United States of America while protecting the individual rights of the people of America. At almost 250 years old, it's hard not to understand America's prosperity through the lens of the founding documents that allowed for the American dream. In modern day America, while on the cusp of giving up our independence as a nation, we now stand on the precipice of globalism, where the WHO may soon have power over our health choices, where the idea of government-directed, inconsistent hate speech seems to take precedence over free speech, where we now have a government that is showing to exude tyrannical overreach, where breaking the rule of law is commonplace in a first step across the border or in plundering businesses in the name of social justice. Thank you, commissioners, for giving me my voice back and recognizing the authority of our U.S. Constitution. I support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 90 is Jim Kuiper, Holland Township.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Jim Kuiper, and you've had your hands full tonight. Lots of comments and thoughts and different ideas. And my ideas have been beautifully articulated by several of the people here. And that has to do with our nation. Well, there's 2 words that I'd like to emphasize. One is a heritage, and the second is a legacy. A heritage, as was pointed out to me this evening, is what we receive, and a legacy is what we leave. Make no mistake, our nation is at war. It's not a flesh and blood war where we take up arms and at this point go to war with weapons. But this is a war of good versus evil. We can see it in what's happening in our nation. Pardon me. Now I'm number 90 here. Actually, I'm 81, but so be it. My generation has failed in its obligation to maintain the liberty that our forefathers have given their lives in sacred honor for. The ultimate goal of the left, them, if you will, is ultimate power. The ability to control us, we, the people, the common people. And they'll use any means at their disposal to do so. They're not bashful about what they're going to do. Their ultimate goal is to control us with our education and our beliefs, our religion, and our politics. And we sadly allowed that to happen for a long time. It's been going on for a long time. So my point is, it's time for everybody, all of our citizens, to take a look at what's actually happening on the national level. Many times we're ambivalent about what's going on because it doesn't directly affect us. Ultimately, it will. Ultimately, we, as individual citizens, will be required to perform things that we do not wish to do. I stand in complete support for your resolutions.
Thank you.
Number 91 is Cindy Mushrow, Spring Lake Township.
Cindy Mushrow from Spring Lake Township. And for the record, I guess I'm one of them. And I resent that. That divisive talk about we versus them. It's wrong.
That's true.
No, it's not. I am opposed to the proposed constitutional resolution. I read it. The resolution states that you swore an oath to uphold the Constitution, which protects the natural God-given right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Other people have pointed this out, but it's worth saying again. That's a misquote. That is not the Constitution. That's the Declaration of Independence. If you're going to have a constitutional resolution, you should at least quote the Constitution. I am not a constitutional expert, but my point is that clearly this board is not either. It is not the role or the legal right of anyone in this room to determine if a law is constitutional or not. The Constitution you swore to uphold leaves that to the Supreme Courts of Michigan and the United States. At best case scenario, this resolution is a political grandstanding waste of time. At worst case scenario, someone gets killed because reasonable gun safety laws were not enforced, and Ottawa County and our sheriff are likely be liable. And we don't need another lawsuit. You say you have a mandate for your actions. I've been here all night. You don't have a majority, let alone a mandate of the people speaking on this resolution. If you want to know if you have a mandate on this resolution, listen, you clearly don't. The 5th and 14th Amendments to the Constitution protect the right to life. That's important also.
It's as important as the right to bear guns. I feel my right to life is put at risk by the conservative position of no restrictions of any kind of guns. I have guns in my home. My husband hunts, but there are reasonable restrictions, and our legislature just voted them in. When two constitutional rights conflict, the right to bear arms and the right to life, we have a system, a judicial system to weigh in on that conflict and resolve it. It is not the Ottawa County Board's right to do that and to choose which constitutional right takes precedence over another. When your personal political beliefs conflict with the CDC and health department's decisions to protect life, you don't get to decide that your politics win out of that. Do your job.
Thank you.
Number 92 is Julie Norcoli, Grand Haven Township. Number 93, Steve Steffs, Polkton Township. Number 95, Minister Bendir Bonus, Holland.
My turn already. Wow, it's just getting comfy. Good evening. My name is Bender Bones and my pronouns are he, him. I am an ordained minister of the Satanic Temple, and I am here to speak on behalf of the Satanic Temple of West Michigan, which includes our members and ministers living within Ottawa County. In regards to the Constitutional County Resolution, I want to thank the County Board and the Ottawa Impact Organization for their declaration of intent to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution. Our constitutional rights are our most cherished assets as United States citizens, and even more so as Satanists. The First Amendment states that Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion, nor restrict the free exercise thereof. This establishment clause is the driving force for freedom of religion in the United States and the greatest restraint for the encroachment of theocracy. The West Michigan congregation of the Satanic Temple applauds this commission for its commitment to upholding the religious freedoms for all. Our religious values include bodily autonomy, acting with compassion and empathy, and embracing pluralism. These values are core to our deeply held beliefs as Satanists, and we are always pleased to see these values upheld by governments at all levels. I observe that these city commission meetings begin with prayers and invocations. I am pleased that by swearing this oath to uphold these freedoms, it opens the door to make Ottawa County a place where Satanism will grow and thrive. As a sign of support, the Satanic Temple of West Michigan would like to begin the process of becoming involved with opening prayers at these meetings. The Satanic Temple of West Michigan is also excited to celebrate the holidays with the residents of Ottawa County, as we are always looking forward to opportunities where our goat display would be a fitting representation for the Satanic community. And we will always be looking out for opportunities for Satanism and other religious groups to work together to build up a stronger and more diverse community. In closing, I want to thank everyone in support of the Constitutional County Resolution for strengthening the rights and freedoms of Satanists of the Satanic Temple, West Michigan. I am proud to know that Ottawa County will become a stronghold for Satanists of all type. And I am looking forward to seeing what the Satanic Temple of West Michigan and the municipalities of Ottawa County can do when we work together under the banner of religious freedom. Hail Ottawa County and hail Satan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number 96 is Edna Montalongo from Holland.
You have room for 93?
We did call 93 a while ago. Steve Steffs, Polkton Township.
Okay, thank you.
If everyone could please quiet down.
I want to start by thanking the commissioners and all of our elected officials for the work that you're doing. It's not easy. You put yourselves out there. You put yourselves at risk in one way, shape, or form, and regardless of your political leaning, thank you. Also want to thank our law officers for all the work that they do And finally, I would like to thank our audience. We are in America and we might have our disagreements, but I'll tell you what, it's pretty civil here compared to some other countries. And I've seen some pretty ugly situations. So it's unique. We should celebrate the freedoms that we have here and we want to retain them. Second of all, I would like to apologize. I have not come with prepared statements. Nobody paid me to come and talk tonight. I know we had a paid activist. Nobody asked me to speak. In fact, if you talk to my wife, Teresa, or family, they'd probably pay me not to talk. But that's the way it is. I would like to say, I grew up in Polkton Township, left when I was 20, spent time in the service, as well as working across the country and across the world, working for a global corporation. I did return to Polkton Township, bought the family farm in December, and it's good to be back. There's been a lot of changes. I know there's been a lot of talk here tonight. There is divisiveness. It's unfortunate. It's reality. But I'll tell you what, this goes back to our founding fathers. It was no more settling then than it is today. Trust me. I think we know that. A couple comments. I did make note of some things that were stated tonight, even though I didn't have prepared comments. First of all, it is definitely true for the commissioners here that 3-1 of the people coming to this podium are opposed to what you're trying to do. I don't know what it was like in this room, but I can tell you from experience out there that it was 2-1 in favor of what you're doing. So keep it up. You need to hear that. Second of all, I might not be the most educated academician in the world. I did attend the military academy at West Point, as well as getting my master's degree at Michigan. I am an avid reader of history. I enjoy military history as well as reading about our presidents. I can tell you, as good as Thomas Jefferson and James Madison were, they were slave owners and they treated their slaves cruelly. So they might have leaned to the left, but at the same time, none of us are perfect and we need to respect individuals regardless of the political side which they stand. I will say we do not need more laws and rules. We need to abide by the ones that are out there. And we have too much selective compliance today. There's comments about gun control. I don't know if people realize that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. And might I remind the public, if you would like to have small talk, please take it outside. Thanks.
Number 96 is Edna Montalongo, Holland.
Hello, hola, ¿cómo están? I've lived in Holland since 1990. They tell me I'm bipolar, I'm schizophrenic. I'm here to endanger y'all. But as you can see, I have taken it upon myself. I live in traditions. I have come here with harassments of my landlord and being Hispanic. I understand I'm Latinx. I've been a teacher. My kids have been harassed by some of Ottawa County, so I'm just here as a self-entity. I don't know none of you, so I would appreciate if you wanted to know us, come to our doors, just like the officers. I'm here to say, as an entity of Mexico, I am the immigration reform. I have crossed over the border. I have been harassed. I'm here. I'm an American citizen. I'm not going anywhere. Holland, Michigan, Ottawa County has to recognize me and my kids and the delinquents. They say to go to therapy, they kick me out. I go and cry. They want to put me in pine rest. I am here to educate myself. I became an emergency response team to be a nurse, and yet when I went out, I got in trouble. The child burned an area in my neighborhood. I went out as a responsible watcher, saw the kid, gave the investigation to the office, to the officers. Now they're harassing me just for watching. I get mad at parents that do not supervise their kids for 1 minute. I have 2 that are on missing national right now, could be 40 years old. I am just a parent that lives in a little square. I come out and visualize I'm an active parent. I'm sorry that Ottawa County doesn't accept my phone calls, my 911s. So as of today, we had 2 shootings. I have one on 17th Street. And to answer the guy with the child, what does he respond when he is threatened at school? I can answer that. My nephew was the target of the Goodwin, the child that brought the gun in. You know what he says every morning? He's a 5-year-old. Am I gonna die today? Is today the day I'm gonna die? He's a little Hispanic boy. He don't know nothing because he's blonde and blue eyes. He speaks Spanish. I am a conflict of Grand Rapids, and I am a conflict of Holland and Ottawa County. I wouldn't know none of you. I'm just respectfully to ask Ottawa County, don't harass me, don't bring my name in. If I'm trying to help me, respect it. As a Latina in Ottawa County, respect who we are, because our single moms come out. I have a video team, I have an audio team, and it's weird that only Hispanic moms come out to speak with those officers. At right now, I have a gag order. They need lawyers, you need warrants. We're trying to help you. We're the community of Holland City. We are the people. And God says he'll keep me alive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 97 is Virginia from Laketown Township.
Hi. I am grateful to be able to be here, to speak, and to be heard. There are so many ignoring the fact that this is a spiritual war. In a spiritual war, our weapons are not carnal. They are not physical. Morality has never been successfully legislated, but morality left our country when Christian principles such as the 10 Commandments were removed and disregarded. Demons have come in by the multitudes. They are in every area of societal influence. Behaviors, however, can still be affected by legislation. Try speeding through a red light and see if an oncoming car will not hurt you. Try driving while having been drinking and see if no one gets hurt or if you even make it home. Too many scenarios and comments make it sound like irresponsible gun users should not be held accountable, but that all guns are bad and we should have more gun laws. Are all gun owners bad? I will not ever give up my gun or comply with ever being carted off to some stupid COVID FEMA camp. I will protect myself when necessary and not have my gun confiscated. When you have no guns to protect yourself, you have no protection from others when needed. Rather than hounding on more gun laws, how about teaching on morality? The 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill. Do kids know that? Are kids being taught that? What is good versus evil? Oh, I forgot. In our day and world, good is evil and evil is good. No wonder our kids are confused. No wonder our society is without moral restraint. It's no wonder our world is deficient of the best instructions and guidance before leaving Earth. They don't have a solid foundation on the Word of God or understand any biblical worldview. God has been left out of the equation. God is supposed to be part of the solution. God has been left out of education for decades. I ask you, where in 1948 were you and Karl Marx with his Marxist manifesto determined it was very necessary to replace Christianity and hijack education? Are we there yet?
Thank you.
Number 98 is Rachel Heemstra.
Good evening. Bear with me. I'm past my bedtime. So, all right. Let's go.
1, powerful and continual nationalism. Fascist regimes tend to make constant use of patriotic mottos, slogans, symbols, songs, and other paraphernalia. Flags are seen everywhere as flag symbols on clothing and in displays. 2, disdain and recognition of human rights because the fear of our enemies and need for security in people. Fascist regimes are persuaded that human rights can be ignored in certain cases because people tend to look the other way or even approve of torture, executions, assassinations, law incarcerations, or prisons. 3, identification of enemies, scapegoats, and unifying calls. The people are rallied in unifying patriotic frenzy over the need to eliminate a perceived common threat, foe, fascial, ethnic, religious, minorities, liberals, communists, socialists, terrorists, etc. 4, supremacy of the military. Even when there's a widespread domestic problem, the military is given a disproportionate amount of government funding. 5, rampant sexism. The fascist nations tend to be exclusively male-dominated under fascist regimes. Traditional gender roles are made more rigid. Opposition to abortion is high, as homophobia and anti-gay legislation and national policy. 6, controlled mass media. Sometimes the media are direct controlled by government. In other cases, the media are indirectly controlled by government regulation, the sympathetic media, spokesperson, and executives. Censorship, especially in wartime, is very common. 7, opposition to national security. Fear is used as a motivational tool by our government over the masses. Religion and government are intertwined. Government and fascist nationalists tend to use common religion and the national tool to manipulate public opinion. This one's for you. Religious rhetoric terminology is a common use to govern leaders, even when the major tenets of the religion are diametrically opposed to the government's policies or actions. 9, corporate power is protected. The industrial businesses, aristocracy of fascist nations are often the ones who put the government in leader power, creating a mutually beneficial business government relationship or power. 10, power is suppressed. Labor power. Because the organizing power of labor is only the real threat to fascist government, the labor unions are limited, entirely, severely suppressed. 11, disdain for intellectual arts. Fascist nations tend to promote or tolerate open hostility to higher education. Academia is not uncommon for professors or academics to be censored or even arrested. Free expression in the arts is openly attacked, and governments often refuse to fund the arts. 12, obsession with crime and punishment. Under fascist regimes, the police are given almost a limited force to enforce these laws. These people are often willing to overlook the policies and abuse, even forego the civil liberties of nature of the name of patriotism. There's often a national police force with a virtually unlimited power in fascist nations. 13, rampant cronyism and corruption. Fascist regimes almost always are governed by groups of friends and associates who appoint each other to government positions and governmental power and authority to protect their friends from accountability. It is not uncommon in fascist regimes for national resources and treasures to be appropriated or even outright stolen by government leaders. 14, fraudulent elections. Sometimes elections in fascist nations are a complete sham. Other times elections are manipulated by smear campaigns against or even assassination of opposition candidates. Use of legislation to control voting numbers, political district boundaries, manipulation of the media. Fascist nations also typically use their jurisdictions to manipulate and control elections. That is the 14 points of fascism. I suggest you vote no so you don't end up like that. Joe Moss, we don't want your Bill Gothard cult. Thank you for your time. I'm going to bed.
Thank you.
By the way, always hydrate.
Number 101 is Derek Owens from Holland City. 101, Derek Owens from Holland City.
Good evening. My name is Derek Owens. I live in the city of Holland. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here tonight and thank you for your time. There are many things that have been said here tonight, lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of words. There are also many things to be said and carefully considered. What I have come to say here tonight is for each of you county commissioners, as well as me, myself, and my fellow Ottawa County residents. I think it is clear and not surprising that there are some extremely strong opinions about so many important things happening right now in our country and in our county. Perhaps this is what is required to awaken more of us to be more compelled to actively participate in and engage with what is happening around us, and specifically in our various forms of government. For this, I suppose I thank you. I deeply fear, however, that we are not going to make progress as a people if we don't make critical changes. We all need to start this process by learning how to listen and to care for one another as we actively advocate for what we believe to be good, important, and true. Rather than caring for one another, however, we have become experts at blaming and shaming one another, creating fear of one another or those we are different from or do not understand. For instance, those of us who believe that everyone wanting gun safety laws to be put into place and upheld are trying to take away all the guns. Or for those of us who believe that everyone resisting gun safety laws are trying to put guns in everyone's hands. I ask if anyone is paying attention or listening to one another. I am quite appalled at the behavior of so many of us here tonight who have in this meeting acted towards one another in a way that aligns more with like my 3-year-old daughter when she isn't getting her way than of responsible, respectable adults capable of engaging with one another in mutual respectful conversations. We are all too quick to think that we have the most important thing to say. We are all too quick to throw arrows of accusation. We are all too quick to use fear and manipulation to get what we think we want. Even worse, it is too often that we use God, Jesus, and Scripture to mask or manipulate our infliction of these things onto others. We all need to do better for one another and with one another. Our refusal to do so is to our own demise. So tonight I implore each of you, commissioners, to vote against the constitutional county resolution for Ottawa County. And I implore you to hold the positions that you do to do better for all of us who you represent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 103 is Michelle Letarte from Park Township.
I'm new here, sorry. My name is Michelle Letarte. I live in Holland in Park Township. I came here tonight, but I didn't plan on speaking. But I find myself compelled to add my voice to those objecting to this proposal to make Ottawa County a constitutional county, the majority of voices clearly. I'm new to Ottawa County. I was born and raised in Eastern Michigan and moved here about a year ago after living in California for 25 years. I'm probably what many people here would call a woke liberal. I consider that a compliment. I'm also a practicing Catholic. I endeavor to be a good Christian. I go to church. I believe in God. I give money to the unhoused and hungry. I read banned books. I also have many gay and lesbian friends. I have many trans friends, and I have friends who are drag queens. They were some of my best looking friends. I also have some very conservative friends, though we agree to not discuss politics. I'm proud to say that my world is one of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I grew up with guns. As a kid, I owned a BB gun. I've been to shooting ranges. My brothers own guns and are avid hunters. Though they haven't brought home any venison in a couple of years, so maybe calling them avid hunters is a little generous. Except for AR-15s that are weapons of war and have no place in civil society, I have nothing against gun ownership or the Second Amendment. As I said, I came here to voice my objection to the proposal to make Ottawa County a constitutional county. However, first, I'd like to also express my concern over the invocation that was given at the beginning of the meeting this evening. It really caught me off guard. It was great for me, but on behalf of my Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, and yes, even my atheist friends, I would strongly encourage you to invite other religious and spiritual leaders from all of the area to these meetings so that all of your constituents feel seen and heard and represented. That's that diversity, equity, and inclusion. And just a reminder that separation of church and state was established for a reason. We are not a theocracy. The Christian Bible, as much as I love it, is not a government document. And none of our laws should be based on the Christian Bible. Back to the proposal to make Ottawa County a constitutional county. I'm strongly opposed to it. The laws of this state or any state are made by state legislators who are voted on by the people. This board has no authority to overturn and disregard state laws or go against what the majority of the citizens have voted for vis-a-vis the state legislators. If the citizens of this county, as a majority, want to vote to have zero sensible gun laws or background checks, they can do that in the next election. And lastly, I would like to point out that gun safety measures and background checks aren't taking anyone's guns away. Y'all can keep your guns. Just like driving tests and licenses don't take away your cars and your boats. It just makes us all more safe. Why anyone would object to that, especially those elected to leadership positions such as yourselves, is beyond me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 104 is David Moran, Allendale Township.
Start the clock yet. First question is, can I give you $100 for an extra minute?
Nope, sorry.
Okay, Justin, you can start it now. Tonight, I hope is the first and last time I have to do this. But I have to eat crow tonight. And I'm gonna eat it warm because I really hate cold crow. Recently, I made the statement for my sources that Mr. Meerman, Ms. DeBoer, and Mr. Slaw did not vote against gun laws. I was wrong, and I asked for their forgiveness. Moving on, the next thing. The mental status of Mr. Moss. I want to address that. And for any of the other ones sitting here, I want you to know something. I care about your mental status. I care about you. If there's anybody here that needs help, all you gotta do is call me and I will provide you with a home, a room to stay and food to put on your plate and an ear to hear. I've done it in the past for others and I would do it for you. I'm not here to make any nasty slaps. But I'm going to tell you this. What are red flag laws? Who am I? I'm a dumb farmer, raised pigs, has a few horses, loves his grandkids and his great grandkids and his wife, has poured out everything he had for his community, only to have his own government lie and steal and destroy him. So when you hear these words state that the judicial system will decide what the constitutional law is, I challenge you, where's my justice? These are the people you're going to tell me are going to determine what the Second Amendment says. I can read for myself. Shall not infringe. You don't need to oil the path to where everybody gets a gun, but to put one pebble on that path is infringing. That's what it says, not my words, the Constitution. I recently called police and informed on my neighbor for growing hallucinogenic mushrooms, which makes people crazy, right? No charges filed. I had somebody drive their ATV through my soybean fields and ruin them. No charges filed. The judicial system, you know, where the one where the government can lie to the Honorable Judge Halsing and the farmer wins, only to have it appealed to Judge Boonstra, who is not honorable, to have that lie carry through and overturn what the court hearing was, and then to have those same lies brought to the Supreme Court of the state of Michigan, and they won't even acknowledge it or look at it. What is their number one goal? Isn't it to protect the citizens against the government? I don't care whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, a right or a left. My life, the last 15 years, should make everybody's knees shake, knowing what the government can and will do. I applaud what you're doing, but I'm going to tell you something. Every 11 of you should have that resolution in your heart to begin with before this even comes to place. It's a non-issue.
Thank you.
Number 105 is Jelaine Wallaker, Park Township.
Hi, I'm Jelaine Molliker from Park Township. Thank you all for at least pretending to pay attention at 11:15 at night with number 105. I've been a resident of Ottawa County my whole life. It's been a long time. Up until the first Ottawa County meeting of commissioners in January, I was very proud of that fact. Since January, I have found that my county commissioners are trying to turn a thriving, growing, accepting county with a great reputation into one that does not accept everyone and stands for the freedoms embraced by the county commissioners, not by the county residents. I'm highly concerned with the way our county is headed and how you are choosing to spend county funds that support that trajectory. It is one thing if you choose to use political money. It's quite another when you choose to use county funds and a county's reputation to further your agenda. I understand that you plan to vote to turn Ottawa County into a farce by making it a constitutional county. Basically, This lets residents know that you no longer want us to be known as law-abiding citizens of the state of Michigan or of the United States of America. By claiming that some laws and regulations are not viable when an individual chooses not to agree with them, you condone that behavior. And you're opening up Ottawa County to the potential for numerous lawsuits for which residents will end up footing the bill. I urge you to vote no on turning us into a constitutional county. I also urge you with all my heart to return Ottawa County to a warm, accepting place where everyone is welcome. And for those people who know me, you'll be very shocked that I have no math statistics to share at this point in time, other than there were a majority of us who are urging you to vote no. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Number 106 is Rich Dawsman, Wright Township.
Good evening. I didn't write down my comments, so I'm kind of hoping after hearing all these other comments, I can remember what I was going to say. But imagine, if you will, a government that its main purpose was to protect and secure the rights of the individual. And I would hope that everybody could imagine such a government, because if they could, they would see what our founding fathers envisioned, is that there was a government and then they instituted a constitution that protected those rights. And that was the main purpose of government, to protect the rights of the individual. The only reason to deny anyone rights was if that individual was trampling on someone else's rights. That made our country unique in all the nations of the world, and that defined freedom for us. No other country experienced the kind of freedom that we had. And I think a lot of you here tonight get that. I wish everyone did. I think there's a lot of people that, when I listen to the arguments against the constitutional resolution to be a constitutional county, most of those arguments seem to come out of fear. And people are willing to trade freedom for fear. And I'm asking you not to do that. And then I hear criticisms of, excuse me, of the idea of, or the theory of the doctrine of the lesser magistrate, and how we're supposed to obey the Constitution and the rule of law and all of that. Well, government officials are supposed to obey the Constitution. And when a person in a higher position isn't obeying the Constitution, the lesser magistrate doesn't have the right. He has the responsibility to defy the one who is disobeying the Constitution. And that's what this resolution is all about. You're affirming that the Constitution is paramount, not what the governor or the federal government or what any judge says. If we have to wait for a judge to come around, we're waiting for the government to tell us, okay, we can go ahead and do something, or that something is allowed, instead of relying on the Constitution. And I'm kind of interested to know how many of those who are criticizing this idea that we should defy those who are disobeying the Constitution, how many of those went to Lansing when Dana, her last name, Nethel, and Governor Whitmer defied Michigan law by saying they would not enforce the law that prohibited abortions when Roe v. Wade was overturned. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Number 107 is Kathy Seaver, Allendale Township.
I'm Kathy Seaver, a 28-year resident of Allendale Township. On November 30, 2021, at 1:25 p.m., Madison Baldwin, age 17, Tate Meyer, age 16. And Hannah St. Juliana, age 14. Were shot to death at their high school in Oxford, Michigan. 7 other children, in addition to a teacher, were also shot that afternoon. On February 13, 2023, at 8:18 p.m., Ariel Diamond Anderson, a junior from Grosse Pointe, Michigan. Brian Fraser, a sophomore from Grosse Pointe. And Alexandria Werner, a junior from Clawson, Michigan, were gunned down on the campus of Michigan State University. 5 additional students were shot that night. All 5 were in critical condition. Last Friday, May 19, 2023, a 2-year-old little boy in Kentwood, Michigan, was killed by being shot in the head, 2 years old. 2 days ago, Sunday, May 21, 2023, a 17-year-old young man from Holland, Michigan, died from a gunshot wound. Your guns don't need sanctuary. Your children do.
Thank you.
Number 108 is Justine Robinson from Holland.
I have something a little bit short. Tomorrow is the anniversary of the 3rd largest school shooting in America. 1 year ago in Uvalde, Texas, an 18-year-old legally bought a gun before driving to an elementary school and killing 19 children and 2 teachers. I'm happy for the people before me and standing up and even sharing their personal experience with gun violence. I heard a survivor from MSU, the MSU shooting that happened earlier in February, a mother whose 2-year-old shot themselves, and a kidney stone doctor who operated on a shooting victim, which it was their 3rd time being shot. Funny, I didn't hear any stories. I didn't hear anyone advocating for 2A rights share a story about a gun protecting them or their families. I heard one guy talk about using a gun to hunt rabbits and frogs, but I'm hopefully doubtful he wasn't talking about AKs when shooting small animals. I'll say this about people confusing religion and guns. It's weird. I'm not religious, but I'm pretty sure Jesus didn't pick up AKs when the government came for him. I'm asking the board to vote no on this constitutional county resolution. Red flag laws should be a Band-Aid and should be treated as such. To end gun violence is to ban guns completely, starting with the police. But since that only happens in countries where school shootings do not happen, it's where school shootings do not happen, nor mass shootings, or it happens once, and where no politician in America ever advocated for banning guns completely, the fear is imaginary. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Number 109 is Kurt Carini, Port Sheldon Township. Number 110 is Catherine Curry, Port Sheldon Township.
Black people. All night I've been waiting. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Catherine Curry, and I have lived here in Ottawa County for about 25 years. I am a mother of 4. I am a wife of almost 41 years. And I would just like to know, how long do my family and I have to live here before we belong? Your actions earlier in last month or whenever it was, a few months ago, made me really ashamed of living here in Ottawa County. How long do we have to be here before we are accepted? I have spent a career here in Holland as a administrator or school principal. Many students have gone through my doors that I've sent out to be in the workforce. And if any person or group is not welcome or mistreated here in Ottawa County, we should all be offended. We all say Christianity, but the Bible that I've read is to treat people right. And just because certain things don't affect you, don't mean that they're not happening. I just want to be very clear around that. And I only told you about my husband and my 4 kids, all of which are college educated. Many have multiple degrees. One is a doctor, because I want to change that narrative. Because people, even with all the accomplishments, all people see is the skin color. And that needs to change. But I want to talk more. We talked about this petition or this thing that you want to pass around the Constitution. I want to talk more about choice and voice, because that's what I'm afraid of that's being lost in Ottawa County. And when you lose choice and voice, you've lost everything. A community that is that is silenced people and does not allow voice is one of the greatest governmental transgressions. I would like to also say that, speak directly to Mr. Gibb. Mr. Gibb, I need to tell you.
Direct your comments to the chair.
Pardon?
You need to direct your comments to the chair of the board and not speak to the administrator.
So I cannot speak to the administrator?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. What I'd like to say is that once we let people hustle things, we lose it. And your decision-making process is quick, shady, and predatory.
Thank you.
Number 111 is Marianne McNally, Grand Haven.
Good evening. I'm a retired attorney. I practiced for 38 years and studied a lot about law during that time, obviously. Our country is a nation of laws. It was founded under the US Constitution, and we're a democratic republic. And the Constitution has an order of priority that takes effect and establishes states' rights as well as federal rights. There's nothing in the Constitution that allows Ottawa County to decide which laws they're going to respect and not respect. And so I am firmly opposed to this resolution. It's shameful. I echo also the comments of the person who just spoke about inclusion and respecting the rights of everyone in this county. It's not just for people that are of a certain political persuasion. There's a lot of people that live in Ottawa County whose rights need to be respected, whatever their beliefs are, whether they're Christians, Jewish, whether they're LGBTQ, minorities, special ed, anybody who lives here has the right to the respect of all of us and to have the laws of our state and of our US enforced. And so I would urge you to vote against this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 112 is Alpha Mansoray, Holland Township.
Okay. Good evening, commissioners. It's great to be with you again. My name is Alpha Mansoray. I am a resident of Holland Township. I want to express I want to convey my profound disappointment with the resolution as proposed. I just have a few questions, just as you proposed, as you're looking at this resolution. First, who was in the room when this resolution was being contemplated? Second, and most importantly, who was not in the room, who was not at the table when this resolution was crafted? Somebody who looks like me, or somebody who looks like me in that room when this proposal was made. And it seems unclear to me that the proposal is not intending to do what is stated accomplished. It seems to me it's fairly apparent there are some fundamental issues with that. First, who has power? Second, who gets to decide how that power is used? You see, Margaret Thatcher once wrote, being powerful is like being a lady. If you have to tell people you are a lady, you aren't. See, the Constitution is a framework to mediate our differences. This is what it does. It's not scripture. It's not the Bible. It's a framework written by men, flawed men. And we're thankful to them. This to me seems to be a very stunning display of white privilege and arrogance, in my opinion. We should never underestimate our capacity to over-spiritualize our selfishness. This is a euphemism for selfishness, and you know it. So, now that I have said that, I'm going to move on. Quote from Andrew Murray. One of the things I always believe about the exceptional thing about America is we all share a community of pain, anger, sorrow, joy, and we have this sense of weism that I so missed, that we all belong here, or somehow some of us are being told we're not. So what do we do in times like this, in times of trouble? In times of trouble, say first, God brought me here. It is by his will I am in this straight place, and that I will rest. Next, he will keep me here in his love and give me grace in trial as his child.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Number 113 is Denise Sycamore, Grand Haven. Number 114 is Rick Ruprecht, Park Township. Number 115 is Thomas Fry, Allendale Township.
Sorry, I've got a little bit of a back spasm going on. I'm an old man. My name is Rick Ruprecht. I live in Park Township. And I want to thank everybody here that's involved with this for encouraging and allowing the public to be part of this forum, to share the ideas and the viewpoints that we each have. Also, on the bright side of this, I think people have been encouraged to become more involved, become better informed, and that's all good. So I hope this continues. I apologize for my complacency and being on the sidelines a little bit while Ottawa Impact has thus far been successful in narrowing the comfort zone for many of our residents. I'm what I consider a conservative Democrat. Some would regard me as a woke liberal, but I do believe in conservative values when they're helpful and beneficial to everyone. I believe that tolerance and respect for others to follow their beliefs is crucial to our mutual benefit and peaceful coexistence. Celebration of diversity leads to a strong, compassionate, and stable community. I firmly believe this, and I've seen it. On the topic of elimination of the DEI Department of Equity and Inclusion. Area companies that I've participated with and been involved with, my area has been, I've been an engineer before I retired. Area companies actively seek a greater portion of their team members to represent a wide span of the overall population. My business experience made this clear. A concern with the changes being led by decisions with this board is that these organizations, and obviously we've got some good sized organizations in this county, will view these changes as a deterrent to diverse and talented individuals considering a home in Ottawa County. We should not degrade DEI initiatives for this and a host of other reasons. Regarding the health director conflict that we've had, on what planet would a well-educated and qualified health director not perform their work with the highest safety considerations for the community involved? Certainly, hindsight is an advantage, as is good fortune. If, however, the corona epidemic was even more dangerous, you would have been blaming the director for being too lax on restrictions. Thank you. I'll be back.
Thank you.
Number 115 is Thomas Fry from Allendale Township. Number 116 is Janine Chittenden from Grand Haven Township. Number 117 is Todd Borderick from Georgetown Township. Number 118 is Marla Sluter from Port Sheldon Township. Moving on, number 119 is Gail Harrison from Grand Haven Township. Number 120 is Kaylin Milton from Park Township. Number 122 is Melinda Pago, who lives in Muskegon County.
Hello, I'm Melinda Pago, Michigan Republican Party co-chair. Thank you, Ottawa County Board of Commissioners, for letting freedom ring. Thank you so very much. May is National Military Appreciation Month, a time to thank service members and their families for all their hard work and bravery and to honor those who have died in the pursuit of freedom. Many heartfelt thanks and prayers to and for those that have served, who do serve, and their families and friends. Thank you. Thank you for embodying our great President Abraham Lincoln, who said, "Sir, my concern is not whether God is on our side. My greatest concern is to be on God's side, for God is always right." And some of us in here in this room know, we're in the know. We know God wins. Our victory is in God. All of you here swore an oath of office to uphold the United States Constitution, as did I, and many others who have fought to protect our God-given freedoms, and including those in our state legislature. Unfortunately, we're here right now because of the lawlessness and the infringement being imposed from those violating the oath of office with multiple infringements on more than just our Second Amendment. They are violating their oath of office. It is treason. Treason is a punishable crime. Think about that. Treason is a punishable crime. If you don't know what it is, you can look that up later. This resolution is a confirmation of the oath of office and obligation to uphold our United States Constitution and protect our country from all enemies, foreign and within. And I thank you for that. Last week, on May 18th, marked 163 years since Abraham Lincoln's presidential nomination. On May 18th of 1860, he was the brand new Republican Party nominated Abraham Lincoln for President of the United States. Lincoln's legacy is based on his momentous achievements. He successfully waged the political struggle, and civil war that preserved the Union, ended slavery, and created the possibility of civil and social freedom for African Americans. Some of Abraham Lincoln's quotes that are my favorite are, "Those who deny freedom to others deserve it not for themselves, and under a just God cannot long retain it." He said that in a letter to H.L. Pierce on April 6, 1859. Abraham Lincoln also said, the people are the rightful masters of both Congresses and courts, not to overthrow the Constitution, but to overthrow the men who pervert it." Lincoln also said in one of his best-known speeches that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people shall not perish from the earth. He said that on his Gettysburg Address on November 19th, 1863. Lots of momentous days here in May that we need to remember. May 27th coming up is Memorial Day. It commemorates the men and women who died while in military service. Memorial Day is one of the most misunderstood holidays. It is to honor and remember all men and women who died fighting for a United States of America. Please keep those in mind and do not be treasonous and vote for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 123 is Noel Watts, Zealand.
Hello, thank you for the time this evening. My name is Noel Watts from Zealand. Hadn't planned on speaking, and I've got just a couple of quick notes here. First of all, as I think about all the arguments here this evening, there seems to be a preponderance of arguments against the Second Amendment or limiting the Second Amendment. And I want to encourage everyone to think about the fact that becoming a constitutional county is about all of the Constitution and all of the amendments. And we shouldn't just focus on the second. There are countless times every day, I would venture to say hundreds of times, when all of our God-given rights, God-given unalienable rights, are violated by Fourth, Fifth, Sixth Amendment violations. And so I also want to invite all of those that have spoken here tonight about the Second Amendment rights, that you all take some time and read the full Constitution, read the full Declaration. I think this gentleman spoke about the Articles of Confederation. Those are our founding parchments, our founding documents. Let's not forget all of our rights for sake of, or for want of just governing the Second Amendment. The question's also been asked, are we operating constitutionally today? I would submit to you that no, we are not. We're operating under a system where governments have chosen to incorporate themselves since the 1870s. Therefore, our constitutional rights are forgotten, not paid attention to, and we don't even know what those rights are. We have government acting and pretending to be government under the color of law, which is a violation of United States Code, Title 18, Section 241 and 242. Look that up, everyone. Finally, I want to encourage all of the team here representing Ottawa County to continue to bring us back into a constitutional government, a constitutional county, and look out and protect and support all of our constitutional rights. To not vote for this bill would be a violation of your oath. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
We have Kaylin Milton from Park Township.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, what with foam. God, my our sweet home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the registered public comments we have, Mr. Chair.
Wonderful. Is there anyone else who would like to give public comment at this first public comment session that has not already given public comment? Please come forward. Welcome.
Hi, okay, promise will be sweet and short. Huh? No, I can't sing, please, Hi, I'm Cindy Vasquez, I'm from Grand Haven Township, and hopefully you can all stay awake for the end of this. Essentially, all I just wanted to say was to please look upon like everyone that's come up to you before you, and just realize that at the end of the day, we want people to stay alive. And it's not an infringement of rights because y'all still have your guns, but also we want to keep and make sure that everyone is safe. Okay, so whether it's children, whether it's grandparents, whether it's anyone, that's basically all that we really want. And just really I'm just rambling now, but I also cannot wait to see all the money that everyone was saying for mental health, because mental health, like everyone was saying, that's the root cause of it. So I cannot wait to see more services and more funding for mental health. And that's it. Have a great day. Night. It's nighttime.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board at this first public comment session?
Well, since you're taking walk-ups, I just want to commend you guys. You're doing a great job. You got the patience of a saint, and this resolution, I encourage you to pass it. I hope you all vote for it. I won't go into a lot of details and take up a lot of time. I just want to say thank you. You're doing a great job in everything you're doing so far.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board?
Hi, I'm Christy Mapplink from Zealand Township. I was originally going to speak earlier tonight, but there were so many, but now I just want to stand in support of you guys. I do have a couple of things I wanted to share from here. One of the things I noted is that the Constitution was created by the people to protect our inalienable rights. Inalienable, meaning not to be separated, given, or taken away. These rights were given to us by God and not by the government, and they should provide us with a shared moral framework. We are a free people, and there's a system of checks and balances in place that rests in the hands of the people. Our voices will be heard, expressed through our local elected officials, and our interests will be respected and implemented in the policies that guide our county. That is why we are encouraging you to vote yes today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board that hasn't already? There is a second public comment time later.
It's a sunrise service. Is that right?
It is. It's a sunrise service, yes. Breakfast not provided. Not that I know of. Okay, seeing no additional public comment, we'll move on to item 6, approval of the agenda. And please get a motion.
So moved.
Support. Motion and support. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Moving on to item 7, consent resolutions. Please get a motion to accept the consent resolutions.
So moved. Support.
We have a motion and support. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, because of the contracts and I just,
Thank you.
is that okay?
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Curtin,
Yes.
Mrs. Cosby, Mrs.
Yes.
Cosby, Mr.
Yes.
Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yeah.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes,
Motion passes.
wonderful. Thank you. Moving to item 8, public hearings. Seeing we have none, we'll go to number 9, agenda and action requests. Starting with item A, we'll go to Commissioner Rhodey to handle that one.
Yes, so I move to approve a resolution affirming Ottawa County's commitment to protecting constitutional freedoms.
We have a motion. Is there support?
Support.
We have a motion and support. Commissioner Rhodey, I'm going to go back to you to kick this off and to read the resolution. Please.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution. And it begins, whereas the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners Board swore an oath to uphold the constitutions of the United States and the state of Michigan, which protect the natural God-given rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The constitutions guarantee freedom of religion, speech, and assembly, the right to bear arms, due process of law, as well as provide other protections. And whereas the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, as part of the Bill of Rights, instructs that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. And whereas the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution protects the right to keep and bear arms, affirming that a well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And whereas Article 1, Section 6 of the Michigan Constitution, 1963, provides that every person has a right to keep and bear arms for the defense of himself and the state. And whereas the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution provides that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. And Section 1 of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution provides that nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. And whereas the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment protects certain fundamental parental rights, including the right of parents to make decisions concerning the care, custody, and control of their children, to direct the upbringing and education of their children, the right to make medical decisions on behalf of their children, and in conjunction with the First Amendment, to guide the religious future and education of their children. And whereas constitutional freedoms are not suspended in times of crisis or everyday life, at the whim of elected officials, unelected health officials, or for the benefit of government bureaucracy or private institutions. And whereas the people of Ottawa County overwhelmingly spoke with their vote to restore and protect the constitutional rights of the people as a first priority of the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners, as reflected in the county's new vision statement of where freedom reigns. And whereas the board is resolved to preserve freedom and constitutional rights in our beautiful county for future generations of all who live here. And whereas a constitutional county is a place of refuge for law-abiding citizens in regards to the citizens' rights under the constitutions of the United States and the state of Michigan. Therefore, be it resolved that the board declares Ottawa County, Michigan to be a constitutional county and resolves to protect the individual freedoms of the people of Ottawa County, as outlined in the constitutions of the United States and the state of Michigan, to include freedom of speech, religion, and assembly, the right to keep and bear arms, and the right to due process. And be it further resolved that the board will not authorize or appropriate funds, resources, employees, agencies, contractors, buildings, or offices for the purpose of enforcing any statute, law, rule,
order, or regulation that restricts the rights of any law-abiding citizen affirmed by the United States Constitution, nor be used to aid any state or federal agency in infringing or restricting such rights. And be it further resolved that the board affirms its support for the Ottawa County Sheriff and the Ottawa County Prosecuting Attorney acting in a constitutional manner and acknowledges and respects the respective oaths of office. The board strongly encourages them to continuously act in a constitutional manner as is consistent with their oath of office and in the exercise of their duties, not enforce any statute, law, rule, order, or regulation that is contrary to the rights protected by the constitutions of the United States and the state of Michigan. And be it further resolved that the board respectfully requests that the Michigan Legislature, the United States Congress, and other agencies of the state and federal government vigilantly preserve and protect these rights by rejecting the passage of or revoking any provision, statute, law, rule, order, or regulation that may infringe, have potential to infringe, or place any additional burdens on the rights of law-abiding citizens. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution shall be sent to Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Michigan Senators Mark Huizenga, Roger Victory, and Rick Outman, Michigan Representatives Nancy DeBoer, Luke Meerman, Brad Slaw, Rochelle Schmidt, and Greg Van Werkum, U.S. Congressional Representatives Bill Huizenga, Hillary Skolton, and John Molinar, U.S. Senators Gary Peters and Debbie Stabenow, Ottawa County Sheriff Steve Kempker, and Ottawa County Prosecuting Attorney Lee Fisher. And be it further resolved, a copy of this resolution shall be sent to all Ottawa County Department Directors, to the clerk of each county in the state of Michigan, the Michigan Senate, the Michigan House of Representatives, and the Michigan Association of Counties. And be it further resolved, a copy of this resolution shall be affixed to the wall of the boardroom of the board as a promise to the people of Ottawa County and as a permanent reminder to elected officials and county employees that the constitutional rights of the people of Ottawa County shall be preserved and protected as the first priority. And so I just want to share a couple more comments. I'll share a statement on this resolution. The Constitution is a contract of timeless principles that created and defined government for a singular purpose, to secure the rights of the people. We are committed to upholding the Constitution as written. As we wrote this resolution to declare Ottawa County to be a constitutional county, we recognize the need to protect not only Second Amendment rights, but all constitutional rights. We wish to highlight freedoms and constitutional rights which have been violated over the past few years, as well as those currently at risk due to societal and political pressures. In recent years, our county government has required affirmation of a Marxist DEI value system for some county positions and has spread DEI beliefs throughout the county. Requiring affirmation of the DEI value system conflicts with freedom of religion and conscience for many in our county. The desire for religious freedom is a core reason why many came to America to build a life for their families. And religious freedom was affirmed by the founders when they wrote the Constitution. In recent years, during the course of the handling of the COVID-19 pandemic, due process, parental rights, and individual freedoms were repeatedly violated in our county and our state. And in protecting the constitutional right to keep and bear arms, we must remember that arms defend not only individuals, but ultimately entire nations from the hands of tyrannical governments. In America, our government is comprised of checks and balances, with elected officials in different seats holding different powers and responsibilities. The Board of Commissioners, as elected representatives of the people, provides oversight over certain county departments and has fiduciary responsibility over county government operations. We would be negligent in our duties if we did not ensure that Constitution is upheld and protected while fulfilling our responsibility to the people of Ottawa County. We support the excellent work of the sheriff and the prosecutor and share a commitment to maintaining law and order in Ottawa County, as well as due process, and are absolutely committed to protecting the constitutional rights and freedoms of the people here. And with that, I encourage my fellow commissioners to vote yes on this resolution.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Rhodey. I'm going to go to Commissioner Miedema next, but I'd like to say we're committed to ensuring the direction, the policies, and the operation of Ottawa County align with the protection of the constitutional rights of the people living in our county. Passing this resolution tonight is a commitment to hold each other and our county government accountable to protecting these rights. Commissioner Miedema.
First, I just want to say thank you to Commissioner Rhodey and Commissioner Moss. I just have a couple extra thoughts to share along those lines. I just want to begin by saying it's evident that many here care about our county, as evidenced by many involved citizens present tonight, as well as emails, texts, and in-person conversations. And I've responded to a number of emails. I personally have appreciated the level of respect shown by not all, but by many throughout these conversations. Some said that this does not fall under our jurisdiction, or that we are seceding, or the like. These allegations are wrong. 1215, read the Magna Carta. Read the Petition of Right of 1628. Read the Bill of Rights of England of 1689. Read the first sentence of the United States Bill of Rights 1791. Read the third sentence of the United States Constitution of 1969. There is an 800-year history that precedes this resolution. We, the people, including this Board of Commissioners, have the right to petition the government for a redress of grievances, just as we, the people, have a right to petition this Board of Commissioners for a redress of grievances. The Board of Commissioners has the right to petition a redress of grievances. At a time in history where many of our personal freedoms are either under attack or on the verge of that precipice, it is fitting to take up this resolution. Everyone has a right to protect their life, liberty, and property. The Constitution doesn't give you that permission. We've simply put this writing in government, both by natural law and the Constitution. I've been hearing some chat about gun violence. First, the phrase gun violence is misleading at best. It is not guns that kill, it's human beings behind the guns. Some say that gun violence is the #1 killer of children. That is wrong. Children are dying in the millions by abortion every year. That is unconscionable. When there are two, not one, heartbeats, there's two human beings. Precious. When are we going to stand up for those that truly cannot defend themselves? We need to look back at history, beginning with the good book, God's Word, and then moving to our American history, His story. Let's begin thinking with 60-year and beyond type thinking, not just the here and now based on emotions. Perhaps when we get back to morality in this country, we can truly turn the ship around. I'm supportive of this resolution and I will be voting yes. For me personally, this resolution first affirms my oath of office, and it also sets the precedence and resoluteness I will take to secure and protect all we hold dear. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Go to Commissioner Ebel next.
I greatly appreciate the outpouring of patriotism at this time for those that spoke for and against this resolution. Somebody had said that nobody has spoken in favor of how guns have saved lives. In 2013, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention actually affirmed in that 2013 report that almost all major studies on defensive gun uses have concluded that Americans use firearms in self-defense between 500,000 and 3 million times every year. The vast majority of these stories receive little or no media attention. I'm going to talk about 3 of them. On November the 2nd, 2019, in Everett, Washington, a concealed carry permit holder intervened to stop a mentally disturbed man who was endangering drivers by throwing chunks of concrete and metal pipes at cars passing by on the interstate. The man had damaged almost a dozen cars and was holding a large piece of metal when the permit holder drew his handgun and detained the man until police could arrive. One of the drivers whose car was damaged told reporters that she was thankful the permit holder saved her life and the other drivers from further harm. On November the 5th, 2019, in Genesee County, New York, a 76-year-old man used his shotgun to fend off an armed home intruder, potentially saving both his life and the life of his wife. The man responded to a knock on his door during the night, only to have the intruder force his way inside at gunpoint and tell the couple to give him all their money or else he would kill them. The intruder then ordered the couple to go into the basement where the man thought the intruder was going to kill them. Instead, the man was able to grab his loaded shotgun and shoot the intruder in the hip, then held him at gunpoint for 15 minutes until the police could arrive. On November the 7th, in Glen Burnie, Maryland, a man was feeding his chickens in his yard when his bulldog began to frantically bark and he heard commotion from inside his home. He walked inside to find 2 acquaintances had broken in and they were armed and they were ready to attack his family. With gun and a knife, they were assaulting his girlfriend. The man grabbed an antique shotgun that he kept loaded in case anything ever happened and fired at the attackers, injuring one and causing the other to run away. The man told the reporters, "They could have shot and killed both of us, and then what? The guys could have gotten away scot-free, but no, I am an American. I'm going to have my gun and I'm going to shoot intruders when they enter my house." I'm going to vote in favor of this resolution.
Thank you. Commissioner Zylstra.
Yeah, no, thank you. Appreciate it, Mr. Chair. And yeah, I want to echo what Commissioner Evo said. I want to appreciate everybody coming out. Well, it's the morning, so we made it. But I mean, I do think we have an opportunity here to kind of take a step back, maybe, and look at our stated objectives. And, you know, maybe there is an opportunity for us to look at some of the concerns. I know we've had emails over the last 4 days. I am going to pass out some language I put together that I think definitely, you know, supports and upholds our stated objectives, as well as kind of dealing with some of the concerns of residents that they've shown us over the last 4 days, as well as here. So with that, and hoping everybody now has a copy, I would like to make a motion to strike paragraphs 1 through 14 and replace them with the following. Whereas the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners sworn oath to uphold the constitutions of the United States and the state of Michigan at their January 3rd organizational meeting. Therefore, let it be resolved that Ottawa County and the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners pledge to continue their commitment to support and uphold both the U.S. and Michigan constitutions in their entirety as interpreted by their respective judiciary, and thus ensure that Ottawa County is a place where all our constitutional freedoms are both honored and respected.
We have a motion on the motion, motion to amend this resolution. Is there a second? Seeing no motion, or seeing no second, that motion dies. Is there any additional comment? Commissioner Terpstra.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for coming out here to tonight and this morning now. I just want to say that I support the Constitution as it upholds our fundamental rights and principles, ensuring a strong foundation for our community.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Commissioner Belknap.
First of all, I want to thank everybody that came and commented, whether they showed up here in person and spoke or through the online emails. For the ones that came here and spoke, and there was a lot of passion, intelligence, and heart that was brought to this room tonight on both sides. So I really do appreciate the effort and the time brought into this, and also just echo some of the other comments that some of the other commissioners have made about the, I guess, respect for this room and each other. So thank you for that. And whether we agree or disagree, it just, thank you for participating in this and your willingness to share and put yourself out there. I too am supportive of the resolution. I view this resolution as an affirmation to defend the rights of citizens, parents, independent and small business owners of Ottawa County. We pledge allegiance to the flag at the start of our commission meetings. I believe we do that so that we do not forget whom we serve and why. We've been groomed to accept a papers and compliance society. While we're better off than citizens in other countries in this way, I do think we've been trending in the wrong direction. You may have heard me say this before, but I feel like in the realm that we're in, our systems are now more important than our people within our institutions. For some, not going along or submitting to a health mandate may have cost them a career, an educational opportunity for themselves or possibly their children. Somewhere along the way, we have lost informed consent. And so therefore, I support this resolution as a statement, for me too, as a commissioner, to not forget the rights granted to our citizens as we carry out the business of county governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bonema.
There were many elegant statements tonight. There really were. And I really appreciate the outpouring all week long. I think many of you know that my son got married on Sunday, and when I opened up my commissioner phone again and looked at the emails, there's over 100 waiting for me. So people were engaged on this topic. That's America. I love that. I love that people are engaged and they're listening and they're reading. And I did a very good job tonight of bringing to us a lot of what you've learned, and I appreciate that. I wanted to just thank Commissioner Zylstra for supporting the spirit of us becoming a constitutional county. I think the language, even though it wasn't adopted, is definitely in support of our Constitution. It's well written. And I want to appreciate that for just a moment. I think I made it clear that I think this vote would be most effective if it were held in Lansing. We're here in Ottawa County, and I absolutely swore to uphold my oath to protect this county in any way that I can. And so I'll be voting in favor of this tonight.
Any additional comments? Okay, I guess I have Commissioner
Quickly say
Cosby?
that, yeah, I do plan on, thank you, everybody, for coming this evening. And like you, I am concerned, I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm also concerned about the welfare of our children and, you know, my experience as a nurse and a trauma nurse, definitely. I share some of the concerns that all of you have shared tonight. I've probably taken care of, I was asked how many gunshot wounds I've taken care of in my experience, and I would say it's 50 plus. And of that, actually, only 2 of those victims were actually victims of legal guns, registered guns. So I think there's other work. This needs to be a comprehensive look at how we protect our citizens from gun violence. There's more to this story. So I do want to say that I plan on voting for this resolution this evening. I plan on supporting my oath that I gave on January 3rd, 2023 to our Constitution, both of the United States of America and of Michigan. And I thank you for all the efforts that you've made, Sylvia, in writing this resolution.
Thank you. Any additional? I guess I'll add 2 quick comments. One would be, it's been reported by local media that 50 of 83 counties have adopted a resolution like this, supporting constitutional rights. Someone asked me earlier, why is Ottawa County so far behind? Ask yourself that question. The second thing I'd like to say is, as part of the contract with Ottawa, there was a public policy agenda. That contract was with the people of Ottawa County, and it said, if elected to the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners, I will support the following items listed below. And the first one is titled Civil Liberties. I will support a county resolution that recognizes civil liberties are not reduced or suspended in times of crisis. Unconstitutional orders imposed in such times by a governor, state agency, or local agency will be actively opposed and not enforced. That was written months and months ago, year and a half ago, maybe. And so I'm very happy to fulfill that commitment that I made very publicly and have supported for a long time. And so there's no other discussion. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
No.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss,
Yes,
and the motion passes.
thank you. Thank you. Moving on, we'll go to 9B, resolution honoring heroes of freedom, and I think we're going to Commissioner Medema for a motion.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to approve a resolution honoring the role of the fallen, veterans, and those in active military service in preserving our freedom.
Support.
Motion and support. Go to Commissioner Medema to
All right.
read it.
I'll read the resolution. Whereas America is an exceptional nation made up of a beautiful people who share a history of triumph over adversity, our freedom won through the sacrifice and blood of patriots, and our nation built on the strength of America's founding documents. And whereas the Constitution of the United States and our brave men and women have boldly protected the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for nearly 250 years. And whereas we stand in remembrance of those who fought and died to defend and protect us so that we can all live in freedom. And we are forever indebted to these men and women who demonstrated the greatest love for our country and grieve with their families. And whereas we recognize and honor the service, sacrifices, and contributions of veterans and military families for what they have done and what they continue to do every day to support our great nation. And whereas we pay tribute to the next generation of Ottawa County citizens who serve in the United States Armed Forces, the Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, and Coast Guard. And they continue a legacy of unyielding patriotism and represent the best of America. And whereas Ronald Reagan expressed, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We did not pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. Or one day we will spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it was once like in the United States where men were free. And whereas the people of Ottawa County have a deep love for America, and we are a people jealous for liberty, which is essential for protecting our communities and nation. And whereas, as reminded by John F. Kennedy, as we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. And therefore, be it resolved, we honor the fallen, thank our veterans, and the men and women currently serving in the armed forces for their sacrifice and service to our great nation from the time of America's birth and into the future. And we are indebted to America's heroes of freedom. And be it further resolved, we join the contagious spirit of those who have dedicated and given their lives for freedom. And be it further resolved, at this moment of national importance, we commit to the defense of the rights and virtues of our nation and its founding, preserving freedom and hope for future generations. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to Michigan Senators Mark Huizenga, Roger Victory, and Rick Outman, Michigan Representatives Nancy DeBoer, Luke Meerman, Brad Slaw, Rochelle Smith, and Greg Van Workwam, to the clerk of each county in the state of Michigan and all Ottawa County Department directors.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Commissioner Ebel.
I'm going to vote in favor of this resolution. And the reason why is because I know that a lot of us have family members, friends, neighbors, church family that have fought in wars, died in wars. And just my own personal story is my father, he fought in World War II. And what's interesting is that his generation was called the greatest generation. So the greatest generation is referred to as a generation in the United States that came of age during the Great Depression and later fought in World War II. They are sometimes called the GI generation or the World War II generation. My dad died when he was 92 years old. And he was always a patriot. And he was so thankful to live in the United States and for the freedoms that he had. I also had an uncle, my dad's brother, who was killed in the Korean War at age 20. He was engaged to be married. He volunteered to go. And he was a medic. And while he was helping a wounded soldier, he was killed. So the enemy obviously violated the rules of engagement because he had the patch. And so he was killed at age 20. My husband's cousin, who was 19 years old, died in Vietnam War. He was also wounded, maybe a couple of months before he was about to be released. He was wounded. And as the helicopter was taking him to the MASH unit, the enemy shot the helicopter down and killed him. So I have personal stories, and I know everyone here has a personal story probably. But this is very dear to my heart. And I'm going to vote yes to this because I want to honor all those veterans that died at a young age, didn't have a chance to get married and have children and grandchildren. And I'm so thankful for for them giving their lives so that we could have our freedoms. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Commissioner Curran?
I just want to echo Lucy's sentiment and thank all of those who have served in the military and thank all of our veterans who have given their lives for our freedoms. And not only that, but I want to thank the family members of those individuals that serve. Oftentimes they're kind of the unforgotten heroes as well, because they move every 4 years with their family, with their father or mother who is serving. And that's a tough life. Having lived it, I do know this. So just thank you very much.
Commissioner Rhodey?
I would just say that, clearly passing this resolution tonight is just such a small thing in comparison to what these heroes have done for us. And so I'm just so happy that we're able to do something as small as it is. And I would just also say that we care about our veterans here, and we're pretty new to office. So there's a lot of things that we're still learning about, and we're learning about our veteran services. That's one of the things that we wish that we had more knowledge of prior to this point. So I'm thankful that that we can begin to also make sure that we're serving our veterans well too.
All right. Commissioner Miedema?
Just a simple thank you. Thanks is not enough for all of our heroes of freedom, but I'm just super appreciative the older I get to be able to walk even in a mall or store and see someone wearing, a hat or something, just to go up and ask their story. It's very humbling to be able to hear the stories that they have to share. My own grandpa didn't begin sharing until the last couple of years of his life. And I don't think that's a rare thing. I think that happens a lot. But man, when you get the opportunity to hear those stories, hang on to them. I'm looking forward to voting yes on this, and thank you to our heroes of freedom.
Right. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema.
Yeah, I just want to do this in gratitude to my young cousin, Specialist Christopher David Horton, who died on 9/9/11 in Patka province, Afghanistan. And I'm so grateful for his sacrifice to us. So I want to honor his life with this yes vote.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
And the motion passes.
If there are any military or veterans with us, if you could please stand, and we'd like to just say thank you. Okay, moving to Number 10, committee report from the Ottawa County Sheriff. Welcome.
How you doing? It's the clicker. Okay. Yeah. Well, good morning. And the coffee's been flowing next door at the sheriff's office for the last several hours, so. So this evening, or excuse me, this morning, we'd like to present to you the annual report of the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office. The first good news is that that 90-page document, we will not go through it page by page for you tonight. So again, good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners, and Mr. County Administrator. It is my honor to present to you the 2022 annual report of the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office. You have been provided today a copy of the comparative summary. That's the packet that should have been at your seat when you sat down. Also attached to that are a couple other documents. One is a letter from myself, which covers the ethics of my office. And then also a chart, organizational chart, which we will touch on during the report. I believe you should have each received an email copy also of our report. Also, the full annual report is posted on the county website under the Sheriff's Office tab. And this report, I know several commissioners have asked, this report will be sent to each township, city, and village. And as always, when you review this report, I realize it's a large document with a lot of numbers and a lot of statistics. Please feel free to reach out to me at any time with any questions. The Sheriff's Office primary mission is to provide a safe and secure environment in Ottawa County by preserving public order, reduce crime, and provide safe and secure environments for our communities. Victims of crime continue to be our top priority. Our goal is to identify, understand, and address issues in our communities. We accomplish this through collaborative efforts, problem solving, and working closely with our citizens, community partnerships, and other organizations within Ottawa County. We follow our core values, our vision, and our mission statement. Members of the Sheriff's Office work through the core values of professionalism, respect, integrity, dedication, excellence, equality, and diversity. Our vision of safe, secure communities where each citizen is valued. Each employee embraces integrity as the cornerstone to building public trust. Honesty, trust, mutual respect, and respecting the constitutional rights of individuals in which the Sheriff's Office and the community work together. Our mission is to provide professional, ethical law enforcement and correction services, and to support the Constitution of the United States and the state of Michigan, as in each of our oath of offices that we take. Also to preserve public order, reduce fear, and provide safe and secure environments for our communities. As you all know, there have been many challenges and changes in law enforcement within the past few years. And we know that there is more ahead of us. The Ottawa County Sheriff's Office and its members stand ready and able to maintain its delivery of quality, professional, and ethical law enforcement services while protecting the constitutional rights of our citizens and visitors. You hit the, no. Thank you.
Is it down here?
In the annual report and the handout that you have that was folded in half, You'll see a new style of an organizational chart. This chart was introduced last year. The purpose of the inverted leadership pyramid is to maximize communications between members of the organization and to create a flexible, more responsive team. This works by flipping the pyramid so that the employees are adding value to the organization and opening the paths of communication. Servant leadership focuses on the prosperity of the people within the organization. Servant leaders unlock potential in others by placing their needs at a higher priority than their own. And again, when you look at that organizational chart, a lot of people had said to me that, Sheriff, there's a misprint, your organizational chart's upside down. Again, that's why we've inverted it. I'm at the bottom of that chart, the employees and everything flows up. So to jump into the main core and crux of the annual report. Again, some of these numbers are in the comparative study that was handed out to you. I do realize that some of these numbers do not show up well on the screen, again, because of the chart and the layout. So I'd like to start in the area of index crimes. Violent crimes are covered here. Murder, criminal sexual conduct, robbery, and aggravated assault were down, and property crimes were down in 2022, but only by a very small amount, if you notice the numbers. In 2022, we investigated only one homicide in this county. This homicide was solved and solved very quickly. It was here on 120th and Port Sheldon. And that suspect is currently in the judicial system. In this homicide case, there was a victim to offender relationship, and this was not a random act. It was more of a domestic situation. Our aggravated assaults were down. In the past, assaults have been trending upward. Again, it was good to see this number come down. However, the assaults that we are seeing are more violent and more complex investigations for our staff and detectives. In our category of non-index crimes, there was an increase in 2022. Some of these crimes that saw increases were sex offenses, family offenses, fraud, forgery, embezzlement, and negligent homicide. And please note that negligent homicide in our report are motor vehicle crashes that involve a fatal. Calls for overall service across the county totaled 70,513, and that was up 2% from 2021. Our three highest call volume areas in Ottawa County are Allendale, Georgetown, and Holland Townships. We continue to work with our partnerships to address service levels and the growing changes in their communities. One way we've recently accomplished that this year is that Allendale Township realized and seen the growth there in the calls for service, committed to fund another deputy in their community. And this has been overwhelmingly supported by the community members that I have spoken to also that are glad to see that extra deputy coming into their township. We are also working currently with several other jurisdictions that would like to add additional law enforcement for the services of their citizens within their jurisdictions, either the townships or villages. Moving into the arrest data, county arrest, there were a total of 6,170 arrests. The adult arrest totaled 5,344. And juvenile arrests totaled 826. Juvenile arrests were up almost 20% over 2021, as we see more and more juveniles involved in incidents and criminal activity. Traffic still remains to be one of the number one concerns that I hear as I'm out in the community. Again, as our county has grown over the years, traffic does increase. And I think we've all been stuck in the traffic jams or notice reckless driving or crashes. So again, in 2022, deputies made 31,704 traffic contacts and issued approximately 19,000 traffic tickets. 7,378 traffic crashes were investigated. That is up by about 8% compared to 2021. There were a total of 20 fatal traffic crashes with 22 lives lost. Of these fatal crashes, 11 of them involved alcohol and/or drugs. There was a total of 560 arrests in Ottawa County for operating while intoxicated. We have a deputy that is specially trained in drug recognition. He's referred to as a DRE, and that is in the annual report on a separate page. This deputy was utilized 34 times in 2022. In the annual report is a very good description of what the DRE program is. It's a specially trained officer for drug recognition, because many times if alcohol is not involved and drugs are involved, it's a whole different series of tests that have to take place. It's a fairly lengthy process, but again, this has been credited. The deputy goes through extensive training. And what is nice out of this program is that we will be training additional deputies in the future. And also, this training expense has been covered by the state of Michigan. And that covers the training and a payback for the call outs that the DRE goes on. And again, that DRE is called upon all hours of the day, 7 days a week. There are a couple of other DRE trained people from other agencies in the county, and they kind of share the call out. Again, that's what's great about the collaboration of the law enforcement here in Ottawa County, is that, you know, the call out from Holland, they'll send an officer out, Grand Valley has an officer. So again, it just doesn't get into a burnout situation. So moving into the corrections division, this is a part of the sheriff's office that I think a lot of our people forget about. But the sheriff and our office is responsible for the jail facility. So there were 4,885 admits into the county jail. This is up from 4,062 in 2021. Our daily average population at the jail is 257. We're capable of holding approximately 462 individuals in our jail. This remains down compared to 5 years ago, when we used to average 338 for daily population in the jail. So we continue to work with the courts and several of the diversion programs that are offered. We also offer useful and successful inmate programs such as the GED program, substance abuse programs, Reach the Forgotten Ministries is in the jail, career development programs, 70x7 in the Women's Resource Center. 70x7 in the Women's Resource Center, some of you may recall, are the two newest programs within the jail. And our goal is that when somebody comes into our jail, that hopefully they leave a better person and are able to go back into the community. But what is nice about these programs, and we are selective on the programs we bring into the jail, is that when the people leave, they have a contact and a resource outside. Because if they don't have that, support or connections, the tendency is that we see them back at the jail. And I was just over at the jail the other day, walking through and talked to some of the people in the jail, and kind of told them and talked to them. And, you know, one said, "Hey, I've got 10 days left, and thank you." Believe it or not, we do hear thank you for the programs that are offered. And again, I told them, I said, I hope to never see you back here, because I don't want you back at the jail. Also, we have our SWAT program. This continues to be a success. We pulled it in-house into the jail several years ago. And what they do is they are able to work within the jail facility, everything from cleaning to the kitchen to the laundry, painting. What this has done is reduced a lot of costs to the county, but it also has given them some skills, and they can earn good time on their sentence so they can get out earlier. We also have implemented a tablet system in the jail, which has created a streamlined communications with our staff, with medical staff. It helps with the educational opportunities, and also important is the communication with their families. The tablet, and I was criticized a little bit as why are you bringing tablets into the jail? If you look at the location of our jail, people normally have to travel quite a ways out to do a visitation. With a tablet, they can email and again, stay in communication, because some families cannot make it out here, don't have the means or transportation needs to get out here. So again, these tablets have proven to be very beneficial. There have been many improvements within the jail facility. Again, just keeping that facility updated, clean. Recent inspection by the Michigan Department of Corrections. We passed our inspection and the comment was that they overwhelmingly surprised at the cleanliness of the jail, the organization of the jail, and how our jail facility is run. We are also currently working on what it would look like and cost for a mental health pod within the jail. We have mental health issues, and I'll touch on that in a moment out on the streets, but we also have it within our jail facility. And then also part of the corrections unit is our court services unit, which continues to maintain quality service and security at our courthouses. So in our investigations unit, the detective unit, they continue to stay busy. Again, the detectives worked one major homicide case last year, but along with many other complex cases that come into that unit. So our detectives currently, their caseload is about 35 cases per detective, where most average for law enforcement agencies our size is about 15 to 18 cases per detective at any given time. Our cold case team continues to work and follow up on all investigative leads on several of the active cold cases of unidentified persons and a couple other cases. The detectives have also collaborated with area agencies in a string of mid-1990 murders in Grand Rapids area. And this cold case team continues to benefit from the latest technologies of DNA. We have detectives also assigned on a part-time basis to 2 federal task forces, one with the IRS on fraud investigations. And again, in the past 2 years, we have experienced a very large increase in fraud scams and other fraudulent activity, resulting in large losses from victims. Our other detective is assigned to a federal task force, which is a multi-jurisdiction unit, consisted of law enforcement from around West Michigan, and they primarily work on human trafficking. And it's the Human Trafficking Task Force out of Grand Rapids that covers Western Michigan. The board, and again, I thank you for this. This is going to be a great asset for our victims, for our community, for law enforcement, with the recent approval of the Crisis Aid International organization. That group is now active in Ottawa County and are receiving referrals already. Prior to Ottawa County, there was one location at the Wyoming Police Department serving Kent County. And recently the Kent County Sheriff has invited Crisis Aid International into their organization to continue to supply those services because it was just a little shocking to see the amount of referrals that they are now getting. And again, we're going to be training our staff next month with Crisis Aid International coming in. And again, we're looking forward to that relationship. The Sheriff's Office also maintains 2 detectives assigned to the Children's Advocacy Center. In 2022, these detectives investigated 1,050 criminal sexual conduct and abuse cases against children. I have this highlighted here because I'm going to read it to you again because I read it twice. It seems like every year, and hopefully some year I don't have to read it twice. But I want you to hear these numbers. In 2022, the detectives investigated 1,050 criminal sexual conduct and abuse cases against children with over 260 referrals to the Children's Advocacy Center. And these are children in Ottawa County. Detectives also handled 888 law enforcement notifications from Child Protective Services. Our WEMAT team, some of you may recognize that, the West Michigan Enforcement Team, which is our drug team, is a multi-jurisdictional drug team. They remain busy combating illegal drug activity in Ottawa County. Again, we've seen increase in meth, heroin, and recently again fentanyl. Last year, WEMAT in one incident recovered over 41 pounds of cocaine in Ottawa County that was here to be distributed in our area. Out of the hard work and dedication of the drug team, we were able to remove that 41 pounds of cocaine from getting into our community. The team remains a valuable asset to our agency and our communities in combating the illegal drugs in our county. We also have our computer forensics detectives. They've handled 199 investigations last year involving digital media and performing 378 forensic examinations of digital media. We continue to find in criminal investigations that we work that digital media devices, phones and computers are normally involved in some manner of the crime. Another area of concern, the Sheriff's Office continues to see many throughout the county. Some of those are domestic violence, crimes against children, assaults that continue to rise. Also, a concern are the continued mental health incidents that increase. We deal with mental health incidents daily, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's almost to the point where every day we can average maybe 2 to 3 calls that involve a mental health incident. Our road patrol and correctional staff are dealing with mental health incidents, like I said, daily. The Sheriff's Office works in collaboration with Ottawa County Mental Health, community groups, and the courts, looking at services, diversion programs, and also training related to mental health. It is important that our staff be trained in crisis intervention for mental health, to be able to recognize that, because sometimes that mental health incident may rise to criminal activity. But again, we have the capability to say, we need to do a referral. This person does not belong in jail at this point. They still may face the charges, but there's the mental health court, which has been extremely successful. Working with CMH, getting them to other private organizations to help these people with their mental health issues. Also, in 2021, working with CMH and our law enforcement partners in Ottawa County, we began working on the crisis intervention team. We have a deputy assigned full-time to this team with a CMH caseworker, and they respond directly to calls out in the field, and they also conduct the follow-ups from other calls when they are not on duty. And this began in October of 2021. So just in 2022, our deputy handled almost 415 cases, and then many other contacts. Again, CIT has many great success stories of helping individuals, and like I said, taking care of placements and diversion. So the Sheriff's Office will continue to provide professional law enforcement services delivered with customer service in mind. We will continue to make victims of crime our top priority. We will continue to maintain safe and secure professional correctional facility, staff, and services to our communities. We look ahead to the future, and as growth in the county continues, we look at assessing our needs now and into the future. We know there will be continued change that will take place at the Sheriff's Office. Change is inevitable in our profession. As law enforcement professionals, we will continually look at ourselves and take steps to improve our level of service and advance our profession. We will continue to hire and train the best employees to serve our community. As chief executives of law enforcement officers, we run businesses that are designed to perform a service to the public. That is what we are dedicating ourselves to. As I mentioned earlier, we'll continue to work with the county and our partnerships as we continue to see growth in the demand on law enforcement services as Ottawa County continues to grow. I think many of you have heard me say the backbone of our agency also in working with our communities is community policing. And that still has proven to be a valuable tool and plays a vital role in our law enforcement efforts. Here at the Sheriff's Office, we have been involved in community policing now for almost 28 years. We collaborate with our communities, local leaders, business leaders, school districts, courts, faith-based organizations, and many others to identify areas of need and develop and deploy effective strategies to address those needs. In the word that most of you probably wanted to hear tonight, in closing, I first and foremost want to thank the citizens of Ottawa County, the county board, the county administration, and our numerous partnerships throughout the county for your support of the employees of the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office who serve in this noble profession. There is no higher honor than public service. I also want to publicly thank all the Sheriff's Office staff for their dedication and their professionalism they display. I also like to thank my undersheriff, Valerie Weiss, and my executive team for their day-to-day dedication and support that makes us the best Sheriff's Office in the state of Michigan. To touch on the annual report, as you saw, that is a large document that takes a lot of time to compile. I need also a special thanks to our records director, Scott Brevant, who compiled all that data and put all that data together in the annual report and verified numbers. And Scott, I'll let you go on vacation now. Thank you. So I encourage you and the citizens to read this annual report and recognize that this report is just a snapshot of our many accomplishments in making positive differences in our communities. The men and women of the Sheriff's Office take pride and dedication to providing excellent quality and professional law enforcement and correctional services to our citizens and visitors, protecting our quality of life and making Ottawa County a safe and secure environment to live in, work in, and visit. So you have heard me say many times, the reason our agency is a success is because of our talented employees. I want to end with a video. We've been working on highlighting our corrections division, and this is the first video overview that we've completed. And it really showcases the outstanding work being done to serve our community. This is the first, and we plan to highlight our road patrol staff and other units with other videos that we will post. I think that once you hear this video, you'll get a better feel from the employees of exactly how they feel about their jobs and feel about the people they serve. We hope this will show the community how the Sheriff's Office makes a difference in our community we serve, and maybe additionally can recruit some talent for our team. So with that, Shannon, if you could play that.
This is a job that's often overlooked.
It definitely gives a new perspective on the criminal justice aspect. I don't think people fully understand of what the day is for us. It can be challenging sometimes, but the people that I work with make it a lot of fun and we get the job.
Well, it's a key part of community safety, and it's our job to make sure that that order is carried out safely and humanely, and not just protecting the citizens of the county, but also protecting the inmates in the jail. It's challenging in a different way.
The reason I've enjoyed it so much is working with people through the probation programs, sobriety court programs. It gives us a chance to work with them on a more personal level.
Set you trade down there on the conveyor belt. Come on. Here at court security, one of the duties is to swear to the warrants that are being sought that day. We interact with people that are just coming in with tickets or people that have questions. I love my current role in transport because I get to do a little bit of everything. Or if someone were sent to jail, we would take them into custody and have them transported to the jail. We go all over the state to pick people up, and actually outside the state.
When people get arrested, they have to have a place to go. People think they're just coming here and they're being locked up, but actually what we are think of us as like caretakers for the inmates. Even though people come in here and they do different types of crimes, we still have to treat them as people. So no matter what they did, we can't kind of let that cloud our judgment on how we handle them and deal with them.
You get a little more connected with the inmates here, and you get to see where their stories come from. You know, a lot of them are actually really good people. Not everybody likes us, unfortunately. It's nice when they feel like they can combine us a little bit.
You realize quickly that a lot of these guys they're good people, made some mistakes. You know, you can have some pretty good conversations with people and really try to help them on their path to getting better, to rehabilitating.
You can see somebody come in and you can see that they need help. And we have a lot of resources here, and we can get those resources to those people and help them.
Whether it be like drug addiction or maybe they're just homeless, they're breaking the law to make those ends meet. And here they get to start over and maybe get some support. Here you have long-term interaction and actually really watch them succeed.
An individual who a road officer might spend an hour with, I will typically spend 3, 4, 6 months, even up to a year or two, depending on the situation.
It is a really good feeling when you see somebody finally make it on.
I love it. I think it's good for everyone. It gives us patience, people skills, and it helps them kind of get their life back on track.
You're working with other people that are like-minded and they're there to protect your back and you're there to protect their back.
This is a job for people that don't mind the challenge, that, don't mind being pushed to be successful.
Getting up and working 12-hour shifts is hard in itself, and I think it'll develop some good work ethic.
Once I got into corrections first, I thought it was going to be a stepping stone, and I realized that I like this way better.
I started and like I said, I've been here almost 23 years now.
If you're someone who wants to help people, help the public, and work with individuals who need a little guidance, this is a perfect job. I mean, and it's a great job.
So again, stay tuned. We will have more videos coming out highlighting our road patrol and like I said, other units of the sheriff's office. So I'd just like to make one final statement to the board. First of all, thank you for your support for law and order in our county and the support of the employees of the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office. I say this a lot in the public too. What makes the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office is our community support. And also not I, the sheriff, but all the employees that support our day-to-day operations of serving our community. And also, I want to let you know, you have my ethics that I handed out to you. If you have any questions on that, please let me know. But also, I have taken an oath and reaffirmed that oath tonight to uphold the Constitution and the Constitution of the state of Michigan, as well as to enforce state and local laws for over my 35 years here at Ottawa County. The citizens of this county elected me as their sheriff to uphold my oath of office and continue to deliver quality law enforcement and correctional services to this community. I will continue to direct my command staff and my deputies to uphold their oaths as well. We will continue to focus on victims of crime and providing a safe and secure county for our citizens that live here, work here, come and our visitors. So policing must be done in a manner that it is lawful and constitutional, but also in a way that maintains the consent of the people. So again, in closing, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. I won't say any time because I think we're all going to go home and hit the sack here tonight. But again, any questions, and I will say the board has been great. If you have questions, You reach out, you send emails. I try to keep up. Again, I think we've all been hit with the email surge lately. But again, thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Okay, moving to 10B. We have the Ottawa County Department of Veterans Affairs.
Good morning, I'm Lauren Snippy. I'm with the Ottawa County Department of Veterans Affairs, as you're aware. And I want to start by just saying thank you to all of you for the resolution that you passed honoring veterans, but also those men and women that are currently serving as well. So thank you for that. And with that, we'll begin. And Patrick is helping me out here with some visuals, and appreciate that help. I want to mention too that I'm probably a little bit shorter and a little less eloquent than the sheriff, but I'd like you to refer you to an item that was in your packet, a brochure. So I'm going to be referring to that occasionally. It will also save you from writing any notes if you had them. And also there's some statistics that we put together for year end 2022, and I will be referring to that as well. So with that, what's on your screen there is just showing that we were established in 2011. Prior to that, Ottawa County did not have a Department of Veterans Affairs, and they did that for Public Act 192 of 1953. And our mission really is listed there on the bottom, and that's to serve veterans of Ottawa County and their families. What's on the next slide is it lists the main things that we do, and that's also listed in the brochure in the lower left-hand corner if you open it up. Those are the things that are listed there. We help veterans apply for their federal VA benefits. We help them apply for their service-connected and non-service-connected pensions. We help retrieve military records. When you're in the service and you're 20 years old, oftentimes when you're getting out, they give you your discharge papers and they say, guard them with your life. Make sure you put them in a good place. But the last thing you think of when you're getting out is when you might need those records 50 or 60 years from now. So it's important to do, and we do have ways that we can help veterans recover their service records. We also process applications for the emergency financial assistance that's available through the Michigan Veterans Trust Fund and also through the Ottawa County Department of Veterans Affairs Committee. They're both emergency service type programs, and we'll get into a little bit more detail of that in a few moments. We also serve to administer the Ottawa County Burial Allowance, and we'll explain that too in a few moments. The next slide shows the organizational structure of the individuals that work with veterans within Ottawa County. In the upper left-hand corner there, we have the Veterans Affairs Committee. These are a group of 6 veterans and 1 county commissioner that are appointed by this board. And they administer the emergency grant program that's available with county funding. And also the county burial allowance. Michigan Veterans Trust Fund, that is an amount of money that was set aside back in the World War II days. Everyone was patriotic back then. There happened to be $50 million that were left in the state coffers, and the Michigan legislature voted to have that set aside to help veterans. And it's the earnings off from that $50 million that we are able to assist veterans with emergency financial situations. So 2 programs, we tend to prioritize the Michigan Veterans Trust Fund only because it's state dollars. And as we say to people, you know, the state likes to spend the federal dollars, the county would rather spend the state dollars, as long as we're serving veterans in the process. So Lower left-hand corner, my name is listed there as Lauren Snippy, and my three colleagues are also listed there. We are open in Ottawa County. We're located in the Health Department building in Holland. And we're open 4 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. And we also have what's referred to as veteran service officers. We have 3 officers that are with us. And a veteran service officer we refer to as a VSO. These are trained people in VA policy. And I just to show you what VA policy looks like, it's all legalese. These people have to be certified, trained. They are much, I sometimes compare them, what an accountant is to the IRS system, they are to the VA. And oftentimes veterans have to fill out some forms to file a claim on a sort of a one-time, lifetime basis. And if you look at those forms, they're very often very difficult, even though they might say across the top, the 1010 easy. It's usually everything but easy. The easy part is your name and address. The rest of it is often questionable. So our service officers assist our veterans with completing that information. These service officers too, I should mention, are the federal government gives money to the state of Michigan. State of Michigan contracts with the American Legion, the VFW, Vietnam Vets of America. Those organizations, they hire these employees, they train them, they certify them, they supervise them. If they're gone for a period of 2 weeks, they backfill behind. So we are always are able to schedule people regularly and with confidence that we're going to have a backfill if someone is either ill or on vacation. So it's a very good benefit to the county. The county basically provides office space. We provide a computer for them. We schedule appointments for them, but there's no cost to the county. The next page, or the next slide there shows the funding sources that we operate under. And it shows a total budget of $183,994. And this is for this basically calendar year or fiscal year. I'll tell you a little bit about that here in a moment for calendar year 22. The middle shaded color there, 63,397. That, or I guess it's in red on your slide, it's in black and white on mine here. So 63,000, that's the appropriation the county puts towards the Department of Veterans Affairs. It includes the emergency services funding. It includes the meetings that we have and the mileage we pay to our board. It includes the amount that is paid to the 4 of us that work for you. The blue shade on the bottom, and that's an appropriation, I should say, that 63 for a calendar year of 22. What is on the bottom there with a 40,000 226 in the blue, that is the expenditures of the Michigan Veterans Trust Fund. And so that's not an appropriation. That's an amount of money that we can draw down from the state. We authorize the expenses. That local board approves the expenses. And then it's sort of an endless, I shouldn't say endless pot of money, but it's the earnings that are available based on that $50 million. Currently, that's a $3,500 amount that we can spend every other year to serve a veteran. The 80,371 in the white, that is an amount of money that the state provides us from the Michigan Veterans Affairs Agency for it's called the Veterans Service Fund. And the 80,371 is the amount that was budgeted or appropriated for Ottawa County during fiscal year 2022. So the state's on in October through September. Our report is basically for a calendar year, and our funding from the county is for a calendar year. So you'll have to bear with me as I try to adjust or make sense of some of the figures that I'm going to show you in a little bit. The Veterans Affairs Committee funding, the definition is important there. The funding is a county-funded emergency grant program that provides financial aid to wartime era veterans who encounter a temporary or unexpected financial hardship. The program is administered by the local committee consisting of 6 Ottawa County veterans and a county commissioner. And that definition is just about identical, as I said before, to the Michigan Veterans Trust Fund. And so we do operate them interchangeably, and we work together sometimes in supporting veterans from both funds, depending on the situation. Just as an example of a temporary financial emergency, we go through quite an extensive budgeting process with them. We try to get a picture of what their financial situation is. We look at their income, and they have to verify all that income to us with check stubs or bank statements or whatever else. On the other side are all their monthly expenses. We ask them to verify all their monthly expenses. We need to see bills. We have to look at all of it. It is a bit of a hassle, but it does help us give an honest picture of what the financial situation is. If the income is 4,000 as an example, and the expenses are 4,000, let's say this is a mom, dad, and a couple kids. Middle of February, their furnace gives out and it's 20 degrees below zero. It's a financial hardship, financial emergency for them. That's something that will likely get approved by one of our committees, either the trust fund or the county board. If the income was 5,000 and the expenses were only 3,000, the committee is very likely to say, I bet you can pay for a portion of your furnace or even finance that furnace yourself. So it's just not an automatic approval once that request comes through. We try to diligently handle this appropriately. We're not in a position just to hand out other people's money. And if it's just the opposite of that, is if the expenses are 5,000 and the income is only 3, they will probably be denied, because what you're looking at is a budgeting problem, a long-term problem. It's not a one-time fix that either one of these funding sources is set up to handle. The following slide there shows the activity for 2022 for the county activity for the emergency funds. We served 4 veterans. The total amount was for $5,753. On the lower part of that page, it shows the applications that were processed for the county burial allowance. That's the other program that falls under the Veterans Affairs Committee. And 36 people applied for that. 30 were approved. There were total expenditures for $9,000. The following page, and I won't read the explanation there again, but it's basically the same definition as I said for the trust fund. They can help instead of every year like the county can help. The trust fund can help every other year. The county can help up to $1,500. The trust fund can help up to $3,500 and approved by our local board. We can ask for exceptions. We've helped veterans in the past. I think of one that had to hook up to city water because of the aquifer issue that exists in Ottawa County. So we were able to get state approval to spend, I think, $22,000 in that particular situation because it was the only option they had. During 2022, on the following page, it shows the number of veterans that applied, and that was 16. The number of veterans approved for funding was 15,000, and the authorized 15 veterans, and the amount for the year was 40,226. Now, all those figures are included on this year-end report. If you want to reference that a moment, I'll just quickly point out some things that statistics can they need some explanation sometime. And the Veterans Affairs Committee funding listed on the first page there shows back in 2010. That's basically the year before the department was created. The county expenditures were $40,628. For this current year, they were 2022, they were $5,553. You'll see that there's been a sort of a gradual decline in the use of the county dollars. That's only because of the increase usage of the Michigan Veterans Trust Fund. When the department was initiated, we had the responsibility only to provide staff service for the county funding that was available for emergencies and for the burial allowance. Probably within 6 months, the state became aware of the establishment of that office and our services there. They asked if we would assume responsibility for the administration of the trust fund. So that's how we were able to pick that up. And in comparison, you'll see on the bottom of the next slide, let's see, maybe we got not the next slide, but the report. It's getting early or late, whatever you want to call it here. The Veterans Burial Allowance, first of all, on the second page of that handout, you'll notice that in 2010, there was $60,900 spent. In 2022, it was $9,000. Some of the rationale or reason behind that is in 2010, there were 18,000 veterans in Ottawa County. Today, they estimate around 12,000. So it is a decreasing amount. Also, in 2010, the county was in a position where anybody that was a veteran that passed away, they automatically paid the $300 burial allowance. Once we reviewed what the county's responsibilities were according to state statute, they only had to pay, or only had the pleasure of paying for veterans who were wartime era, honorably discharged, and met certain financial criteria. So that is the reason, in addition to the fewer number of veterans, that we spend that much less than what we have in the past. Again, that $300 back in the day when that was established or put into state law, $300 covered a lot when it came to a funeral. The law hasn't changed. Most of the, I think all counties honor it the same way. They pay the $300, but it certainly doesn't go too far in today's funeral expenses. The following page, I think it's page 3 of the document that you have of a handout, shows the Michigan Veterans Trust Fund activity. And again, that was handled by a volunteer group of veterans in Ottawa County before the office was established. So for a few years, the expenditures were around $28,000. You can see where the Department of Veterans Affairs opened their office in 2011. That figure jumped to $54,000 and then to $70,000. So you can see the shift from the county dollars to spending the state's dollars. In 2017, there's a note there. That was a year the Michigan Veterans Trust Fund wanted to experiment with doing a centralized intake for the trust fund. And so the local county board did not have any jurisdiction at that point. And also we did not take applications. When veterans wanted to apply, we said you had to apply online or you had to make a phone call. Well, during the latter half of 2016 and 2017, our expenditures went to zero. Veterans just were not, World War II veterans, Korean War veterans, when you mention computer, their eyes glazed over, as mine yet do sometime. And they weren't interested in that. They were used to, if they came into our office, we sat down with them and did the application process with them, and then took it to our veterans board. During COVID 2021, you see the figure drop to 5,250. Again, much of the reason for that was there was much COVID money that was available to everyone. And also during that period of time, landlords were not allowed to evict people. And so the rules changed significantly. We're back in business again in 2022, where we have spent 40,000 so far during 2022. Now, the County Veterans Service Fund. These are dollars, if you recall in that pie chart, I think it was around $80,000. We have had, this is money, and I'll read the definition here, that it's a service grant that is intended to assist counties in establishing a county Department of Veterans Affairs, support new initiatives that connect veterans to federal benefits, and or enhance or expand existing veteran service operations to connect veterans to their benefits. This money can't supplant monies that the counties were already spending in 2017. So in 2020, we took advantage of those dollars and we purchased medical transportation from an organization called Hope Network. Many of you are probably familiar with it. They provide transportation for work and for disabled folks. They're out of Grand Rapids, and they are in the transportation business. And during that first year, in 2020, we only spent $2,165. That's a unit rate contract that we pay them so much for going to the Wyoming clinic, so much for going to the Battle Creek Veterans Hospital, or even Ann Arbor. When we transport people, we pick them up at their door, we take them there, we wait for them for their appointment, and we bring them back home. So it's a very valuable service for people that don't have another means of transportation, or had recent surgery and are not allowed to drive for 60 days or something like that. Gradually, that expenditure is increasing. 2021 was 9,211, 2022, 15,256. And we're on track this year. I think we'll spend between 25 and 30,000 on medical transportation. Now, typically, our allocation has been higher than that. If you recall, one of the previous slides said it was 80,000 something for 2022. When we have unspent dollars, we try to utilize them on one-time expenses. We are housed in Holland in the health department building. We share a copy machine with them. When we had money that was unspent, we could help the health department purchase a new copy machine because we used it as well. We helped them put an electric signage out in front of the health department. We helped pay for, you might have seen some signs around the county. There was a suicide prevention committee, consisted of folks from mental health, the health department, some veteran organizations. I think there were 32 suicides in Ottawa County in 2022. 8 of them were veterans. So we helped sponsor some of those signs, and we're able to spend some of our dollars on that project. For 2024, this is fiscal year again. This will be October of 23 through September 30 of 2024. Our allocation was around $59,000 from that funding source, and other counties did not commit to spending, so we were given an additional 101,000. So we have a total of 161,501.72 for Ottawa County, and we are planning to use that funding to again do more in the outreach area. You might have seen, and most of you probably watch TV commercials from Kent County Department of Veterans Affairs. We'll have the ability to purchase some of those ads as well. We probably will put up some billboards, to some other outreach activity. In addition to that, we hope that our medical transportation more dollars are spent from that as the awareness of that program increases. And also, we were originally contracted to open the office in Ottawa County for 3 days. We use some of these dollars to open it for 4 days. Eventually, it's likely that we'll be open 5 days. And I say that meaning that those are the days we're there, that we answer the phone. There's always a service officer in our office, and we schedule appointments for them Monday through Friday. So the office is technically open. We just don't have phone coverage on Thursdays at this point. So that's our hope for the future. Also signage. We've had people call us from the parking lot and say, we think we're here. Where are you located? And so we have to direct them into our building. And so we'd like to do some of the signage like you have here in the Fillmore complex, gives much better directions, some arrows, some building numbers and so on and so forth. And we can do a better job in that area than we currently do. I explained a little bit, the federal veteran service officers are ready. How we get them through the Allegiant and VFW and the advantage of doing that. The service officer activity in our office, you can see the number of appointments from 2013. We went from 273. We're hovering somewhere between 700 and 600 generally at the present time. In 2010, there wasn't a service officer in Ottawa County at all. There was one person that came from the Vets Home in Grand Rapids to the Disabled American Veterans Post in Holland. That's actually in Allegan County. And they were there 1 day a month. And by 10 o'clock, they would put a sign up said, we can serve no more people because we're full for the day. And you had to sit there the whole day. If you were number 10 to be served, you sat there the whole day. If you got out of line, so long. They weren't served on that day. So veterans were getting a little agitated. We went there just to observe. And when you're sitting there a whole day, it's just about like tonight, you know, we're going for 8 or 9 hours. And so we thought when we are able to get a service officer, when we inquired based upon the number of veterans we had, we went from 1 day a week to 3 to 5 that we presently are, and we do it by appointment. So we try to do it as efficiently as possible, and veterans have really appreciated that. Also, the VA clinic has moved from the heart of Grand Rapids to right next to Metro Hospital, M6 and Byron Center Road. So there are service officers that are there as well. So as many days as we're open, they have service officers available there on a walk-in basis. We also have one that serves at the American Legion Post in Grand Haven. So we are well covered with service officers, and by far that is the greatest need that we had in Ottawa County. The activity that you see there on the following slide just shows the number of phone inquiries that we get, and we are basically up to 1,600. We've had as many as 1,900 in the past, but we try to make people aware of our offices. We have sent out letters to all the townships, to all the service organizations. We've made presentations on Talk of the Town, closed circuit TV stations. We've been to Hayworth, to Gentex, to Herman Miller, any large organizations. We go to many of the assisted living facilities. Two of the the people that come in and apply for federal VA benefits are usually after two things. It's one, to make a claim. If they were in Vietnam and they have a Agent Orange related disease, or they have an injury, they can make a claim and they can be determined so much disabled, and they receive compensation for that. The other program that is available for wartime era veterans at this point is a program called Aid in Attendance, and they will pay for a portion of assisted living costs for a wartime era not honorably discharged veteran. And so that is probably one of the greatest programs in demand. And that's why we sometimes go to our assisted living facilities and make veterans aware of that option. Usually the assisted living place, when you come in there, the first question they ask today is, are you a veteran? They don't want anybody's money to run out. This just helps stretch the dollars that a family has. You can have approximately $150,000 in assets, excluding a home and a car, and still be eligible for that program. We make every effort to coordinate with other community resources. All of us that are working for the department have worked in the human services area previously in Ottawa County. 3 of us originally, when we started, had worked for the Department of Human Services, but everyone now has either worked for the county or for our department. Our department, I say that because I used to be the director at the Department of Human Services, so pardon me for that. But we have selected some of the best employees that we worked with over the years to serve in this capacity. As they maybe have retired from their other jobs, they work for us with veterans, and they do an excellent job in doing that. And they are very much aware of the community resources that are in Ottawa County to help people. We have numerous churches. We have many nonprofit organizations. Just to give you an example, just recently we coordinated with Solid Rock Ministries out of Zealand, and they provide volunteer help. They also have a supervised builder, and we are able to assist by putting a ramp on a veteran's home. We buy the material with $3,500 from the trust fund. They provide the labor and put it up. And so you get a $10,000 ramp for very little expense, but it's something that we do in coordination with them. We work with the Salvation Army. We work with the mobile food pantries, many of the churches, some of the other nonprofits that are around. And we also refer people to Justin's program, the Honors Reward Program, again, which is a program where you can show your discharge papers to the county clerk. They give you a card with a picture on it, and you can get discounts throughout the county from 20% to 5% or a free cup of coffee. There's several organizations, many organizations that are part of that. So we try to work with others, not duplicate what they do, but to take advantage of the many good people in Ottawa County and the service organizations that are there. For questions, if you want to make an appointment to come and see us sometime, you're welcome to do that. I'll answer some now, but I suspect you'd rather stop in at some time and see where we're located and so on. Again, we're in the Health Department building. Our number there is 393-8387. That's 393 vets, if you can't remember the numbers. And yeah, we look forward to that. And we thank you for your support in the way that you have. I think we provide as good a service as any county. We do it very frugally here in Ottawa County. And I think that's to the advantage of everyone. So it's been a pleasure to provide this service to veterans, that's for sure. So thank you.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Before you walk away, questions, right?
You sure?
Great. I'm sorry.
Go for it.
Thank you. Yeah, Lauren, great to meet you. We spoke a little bit earlier during a break. And one thing that stuck out to me, you talked about a lot of different content tonight, a lot of different stats, but one that looked like glaring at me was that Ottawa County provides a veteran burial allowance of $300 for wartime era veterans. That $300 was set back in World War II.
That era, yes.
That era.
Yep.
In order to qualify for that $300, you have to have an estate of less than $40,000.
if you have a dependent or a spot, if there's a spouse or surviving spouse, they can have up to $40,000 excluding a home and a car and be eligible. If they exceed $40,000 worth in assets, the thought behind it is you can probably pay for your own funeral or the funeral of your deceased veteran. And this is for spouse and veteran, both are eligible for that. If the veteran passes away and they have no survivors, if they have assets that are
And take the mic a little bit closer to you.
oh, I'm
There you
sorry.
go. There you go.
If they have assets that allow them to pay the funeral cost, then they are not eligible. As I said, at one time, everybody was eligible in Ottawa County. It's just because there wasn't the sophistication, so to speak, then to follow the law that was there. I know when we started, one of the funeral providers sort of tipped us off, said, your county pays more than any other county in the area of burial allowance. See, all we do is send it in and you send us $300. So that changed. We followed the law. But I think, as we talked, you asked the question, could that be increased? I suspect you have that authority, but without looking at the statute, I just didn't want to say yes or say pass something here tonight or whatever else.
Correct,
you know,
yeah.
so.
Well, I would just request that you go back to your board. I think this is long overdue for a review. World War II was a while ago. And I think $300 is not nearly enough to take care of a family that's in that financial situation at that time to cover burial expenses. So I would just invite you to go back to your board. And then if you would get together with Patrick and let Commissioner Cosby or myself know, we're on finance and we'd love to review whatever recommendations that you might have to increase that to be a little bit more meaningful to those families in that need.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And when you mentioned the committee, I saw in your finance committee, I sort of forgot to mention that grant that's available for fiscal year 23-24. Those are the projections that we put in there. That's going to go to the committee, to the finance committee at some point before those dollars are committed to expenditure. So
great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. We're moving to the second opportunity for public comment. If you'd like to address the board, if you could please come forward and introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes.
Seemed like appropriate. That man, his voice should not be heard while operating heavy machinery. My name is Dave Barnowski and I vote in Port Sheldon Township. I am an 8-year veteran of the United States Navy. I spent 2.5 years learning to operate nuclear reactors. I spent 5.5 years using those reactors to push Navy ships around the Pacific Ocean. Nothing you put on paper is going to give me more honor than the service gave me. I don't like the way you put that behind your Second Amendment, whatever that other thing was, but I didn't protest that because I know the evil that you're going to do is going to come after that. That was just a prelude. The problem I have is the person you invited into this building, Matt Truella. And I heard the recording of what he said. Mr. Truella said something about, he spoke about how to dismantle the judicial supremacy within our nation. Did you run on that? I didn't remember you people running on that. Dismantling the judicial supremacy of our nation. That doesn't sound like anything I'd heard before. Did you campaign on that? Did you campaign on personally replacing your judgment for what's constitutional? I don't remember that. I have the quotes here, but I'm not going to go because it's got so god awful late. There is one quote I'm gonna have. We as Christian men understand and cherish liberty more than all other men, because liberty is rooted in our religion. Well, I assure you, my liberty is just as important to me as it is to any of you. Matt Truella came in here and he spoke sedition in this building. And if you believe what he spoke, you are not qualified to hold your office. You either believe what he said, or you actually believe what you said when you spoke your oath of office. And if you've changed your mind, resign. Dave Moore in Allendale Township. I didn't get my minute earlier, so I'm going to take it now. Red flag laws. They don't stop criminals from getting guns. They stop law-abiding citizens from access to guns. They create more barriers for people to get a gun. They create infringement. They also make it so that people can make claims about another individual. Let's say a hallucinogenic mushroom grower wants to get even for a guy for turning him in and says, hey, that dude over there, he's bad news and he's crazy and he's a danger to society. So they come over to my place and say, Dave, where's your guns? Are they locked up? My guns are not locked up and I'm not ashamed of it. I'm going to tell you right now, there's some things you're never going to hear me say. First of all, I'm not afraid. You've heard that many times tonight. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm not afraid. And I will not run. I seek truth and I seek justice. I was overwhelmed that it passed. I was speechless that one vote did not vote for it, because I am appalled. I don't know how you cannot vote for it. And quite frankly, him and I have disagreed on many things, but we still respected each other. Tonight was a slap in my face to say that you want to give the authority to the judges. Is that the same judges who violated my right and went along with lies from a government agency? Very disappointed. It's late. I have other things on my heart, but I'm just going to say one more thing. I still have animals to feed. So if you'd like to come to Allendale and give me a hand, I would be more than happy to show you who gets what. So thank you.
Thank you.
I am amazed at this board.
Can I have your name and jurisdiction, ma'am?
Mary Bachheim, Palmage Township. 73 people stood up here and pleaded with you not to pass that resolution. And you all ignored them. The voice of the people, you ignored them. So, you know, Joe, tonight, you probably made yourself the most hated man in Ottawa County. Most people are blaming you, but that's unfair. I found that Sylvia Rodia to blame with her spaghetti writing of a resolution, all those wherevers or whatever. I blame Rebecca, who lives and breathes conspiracy theories. I blame Roger Belknap and Lucy Ebel for their zombie-like positions on this board. I blame Allison Miedema for never listening to the residents of District 11 and only adhering to the fact that she thinks that she alone knows what's best for Ottawa County. But most of all, I blame myself. I blame myself for allowing you to sit on this board. But just like your fascination with the lesser magistrate and interposition, I will stand between you and the residents of Ottawa County in interposition against a corrupt board and the people.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board?
Virginia Greenlee, Park Township.
I want to thank you for your patience, for passing all the resolutions, for keeping your word, in upholding the Constitution and your oath to the Constitution. I'm thankful for the sheriff who said he also will be doing that, because unfortunately, many sheriffs did not during the COVID world. I also thank the veteran speaker who spoke in honor of the veterans that we just got through passing a resolution for. I would be remiss after I'd spoken about Karl Marx's goals of intending to replace Christianity and hijack education, which has been done well through the centuries. I would be remiss if I didn't take you back to 1607 with the settlement of Jamestown. When Jamestown was settled, a cross was set up to claim and stake the land for Jesus Christ, not for any other religion, not for any other idols, but for Christ, and to honor God all their lives and through all posterity, and that the gospel would go out from America, which it did, it has. And for those that choose to be among the remnant that want to still honor God and uphold the Constitution, which is based on a lot of biblical principles, I commend you all. And I thank you for taking us back to the roots of the cross having been established on this land with a covenant of dedication to God. That covenant was never removed. We are part of that covenant. We are part of that posterity. We are part of that inheritance, and we can choose to follow likewise. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Aaron J. Compagner, Precinct 1, District 4. First off, I just want to thank you all. That was quite a amount of long yesterday and today. Thank you all. Mr. Bonema, Ms. Rhodia, Moss, Curran, Belknap, Miedema, Cosby, Ebel, and Terpstra, all for doing the right thing. Thank you. I appreciate that. And so many in this county do. I feel like compelled to come up and point out, though, that some people keep bringing up the 70-30 comments, aggression. Well, I guess I have to point out the obvious here in that this does not compromise of the entire county. So I would say it's pretty much near impossible that the entire county would vote 70-30 against this. Guaranteed. So just wanted to point out that obvious. Thank you, Mitch. Much. God bless you all.
Thank you. Anyone additional in person? Is there anyone online?
We do have one public comment online, Mr. Chair.
We have one more in person.
It's been a long night. I bet you're tired. I'm tired too. You've been given a responsibility. You uphold the Constitution. I trust you to uphold that Constitution for everyone that might not be like you. I trust that you uphold the Constitution for those that don't have cars to make it here tonight, for those that might not be able to join us online, for those that might struggle with speaking the English language to fully communicate their needs, their wants, their desires. So I ask that you look through discerning eyes from all different perspectives and uphold the Constitution for everybody, not just those that support you. I might disagree with you, but I'm not going to blame you. I'm not going to shame you. I'm not going to be your moral compass. I'm not going to force my beliefs on you. I'm not going to force you to read things that you don't want to read. I will walk beside you. I will make my needs known. I will stand up for people that might not be able to stand up for themselves. I will represent people who are of all faiths, who are of all identities, of all socioeconomic backgrounds, immigrants. Actually, we are all immigrants when we came to the New World and we ousted, I don't know how many people that have lived here before us so that we could benefit. And if you look at the two different cultures, one culture says we prosper from the land, we reap from the land, and we get more. And the other culture says we work with the land, we are grateful for what we have, and we share it, those resources, with everyone. So remember our history, remember the Jim Crow laws, remember many Black women and men who had to go through Jim Crow. We are a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one online comment still.
Mr. Joe Spalding, and Joe, if you could just unmute yourself, you have 3 minutes.
Howdy, my name's Joe Spalding. I'm in Holland Township, having a pretty interesting evening tonight. I just want to make one really solid point here. Joe, you tried your hardest to turn out as many people as you possibly could to speak in favor of your quacky notion for this resolution to make us a constitutional county. And we got this 70-30 number, and that's actually pretty accurate. If you actually go out and you poll the people in Ottawa County on the popularity of the red flag laws that just passed or safe storage legislation, you're going to find that it's going to approach the 70-30 mark. That's not my big point tonight. My big point tonight is that before tonight, I had made no effort in turning out other people to speak. I had, showed up, obviously y'all have been there, heard me talk week after week, but I never really tried to organize. And for tonight, I did actually try to turn some folks out. Wasn't like, full tilt, wasn't like every option that I have available to turn folks out to have them come let you know how they feel. But it was a good little trial run. And a lot of people don't like what you just did. To be honest, there was already a possibility of a viable recall in District 2, and now 2 more just opened up. And you can go through and you can listen to where everybody was from and how they spoke tonight, but it's pretty indicative of a serious issue that y'all have. And, if you hear me during first public comment, and the second time you hear from me is more than 7 hours later, you should have a pretty clear indication that you guys have a constituency problem. But you're not good public servants, so you're not going to let that register. And then that means that some of you are going to get recalled successfully, and then some of you are going to lose on election day to folks that are going to be sitting in those chairs for 4 years. So just want to let you all know that, and have a good morning. This is now the 1-year anniversary of the Uvalde massacre. And you guys that voted for that first resolution, a lot of folks who don't want to see kids get shot think that you are absolute ghouls. Good night.
Okay, last call for public comment. Seeing none, we will move to item 12, additional business, report from County Administrator.
Thank you, Chair Moss. I'll start by saying Oskara-sama, which is Japanese for thanks for your hard work today, for all the commissioners for was it 7.5 hours, I suppose, we're coming up on. So, yeah, I just want to jump in here and say something that I say often. The work of the county is going well. We're in a 98-2 situation. 98% of what's happening in the county is going great. So we want to keep those things moving along in the same direction. There's a small number of things, maybe that 2% that we want to change, and we'll do that in a collaborative manner with those areas that need to adjust. And so I'm very happy with the direction things are going there. Of current notes is that the budget process is underway. The departments have turned in their budgets, and so finance is processing those, and we'll be meeting finance and myself with the different departments to go over those budgets here over the coming weeks. And once we do that, later in the summer, we'll be presenting those to the board, and the full board will have many chances to look at that and have feedback on that and make decisions on those numbers. So that is something that will be coming up over the summer here. I did put in a few new processes there. For example, we are going to be getting a list of all the grants for each department as part of the budget process. So just for knowledge, so all the commissioners will be able to know and get a grip on what kind of grants we're looking at for each department. I think that's an important part of oversight. So we want to have that information available for you. So I'm pretty pleased with how that's going. The finance department is doing a revamp of how we do our accounting. It's kind of a very technical thing, but it's going to be a very, very good thing for us because a number of crunchers and even people like myself, when going into our very cryptic system, will be able to actually make more sense of it. And so I'm really proud of Karen and our finance team for doing really, really good work, working really hard to kind of modernize that system. So that's good. Continuing to work with our directors, and that's going well. Meeting with folks quite often, and I'm encouraging people to delegate, and so that they can take the time to step back, look at big picture, big vision, strategy, and direction. I think we have very good directors here. And when you have really good people, they want to work hard with their hands, and that's great. But at the director level, we want people to also be able to step back and delegate as much as possible so that they have time to look at the big picture. So I'm encouraging directors to do that as much as possible. I do give an update on the brown bags every time, so I guess I will keep that tradition up now. Since the last board meeting, there was 1 brown bag here in the administration building. That means I've done 8 so far. Grand Haven Courthouse, Hudsonville Courthouse, here in the admin building twice, over across the street at Juvenile Services, Holland District Court, and the Sheriff's Office, also here in the admin building, and Public Health. Next one will be next Thursday at Juvenile Services, and then Friday after that back at Grand Haven. So the pace will be continuing, and there's about 23 more scheduled for this year. Those brown bags are a very good way to interface with a lot of the rank and file staff, and just be able to hear any questions they have and hear any constructive feedback. I welcome all of it. And so it's a good opportunity to be able to connect with the staff of the county. HR is also at those. Facilities is also there. Fiscal Services is there. Deputy Administrator Patrick's also there. And they usually go and give a brief update. And then the employees that come are able to ask questions. Commissioners are able to come as well and receive questions from the employees there also. So yeah, that's just a pretty quick rundown of what's going on.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Zylstra.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Just a couple questions. I think we reached out last week about strategic planning session. Do we have dates on that?
So we're going to do it differently than in the past. In the past, there was a kind of a gigantic strategic planning session. This will be done more on a one-on-one basis with the department heads. So we'll be doing it through that mechanism.
So
kind of in
commissioners
conjunction.
won't have a chance to participate in the strategic planning then?
You'll have a chance to participate because I'll bring back to you what we discussed with the department heads.
But we won't be actually involved in that planning.
Yeah, I mean, you'll be able to have input on that after I've had those meetings. So yes.
What form would that take then?
That
That would just be an update from you as to the discussions you had with department chairs?
No, I imagine it'll be coming to you either at planning and policy or here with something for you to vote on as far as the strategic plan and changes from last year on that. So.
But we won't get input on our own strategic directions.
No, you will have input through the mechanism I just described.
Okay. I guess, yeah, I mean, that is fairly radical change from what we've done in the past.
Rise.
Well,
welcome to this is the situation we're in right now. We're taking a look at everything and,
I mean, I don't know what the word surprise means. I mean, I don't like.
I'm not gonna
I
sit
don't-
here and
we
play
should-
games with you, so
Again, I'm not, we've.
I've answered your question. I told you the process is gonna happen, so.
All right, second question then. What form will the grant review look like? I mean, are we gonna get a spreadsheet of every existing grant? We're gonna get a detail of how the application process for that? What is that gonna look like for us?
I would imagine a spreadsheet is a pretty good format.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none and seeing as we've reached the end of our agenda, we'll adjourn at 2:06. Have a great night.